Chapter 51. You should have agreed earlier. The silver sword light slowly faded, transforming into a light pen in her hand. Number 02 poked the massive monster with the pen cap, and the mutated monster, resembling a mountain of flesh, immediately shrank back in fear. Yuning looked at the scene before her. This monster, hidden in the darkness, resembled a rodent. Its gleaming, sharp teeth were exposed, and its rough, bristly hair stood out like a sea urchin, making it look extremely ferocious. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly stared at it, its limbs digging into the ground, its body restless. Don't look at the other students. Finish your own homework. If you're in a rush and can't finish, number 02 chuckled softly, you know what I mean. The rat, its eyes glowing red, was slapped hard, its head tilting to the side, its eyes instantly clearing. Its whole body huddled together in grievance, its paws trembling as it grasped the pencil number 02 offered. It bent down, staring at the tiny piece of paper in the dim light before it. Mutant rat, completely incomprehensible. Expecting a beast to produce Huanggong is like believing Lu Fasai across the street can get a PhD. You ask who Lu Fasai is? A big yellow dog who's been obsessed with stealing cat food since it was a puppy. Voices occasionally came from ahead. Number 02 said sternly, wrong rewrite. The silver light shone again, a sharp blade held against the rat's neck. She said dangerously, are you just giving me the runaround? Mutant rat, Why don't you open your eyes and see who I am? Faced with an unreasonable enemy, even the mutated creature, already in a state of mental confusion, felt a stomachache. Sweating profusely, it gripped the pen again, the cold gaze beside it almost devouring it. Mutant rat, help! The immense pressure made its stomach churn until it reached its limit. Unable to bear it any longer, it stood up, clutching its head with its front paws, and frantically shook its head. A hoarse voice escaped the mutant rat's mouth. Homework. Yuning, it's so scared it can talk now. It straightened up, then suddenly bent down and vomited out a dark shadow. Its size rapidly shrank, and the mad mutant rat vanished, leaving only a screaming groundhog. Groundhog, chirp 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 chirp. Yuning, I feel like this shouldn't be the sound right now. The terrified groundhog glanced at the horrifying test paper, then scrambled away screaming, disappearing completely under a collapsed rock. The vomited shadow revealed itself in the silver light. Yuning took a few steps forward. This is a sharp spike emitting black smoke. Judging from what just happened, this thing in front of her might be the source of the mutation. Number 02 pushed up her glasses, tidied up her workbook, and hugged it back to her arms, saying dejectedly, I haven't finished a single problem. She paused for a moment, then saw Yuning not far away, her eyes lighting up again. She ran over, pleading, excuse me, from another world, could you help me with the workbooks? Please. Sure. Yuning looked away, turned to look at her, and asked, which part do you want me to help with? Number 02 bent down and handed over all the workbooks in her arms, all of them. Yuning, You don't want to write a single word? She didn't remember ever disliking doing homework this much before. Like the Chunibyu, middle school syndrome, girl number 01, the notebook replayed a period of memories and emotions, essentially reflecting her own personality, but with certain aspects of her character amplified. Yuning sighed, I return it to you after I finish writing it all tomorrow. Even if she hadn't finished in 24 hours, there wouldn't be any problem. She looked away guiltily. Really? Number 02 said, touched, I'm so sorry. Yuning, She already given it all to her. It's okay. Yuning handed the thick stack of exercise books to the Demon King to hold, but wait a minute, I need to take care of something first. She looked towards the spot where the groundhog had disappeared. Grains of sand fell softly, accumulating in a thin arc below, stopping after reaching a certain height. She reached out and brushed away the sand, revealing a cave entrance half hidden in shadow, a deep passage leading to the unknown depths of the earth. She lowered her eyes and said, it seems we found the place. Congratulations, you have discovered the passage to the wind-eroded cave. As the last refuge, all those who remain will protect their home at all costs. Before you truly gain their trust, please guard carefully. The system notification had barely finished when a muffled tremor from the mountainside reached her ears. Gravel was stirred up, making a dense rustling sound, which was quickly swallowed by an even deeper roar. The sound came from the depths of the cave, growing closer. A dark projection gradually appeared, casting a huge shadow on the wall behind it. Yuning frowned slightly, silently adjusting her magic power. The sound abruptly stopped at a certain moment, then quickly became noisy again. Guardians from the cave burst through the entrance, their eyes fixed intently on the several unfamiliar intruders. They stretched their bodies wide in a furious display, trying to block their path, hopping and jumping around at their feet, chattering amongst themselves. Yuning, a lemming, its fur bristling with anger, bounced around at her feet, making it look even more adorably fluffy. Yuning, completely intimidating. The lemming opened its paws. Get out of here. Outsiders aren't welcome. You encountered an angry orc. The brave and fearless orc is guarding its home. You may observe, but please do not touch. It seems to know what kind of creatures live in this cave. Faced with the unabashed gaze, the lemming looked down at itself, its ears immediately perking up. It rubbed its fur with its paws, a flash of light, and a beast-eared boy appeared before it. His larger size gave him even more confidence. The beast-eared boy's round black eyes stared straight ahead, revealing sharp fangs. Leave here, outsiders, or I get rough. Yuning remained silent for a moment. This not only lacked any deterrent effect, but also easily aroused some people's sensibilities. Should they take a step back now? Standing still would hurt the child's pride. Gulp! An awkward sound echoed into space. The lemming boy blushed instantly, clutching his hungry stomach, still threatening, if you don't leave, I'll... A piece of walnut, still coated in syrup, was unexpectedly stuffed into his mouth. A faint sweet aroma exploded instantly, followed by the rich flavor of dried fruit. The boy's pupils widened suddenly, a look of bewildered surprise on his face. Yuning took out the remaining bird food and dried fruit, giving a few to the lemming boy. His angry expression was forced to pause, and he chewed the food with a blank look on his face. She shook the bag of nuts in her hand. Want more? The boy swallowed hard, resisting the strong temptation with all his might, but his tone softened. Outsiders aren't allowed here. You should leave quickly. Yuning, there are also berries, grass seeds, butter and cheese, sturdy houses, water to survive, and a stable and safe environment. The boy hesitated. You endured hunger for many days, haven't you? The cold snap here is penetrating, food is scarce. If I leave, you won't last long. That's right. And with the rapid increase in mutation rate, this time will be shortened indefinitely. They might not even survive to starve to death before being mutated into monsters. The boy took a deep breath, his gaze probing. I need to know who you are. The witch adjusted her hat, her black eyes calm and serene. The current ruler of Crimson Cliff, the Ash Witch, Yuning. How can I believe you? Yuning glanced at the black thorn, which was decaying into mud. It just encountered some mutated creatures, and the groundhogs that reverted to their original forms ran back to your burrow. The lemming boy looked at the black thorn, which exuded an evil aura, then turned his gaze to the burrow entrance. A moment later, a furry groundhog's head poked out, cautiously observing its surroundings. It was real. The mutated orcs could actually regenerate. He abruptly looked up, staring intently at the group before him, his eyes instantly reddening. The immense pressure he had endured for so many days exploded in an instant, causing his heart to pound with excitement, and his throat to choke. Don't be afraid. The unfamiliar witch before him looked at him gently. I come to save you. Since this place was shrouded in a cold wave, magic has been unreliable, so we resorted to the most primitive method. The lemming tapped the huge, flat creature beneath it and shouted, Send us down. Yuning glanced at the glistening fur. Its limbs were spread wide, the membranes at their joints covering its entire body, forming a natural parachute. No wonder this is a magical world. Even the sugar hyenas have grown so big. Compared to human form, these orcs seem to prefer their original beast form. The lemming had now reverted to its original small size, sitting atop the sugar hyena's head, directing the way. After entering the cave, the passageway continued downwards, the view widening as they went deeper until they reached a spacious area resembling a hall. Several cave entrances appeared at the bottom, seemingly inhabited by different species. The lemming turned back. By the way, there are many caves here. Which one were you looking for? It turned out there was more than one cave. Yuning said, the wind-eroded cave. The lemming patted the sugar hyena. Master, let's go to the wind-eroded cave. The wind was too loud, and the sugar hyena looked up. What? The lemming raised its voice. To the wind-eroded cave. What cave? The lemming, the wind-eroded cave. What wind-eroded? The lemming and Yuning. What otherworldly ma dongmei? The lemming pinched its ear and scurried inside, shouting, The wind-eroded cave. Chapter 52. The towering rock pillars reached the wind-eroded dome, their naturally sculpted patterns deeply embedded in the rock walls, worn smooth and cold by time. There were many orcs here. Besides a large number of rodents, Yuning had also seen red foxes, desert cats, lizards, and, well, whales on her way here. They really were whales. She cast her gaze over. Body made of sand, they swam and moved among the cave walls, occasionally surfacing to exhale a few wisps of sand from their breathing holes. Most of the small animals that got wet in the sand would rub their fur or roll around in the sand for a sand bath. To be precise, they were elemental life forms in whale form. This is the wind-eroded cave. To make movement easier, the lemming boy transformed back into human form and led the way. Bare feet sank slightly into the fine sand. The orcs, long accustomed to this habitat, moved nimbly through the sand pits, even offering explanations. This is the oldest cave, but it's been abandoned for a long time due to drafts. Yuning looked up. The stacked rock layers at the top weren't perfectly sealed. The wind blew in through narrow gaps, creating a strange whistling sound within the cave's cavity, along with a persistent chill. We would repair it promptly, but new cracks would always form soon after, so everyone started building other caves outwards, leaving this one completely unused. He scratched his head. Everyone guessed it was due to the soil, but since the other caves weren't affected, nobody bothered with it. Yuning nodded. I understand. For orcs capable of constructing expansive underground caves, repairing this place wouldn't be difficult. Aside from their construction skills, the problem must lie with the cave itself. She observed the crack above. The mission was to explore a wind-eroded cave, but the structure before her had been abandoned for a long time, offering no open vistas in any direction, just rock walls upon rock walls. Her dark eyes caught the movement of the wind above. Perhaps the problem lay with the rock walls. She called out, Skark? Can you widen that crack? The Demon King nodded. In this place, a spellcaster's magic would be suppressed and blocked, but for the Demon King, it had little effect, or rather, he was perfectly suited to it. Heeding the witch's words, the serpentine shadows beneath their feet swiftly emerged from the thick shadows, silently slithering upwards along the wall, coiling around the broken gap in the ceiling. The next second, they tightened abruptly, the hard rock shattering under the immense force. Yuning stared at the gap, deeper. They chirped merrily, and continued their frantic descent, reaching a depth never before explored, almost hollowing out the entire ceiling. Finally, the massive boulder, forcibly broken off, crashed to the ground, revealing a wide cavity inside. The lemming boy's lips trembled. This is... Countless black spikes grew from the inside of the cavity, their size varying with the unpredictable rise and fall of their breath, covered in eerie spiral patterns. Some were still hatching, others were reduced to mere translucent shells. Staring at the patterns for too long caused a throbbing sensation in his temples, as if something was about to burst from his brain. No wonder orcs frequently suffer mental breakdowns and sudden mutations. No amount of searching dangerous areas has helped. It turns out this thing has been guarding them from the very beginning. The vast cave was merely this thing's food storage. The lemming boy, his eyes red, took a step forward uncontrollably. Look down. A pair of hands followed closely behind, blocking his view and pulling him back from the brink of madness. Yuning handed him a piece of candy. Look down, don't look. The lemming boy snapped back to reality, breaking out in a cold sweat. His heart pounded in his chest, and his throat tightened. And what about you? Us? Yuning looked up at the incredibly sanity-draining thing above her. Her mental anchor remained unmoved. The fluctuations caused by its vigorous contamination were less than the emotional turmoil she experienced while eating the roast meat platter. The witch pulled down her hat brim. We're professionals. You have successfully destroyed the hatching eggs. The danger rating of the wind-eroded cave has been reduced to normal. Some of the half-hatched black thorns writhed, trying to escape, but were uprooted and crushed in the next second. With their will-distorting abilities no longer effective, these juveniles were incredibly fragile. Any strong external force could crush them into dust. However, she chose a faster method. Yuning put down the oil drum and snapped her fingers. As the first magical flame ignited, the fire quickly spread within the oil-soaked cavity, forming a blinding sea of flames. Although the magic was suppressed and couldn't be directly used for burning, there were many ways to achieve the same effect. The flame swept through, and with a loud crackling sound, the eerie sheen on the surface of the black thorns was replaced by charring. Moments later, their entire bodies curled up and deformed, finally collapsing into a handful of brittle charcoal, crumbling into powder. The lemming boy stammered, It's over. Yuning replied, Not yet. Besides those that can't move at the top, there's another batch that's already hatched. She tossed the oil drum. There's half a jug left, that should be enough. The freshly pressed rapeseed oil, from the Demon King, wouldn't be bad for baking bread tonight, but it could be used to grill mutated squid. Look, here it comes. As she spoke, The cavity at the top was suddenly filled with a layer of darkness, but not shadows, but layers upon layers of black spikes. Looking closely, it almost triggered trypophobia. Yuning sighed. I have to look at the flowers and trees to cleanse my eyes before going to sleep. The Demon King tugged at her sleeve. There's more. After a surge of black spikes, the entire dome was lifted up by an invisible force, becoming an open-air structure, casting even deeper shadows that gradually seeped in. This was giant black spikes. Yuning, still a turn-based game, you defeat the small ones and the old ones come. She stretched her wrists, a glint of light appearing in her dark eyes. Then let's take on the old ones too. No problem. Number 02 responded first, twirling her silver pen, its bright light gradually illuminating the entire cave. She looked excited and eager. This practical assignment is awesome. The world really does need high school students to save it. Yuning, so this is how cringeworthy it is at this point in time? She coughed lightly. Today's level of embarrassment has reached its limit. No recollection allowed. Yuning. The Demon King turned his head, glanced at number 02, then secretly looked at her, racking his brains to comfort her. It's okay, you're fine. It's all good, he recalled the last time he saw number 01, emphasizing key words. In my heart, you are the guardian of the dimensional rift, the last nemesis of evil, the undying force of justice. Yuning quickly covered the Demon King's mouth, silencing him instantly. His warm breath touched her palm, and her ears turned red. He softly hummed in agreement, a hint of doubt in his voice, his silver-gray eyes quietly fixed on her. The careless village chief. I never thought I'd be outmaneuvered by this little fool. Now it's time to get down to business, skulk. She removed her hand, watching the Demon King take a step back, his ears red, finally feeling she regained some control. With a smile, she continued, if we're fast enough, we might still make it tonight's bread-making lesson. The Demon King looked up sharply. Bread-making lesson. Current sanity, 51%. Looks like it's quite effective on this Demon King. The long-awaited bread-making lesson was right before him. The Demon King's silver-gray eyes looked upwards, revealing a chilling danger, and he said in a low voice, for the bread-making lesson. You can disappear now. The giant, menacing venomous spikes, barely emerging, were completely crushed and corroded, without even a sound, until they were utterly annihilated, leaving not a trace. The cause of death was the unopened bread-making lesson. The remaining smaller black spikes were handled by the excited number 02, who broke them down into segments. Yuning was in charge of the cleanup. She poured oil and set it ablaze, completing the task in one swift motion. Once the fire throughout the cave had blazed fiercely, completely incinerating the last trace, the entire gang's operation, their cooperative win-win situation, was finally complete. The ever-present, oppressive feeling shattered with a roar, and a light, flowing magic surged forth once more. Yuning whipped up a gust of wind, completely clearing the entire wind-eroded cave. Ding-dong. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest orcs. You have eliminated the venomous thorn stationed in the Orcish kingdom, completely eradicating the source of the rampant cold wave. Reward points, 2,000. Current points, 5,000. Congratulations, you have completed exploring the wind-eroded cave. The teleportation portal has opened. Suddenly, the doors of the city hall appeared before her. With a gentle pull, familiar scenery shone through. Yuning, looks like I can still make it back to bake bread. My lady. The lemming boy's voice came from behind. Yuning looked back, he was still somewhat dazed, seemingly not yet recovered from the scene just now. Those black thorns. Yuning, completely gone. No need to worry about safety anymore. As for the remaining infrastructure, repairs, farming, food, and water, she said, interested in making a deal. The witch straightened her hat brim and smiled, we're professionals too. Ding dong. You have encountered a race buried deep in darkness. The past heritage has been unfortunately destroyed, but the orcs still possess fearless courage, always ready to rebuild their home. Rebuilding civilization, 0%. Reward points, 500. Voices came from not far away. Food. Water. Repairs. Other figures suddenly squeezed in. The furry lemmings huddled together, chattering amongst themselves. Their voices gradually subsided, and the lemming at the front took its first step, its round eyes looking over. Is it true? What price do we need to pay? Soul, freedom, or life? Wizards always like to manipulate the will of others. Yuning, so their reputation is this bad? She said, no need. Before she could finish speaking, the chattering lemmings started discussing again. After a heated debate, the leader mouse solemnly said, thank you for your help. We decided to give you a gift. Yuning, huh? A gift too? It nudged the lemming boy. He's the fastest wheel runner among us. He'd definitely be of help. Yuning, question mark. Lemmings can run on wheels? Wait, don't just give away gifts randomly. Chapter 53. The lemmings nodded in unison, seemingly satisfied with the suggestion. The lemming boy blushed and lowered his head, whispering, I'm really good at running on the wheel. Yuning, How did the topic suddenly veer to running on the wheel? Wait, why are you blushing? No. Just as she was about to refuse, the Demon King's voice rang out first. He stepped forward, blocking the way, and said directly, I don't agree to a third party interfering in my relationship with my fiancée. Ugh. Sorry. Yuning covered the Demon King's mouth and pulled him back. He was injured before, and his mind hasn't recovered yet. He seemed normal most of the time, but at certain moments he perfectly inherited the fine traditions of his ancestors, making him unpredictable. She patted the Demon King, signaling him to stand still. Yuning. The Demon King felt the warmth so close to his face, his eyes widened, and he unconsciously held his breath, instantly becoming quiet. Yuning blinked. Her face flushed completely, starting from her neck. But now, business was clearly more important. She released her grip and looked at the lemmings. However, there's no need for gifts. You be short-handed lately, especially right now. The chattering lemmings fell silent. Yuning said, perhaps we should first discuss the steps and details of rebuilding the Orc Kingdom. The negotiation was successful. Yuning looked at the map. With the black thorn completely removed, the surrounding environment gradually returned to normal. The biting cold winds receded, replaced by warm monsoon winds. The unknown blackness in the northernmost part of the system map disappeared, replaced by the sandy brown of the Orc Kingdom. You have successfully established diplomatic relations with the Orc Kingdom of Tark. Courage and trust form the cornerstone of the kingdom. Thousands of years ago, migrating orcs conquered this barren and impoverished land, and now, courage and perseverance will be demonstrated once again. The last vestiges of darkness vanished, and dawn broke. The long-absent sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the entire desert. A warm breeze swirled among the dunes, washing away the dampness and gloom, making the air dry. The lemming boy rubbed his fur, the thick layer of fur, baked by the warm wind, fluffed up, turning him into a ball of fluffy fur. Other orcs gathered at the cave entrance, curiously peeking out. It's really not cold anymore. Moreover, as the cold snap receded, the Orc Kingdom's original climate gradually returned to normal, drying their damp fur and making them even more fluffy. A sand whale leaped from the ground, tracing a graceful arc in the air before disappearing back into the sea of sand, swimming freely on the surface. It seems the hearths in the town should be removed too, the village chief thought. Yuning carried a pot of drought-resistant cactus for transplanting. She chose an open space, roughly cleared the sand, dug a hole, transplanted it, watered it lightly, and then waited for the roots to sprout. This thing barely survived on Crimson Cliff, but it seemed much more vigorous here, and soon began to extend its root system downwards. She looked up. Around her, orcs were moving heavy objects, smelting furnaces, various building materials, and some supplies. The tentacles, now idle, strolled leisurely, occasionally instructing the orcs on how to quickly and easily build houses, until they were fully capable of taking on the responsibility of rebuilding their homes. A towering structure stood before them, and the industrious orcs began rebuilding another, until their remembered homeland was gradually recreated in the world by their own hands. This time, Crimson Cliff was no longer a participant, but a witness. Witnessing the rebirth of a civilization. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the reconstruction of your civilization. The towers are being rebuilt from the ruins, and the flame of civilization will be rekindled. Your reputation with the Tark has risen to revered. You will receive the heartfelt respect of the beings who experience this event. Reward points, 500. Current points, 5,500. From north to south, the cold wave gradually receded, and the kingdom of Rhine slowly entered spring. The elves planted forsythia from the granaries in the fields, and the entire town was enveloped in the pale yellow hues of spring. They be ripe soon. Yuning sat on the second-floor terrace of the city hall, a clay pot bearing orc totems in front of her. Two lush green plants grew straight and tall, their top flowers withered, but the small, round fruits were already ripening and rapidly deepening in color. These were special grass seeds given to her by the orcs. It was said that the fruits they produced had magical effects, such as changing appearance, enhancing the sense of smell, and experiencing the four-color vision of birds, basically, common orc abilities. The effects lasted for 5 minutes, making them one of the most popular toys, and specialties of the Orc Kingdom. Yuning picked 3 fruits that had completely turned dark, 2 red and 1 green. She sniffed them gently. They smell a bit like lemons. The red flesh had a slightly sour taste, which gradually turned sweet after eating, creating a unique flavor. Yuning looked down. They don't seem to have changed much. Aside from the sweet taste in his mouth, he seemed to have no other special abilities. Yuning. The Demon King hurriedly pushed open the door, rushing forward with a radiant expression, but stopped abruptly, standing still. Yuning turned around. What's wrong? Had he invented some new baking method again? It took her ages to correct him on that brick-shaped bread last time. I came to. The Demon King stammered, holding up what he was holding, to deliver a hat. It was a warm yellow wool hat, with sunflower patterns adorning the brim, its stitches delicate and exquisite. He said, I knitted it myself. Yuning, this guy seems to have maxed out all his other skills except for his slightly devilish cooking. She took the hat, thank you. Although the cold snap had subsided, the spring chill lingered, and occasional wind and rain made it a bit cold. The warm hat would last for a while longer. After waiting a while, the Demon King, who had just delivered the items, was still standing there, staring at her intently. Yuning asked, somewhat puzzled, is there anything else? He'd been watching her ever since she entered. Did he have something on her face? The Demon King stared intently for a long time, then suddenly snapped out of his daze, his face instantly turning red. He looked away, somewhat embarrassed. It's very pretty. What was pretty? Noticing where his gaze was focused, Yuning tried to touch something upwards, and then easily touched a pair of fluffy, broad ears. Yuning, I think I know the effect of that fruit now. She took out a mirror and glanced at herself. 2 new, reddish-brown ears covered in a thin layer of down had appeared on her head, their outlines rounded, with a few tufts of white hair at the tips. A gust of wind blew, and the ears twitched sensitively. They're fox ears. Yuning, If they weren't on her own body, she'd call it the ultimate fantasy. The Demon King stared, his silver-gray eyes misty with tears, momentarily mesmerized. A gust of wind blew by, and the ears twitched a few more times under everyone's gaze. Current sanity, 52%. The Demon King blushed and lowered his head. Current sanity, 53%. Yuning, She looked genuinely happy. The Demon King coughed lightly a few times, then couldn't help but look up at her. After staring for a while, he suddenly remembered something, and pulled out another similar wool hat from somewhere. He then casually took out a needle and thread and began mending, instantly creating 2 openings in the hat to reveal the ears. He handed it to her, expectantly saying, try this. Yuning, how could he so naturally pull out a needle and thread? The town's cook may have no successor, but the mithril puppet's babysitting skills seem to be perfectly inherited. Thank you. Under the expectant gaze of the other man, Yuning reluctantly put on the hat that exposed her ears, suddenly noticing that the Demon King's eyes had brightened even more. All right, she said, it's because of the orc fruit, it disappear in a bit. The Demon King said dejectedly, oh? Yuning, He sounded quite disappointed. Remembering the dozens of potted orc-specific plants piled up in his spatial ring, the village chief decided to plant them all on a sunny day so everyone could relax and have some fun. Oh, mainly for the Demon King. There was 1 red fruit and 1 green fruit left. These fruits didn't keep for long after being picked from the plant. If not eaten promptly, they would quickly shrivel. Why can't good things be shared? She handed the red fruit to the Demon King, smiling, try it. Watching the Demon King eat the red fruit, she looked down at the last green fruit in her hand. This one can't possibly have long ears, can it? The sweetness exploded in her mouth, and Yuning opened her eyes. A kaleidoscope of colors instantly filled her vision through the light. This was the tetrachromatic vision of birds. The omnipresent 4th color filled every gap in the world, the glimmer between indigo and silver white scattered in the air, trembling gently with the wind. The morning light, refracted by dewdrops, emitted a unique iridescence, and the whole world was bathed in a layer of fragmented, flowing, illusory light. Yuning looked down. The Demon King's lean waist tightened slightly, and a long, fluffy tail, shimmering with iridescent colors, peeked out from beneath his black robes, shyly disappearing back into them as her gaze shifted. Yuning, no wonder it's a hot-selling specialty product. It really suits my taste. Yes, this is it. She turned her gaze back downstairs. The caravan that had just arrived in town was busily checking its trade manifest, loading and unloading goods, and paying. After a rest, the entire caravan would load its monthly needs and continue transporting goods into the kingdom. The passing Mr. Baylor waved to her, looking energetic and seemingly doing well. Good day, which? Yuning nodded. Good day, Mr. Baylor, he said excitedly. Thanks to Lady Goldcoin's patronage, business has been quite good lately. I think we need to increase our supplies soon. In the future, this trade route will definitely cover the entire continent, not just the Kingdom of Rhine. What a spirited old man. Yuning smiled. We will. Ding dong. A series of system notifications rang in her ears, and in its joy, it even set off an electronic firecracker. Expanding shop operations. The shop's operating status will be measured by various indicators such as service, products, and revenue, and points will be awarded according to operating achievements. Congratulations, your shop's honor progress has reached 50%. Points to be collected, 4,900. Settling points. Current points, 10,400. A large sum of money has been deposited. Yuning opened the system page. It was a long-term task related to managing the shop. The 6-story shop located in the center of the Rhine Kingdom, specializing in charcoal sales in winter, offered high-quality products at low prices, and had completely made a name for itself, even boosting the surrounding shops and turning the area into the hottest commercial street recently. Ding dong. The system popped up a task. Congratulations. Your shop has reached the required scale. With continued operation, your shop has gained a certain reputation in the Rhine Kingdom. However, a single shop cannot provide comprehensive coverage. With the increasing foot traffic, it's time to expand your business and add more branches. Branch strategies progress, 0/1. Reward points, 2,600. Yuning tapped the desktop. Opening a branch gives so many points? She took out her magic journal and flipped through it. She probably needed to prepare in advance. After all, those competitors can be quite difficult to deal with sometimes. All of you get out. The aged voice echoed in the empty hall. Once all the servants had been dismissed, the voice hidden behind the curtain continued, Continue, Vade, it's safe enough here. The black-haired youth bowed his head respectfully. Even though he was a powerful figure in the Kingdom of Rhine, he maintained the utmost humility before this man. Your Excellency, Vader said, after several probing attempts, we have roughly determined the strength of Crimson Cliff. My men have not acted rashly, and are awaiting your orders. The others within Crimson Cliff pose no threat, but they require some time to deal with. Skark might be somewhat troublesome, but he is not as terrifying as before. Preemptively sealing him away, regardless of the cost, is within your acceptable range. He paused. However, it seems a new character has appeared. A portrait slowly unfurled, revealing half the face of a black-robed witch wearing a pointed hat, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. This one seems to be some kind of core. No information was available. She appeared out of thin air in the ash forest. An elusive figure. Vader gazed at the magical portrait, his eyes shifting slightly to her jet-black hair and night-like eyes. She looked so much like him. He wondered if their personalities were similar. A voice came from above. I understand. The bishop's aged voice echoed in the hall, tinged with an eerie stiffness, as he slowly said, Someone will take care of him. Is there anything else, Vader? The black-haired youth shook his head. No. Silence fell behind the curtain. Vader immediately understood, bowed respectfully, and quietly withdrew, closing the door behind him. With the last sound gone, the hall returned to silence. Or rather, deathly silence. Huff. Heavy breathing came from behind the curtain. A thin, withered hand lifted the veil, revealing a half-rotten, aged face. The temple bishop sat high on his throne, his cloudy eyes darting about before finally settling on a hazy direction. He bowed, praying towards the divine. God, why are there so many troubles that bother me? What can I do to find peace? A murmured voice echoed in his ears. His aged body humbly bowed, like an unoiled machine emitting a chilling creak. He raised his head, glanced at his withered body, and disgust filled his eyes. God, I still want eternal life, full of youth and vitality. Finally, God gave a definite answer. The merciful God said, Skark's body is suitable for you. He said, Go and kill him. Chapter 54. Twilight descended. The paperwork for this tavern has been completed. Because it's a private property of the Carter family, and the elders of the clan are very supportive of your work, the transfer was processed quickly. Knight Command neatly arranged all the documents and handed them over. Butler Chien has also received them. If any problems arise later, my uncle said they can handle everything. Although he had served as a paladin in the temple, Command was different from the enforcers, who only belonged to the temple. He was first and foremost the heir of the Carter family, and only then a nominal knight of the temple. In simpler terms, he was essentially a top-tier rich and powerful second-generation heir who wanted to enhance his resume. However, Given the current situation, it's best to avoid any association with the temple. Yuning took the detailed documents and glanced back at the clean and tidy tavern. The decor was simple and elegant, neither too extravagant nor cheap. The furnishings had even been renovated to resemble the shops in the central area, making it feel familiar and welcoming. Perfectly as expected. These old nobles are indeed all shrewd and calculating. Noticing the knight's hesitation, Yuning paused and asked, "Is there a problem?" This reliable knight, aside from sometimes being a bit muddle-headed about his unreliable younger brother, is always decisive and straightforward. He's never been so hesitant before. Command coughed. "It's just a small matter at home that I need to trouble you with. Something that could make even this man feel troubled." Yuning asked, "Did you encounter any trouble when transferring to the tavern?" "No, that's not it." Command sighed, remembering his family's instructions, and finally decided to go for it, pulling out a pre-prepared envelope. "This is from my uncle. He said he's admired your story for a long time and really wants your autograph." Yuning, After uttering the first sentence, his words gradually became more coherent. He said, "And my aunt, she said she hopes you add it, He took a deep breath and read aloud the words his aunt had repeatedly instructed him to my dear lady, keep your passion alive, and you will surely succeed in defeating Monto Carter and becoming the strongest merchant in the Rhine Kingdom." It was a personal autograph. Having faced the apothecary for so long, Yuning had long since developed a resistance. She took the envelope and calmly said, "No problem." "Oh," the knight explained from the side, "Monto Carter is my uncle." Yuning, what a family of love-hate relationships. Speaking of which, Command is probably the one with a genetic mutation in the Carter family. Signed. Yuning handed the envelope back. Command took it, then pulled out a large stack of envelopes from behind him, nearly half an arm's length high, quite conspicuous. A numb smile appeared on his face. "And my aunt, uncle, cousin, sister. Please, Ms. Yuning." Yuning, No wonder they share the same surname as the pharmacist. Yuning was slightly surprised to suddenly become a celebrity guest at the Carter family shop, but this didn't affect the opening of the branch. After renovations, recruitment, training, and stocking, with all the magical lanterns turned on, the entire shop was instantly brightly lit. This shop, located in the most prosperous area of the Rhine Kingdom, officially opened for business. Besides the basic food, living supplies, and magic areas, an additional accommodation area had been added. The master said to sneak in and put this in the drinking water. That surely incite public outrage, and in serious cases, they'd be burned at the stake. "But I think if we have the chance, we should just kill her." The assassin, lurking under an invisibility spell, carefully assessed the flow of people inside the shop, then nudged his companion at a certain moment. "Now. The shop is empty. The shopkeeper is difficult to deal with. You're fast, go lure her away first, and we meet at our usual spot afterward." His companion, also under an invisibility spell, nodded, and in a flash, appeared openly behind the shopkeeper. She was just a witch with relatively low magical fluctuations. His strength was more than enough to lure her away. Sure enough, as he expected, the witch, who had been counting ingredients, sensed his approach, immediately stopped what she was doing, and turned around with a serious expression. He didn't speak, but directly drew his enchanted dagger and stabbed. After being dodged, he retreated without pausing, leading her out of the shop. His body, partially hidden by an invisibility spell, lured her away from the core area and into the suburbs. She kicked the assassin out of invisibility, crossed her arms, and said contemptuously, finally not hiding anymore, "You scum hiding in the shadows. Such strength. Is he really just a spellcaster? Did I pick the wrong person?" Looking closely, this person resembles the portrait provided, but in the details, perhaps it's just my imagination, this one seems younger and more immature. But it's not impossible for a witch to periodically use some kind of anti-aging spell to maintain herself. The assassin narrowed his eyes, sneering, completely different from the rumors. A master of disguise indeed. Judging by the time, his accomplice should have already succeeded. The entire shop would become nourishment for that person, then vanish completely from the continent. Thinking of this, the pain from the kick to his chest lessened. He got up, smiling. "I think you should worry about the guys in the shop first." "Worry about them?" The witch in front of him laughed, casually tossing a stone. "You should worry about yourself first. Friendly reminder, I practiced shot put in university, you know. As for the shop," she winked playfully, "there are substitutes." "University? Shot put? Substitutes?" Before he could fully grasp it, he saw the stone hurtling towards him at incredible speed, even generating sonic waves along the way, no less powerful than any mage's supersonic attack. "Wait!" He suddenly realized something was wrong. Witches are supposed to be sorcerers. How can this physical ability, comparable to a magic warrior, be so incredible? You are using the 12-page notebook. Dawn Chapter 03. You are using the 12-page notebook. Dawn Chapter 04. As a precious treasure wielding the power of time, recreating past traces doesn't seem impossible. This time slice is number 0304. Very good. His companion successfully distracted the shopkeeper, and the assassin quietly infiltrated the shop, breaking through several layers of protective magical barriers. He smoothly made his way to the deepest storeroom. As long as the demon fragments are placed in water, endless power can be unleashed, tearing this place apart completely. Not only that, it would severely damage the operator's reputation. The anomaly would cause widespread panic, allowing the owner to manipulate, suppress, or even eliminate Crimson Cliff at will. A win-win situation. A water storage pool stood in front of the warehouse. He quickly moved it, took out a bottle covered in inscriptions, opened the cap, and prepared to pour its contents in. He tried to pour it in, but it wouldn't go in. He tried again, but still nothing. Assassin, blocked? He flipped the bottle over, examined it closely, and muttered, "Tisk, wrong height, try again." Before he could even lift his head, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. A tremendous force kicked him in the back, causing him to fall forward violently, his head hitting the bottle opening and imprinting itself on the inscriptions. No, no! He hurriedly turned to run away, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw the shopkeeper, who should have been lured away, standing behind him, watching him with a half-smile. Assassin, The sealing runes on the bottle flashed continuously. A moment later, the person in front of her disappeared, replaced by a heart-wrenching scream from inside the bottle. Number 04 picked up the bottle cap and tightly sealed it, sealing the last trace of sound inside. She clicked her tongue. Are villains this stupid? After dealing with the security issue, Number 04 continued to inventory the items, occasionally glancing at the sky outside, gradually becoming listless. I want to go home. Yuning was busy with other things. Besides expanding the shops, the town's ranch was also upgraded and expanded, but not on Crimson Cliff, nor near the two shops, but rather a large livestock ranch closer to the Carter family. She looked ahead. In the boundless mountains and fields, the chicks and ducklings she had recently bought were running wild. Besides the two enforcers, each called a druid, who were guiding them, villagers from the northern villages had also come to help. Feeding them, walking them, sheltering them from the wind, administering vaccinations, and sometimes stopping them from fighting. Little Charlie skipped and hopped around catching chickens, his movements skillful and efficient, occasionally eliciting applause. After several busy days, seeing that the livestock farm was officially on track and all the staff were properly arranged, Yuning finally felt relieved and returned to her rest room to prepare for a short break. Yuning. The Demon King pushed open the door and handed her a food box. Bread, freshly made. Yuning glanced at it and praised, very good, a great improvement. Compared to the rock-solid bread she had made at the beginning, the Demon King's recent bread was soft and palatable, with a faint aroma of wheat, and it wasn't burnt. It was edible enough to be considered good. He said reservedly, "Thank you." Receiving this rare affirmation, the Demon King's lips curled into a smile. I will strive to create more innovative dishes and become Yuning's favorite chef. Yuning, She felt her future was bleak. Just as she was about to correct the Demon King's terrifying dream, her expression slightly changed, and several magical communications, shimmering with a faint light, were transmitted. All right, Skark. The witch turned around, a brightening light appearing in her expression. Time to go home and watch the show. Banquet of the Day Chapter 05. Between dawn and dusk, at the most honest moment of the blazing sun, coexistence with daylight, as tacitly in harmony as one's reflection in a mirror. Besides Dawn 03 and 04 overseeing the shop, after the Dawn chapter officially ended, page 05 of the Banquet of the Day chapter in the notebook has been unlocked. Unlike the fantastical, youthful slice, the time slice of the Banquet Day arc was essentially synchronized with her, in terms of thought, tacit understanding, appearance, and even responsibility and sense of identity. The only difference was, her individual abilities were completely enhanced. It's worth mentioning that this number 05, who had just maxed out his ability to manipulate time and space, was currently stationed at Crimson Cliff and had sent her an invitation half a minute ago. "Let's go, Skulk," she called out. Time waits for no one. Her spatial skills were becoming increasingly proficient. Yuning opened a portal that crossed dimensions and crossed directly. A thin film of water swept across her face, and she landed again, the familiar scenery before her eyes. Boom! A piece of void was cleaved through the ground, only to be perfectly restored in the next second. The humanoid figure, nearly cleaved in two, rolled on the ground, instantly aging several times after being crushed by the invisible domain. Just in time. Number 05, flying high in the sky, said, "If we hadn't come, this guy would have withered away, his body would have crumbled and disintegrated, each fragment flying and crawling like an American cockroach." At this, Yuning and number 05 simultaneously shuddered. The scene was no less than the end of the world. Shaking off the terrifying image in her mind, Yuning looked at the withered figure. Another perspective was instantly covered in dark red, and a notification sounded in her mind. "You have encountered the parasitic entity, Saint Guan." As the only human symbolizing supreme divine authority, this bishop, who received divine grace, should have held an incomparably noble position. However, from certain moments onward, the order was no longer the only faith. Note, this is a state of mental parasitism. Probabilistic damage to the host, hidden in the shadows, must be promptly eliminated. Chapter 55. A crimson glow filled their vision. The person before them possessed a youthful face, yet their demeanor betrayed an age completely incongruous with their appearance. Their form gradually merged with the surrounding crimson glow, creating a bizarre and unsettling sensation. Temple Bishop. Yuning glanced at the system page. Large, bright red characters flashed incessantly, and the parasite's sanity had plummeted to near zero. Compared to the petty squabbles in the shops, Crimson Cliff was their true objective. Space-time traveler number 05 landed. His time is already chaotic. Moving forward or backward will only accelerate its collapse. Arbitrarily manipulating the chaotic time would only hasten the parasite's infection and fragmentation. Her dark eyes reflected shadows from another dimension. She shoved the parasite, which had rolled to the ground, back into the spatial cage to be cut up again before finally speaking. "This kind of person has lost the concepts of aging and death. Perhaps they can no longer be called human." Number 05 glanced at the situation inside the spatial cage, anticipating something, and reminded her, "I suggest you hold your breath. You can even block it." Her gaze was solemn. "Trust me, it's absolutely necessary." Yuning, this was the first time she'd seen herself with such an expression. She had a feeling something terrible was about to happen. Taking the handkerchief kindly offered, Yuning held it to her nose. A faint floral fragrance gradually spread, but a moment later, a strong stench wafted from ahead. Yuning, it was indeed necessary. Even cut into small pieces by the spatial cage, the parasite continued to rampage inside. When it broke into enough fragments, its entire body writhed out like liquid along the dimensional cracks, directly challenging the limits of human morbid curiosity. Yuning, She remembered this place was originally just an ordinary base-building minigame. The parasite, directly attacking the horror game community, scrambled about wildly, its severed body soaked in an unknown liquid, falling to the ground in clumps, then rapidly merging together under the pull, becoming a stitched-together monster. Its cold gaze swept over everything before it, its expression unchanging, seemingly not considering the surrounding creatures a threat. Its yellowish eyes stared straight ahead, the parasite looking directly at her. "It's you, the ignorant witch trying to protect sinners." A voice mixed with strange babbling echoed in the space. "God knows of your existence. Your final value is to use death to gain the amusement of the gods." Yuning and number 05 simultaneously took a step back, covering their noses and exchanging glances. "It really stinks." Number 05 agreed. Right, you understand me best." Not receiving the expected terrified reaction, the parasite froze for a few seconds, its slime dripping faster. He corroded marks on the bluestone pavement, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Pretending to ignore it is fine. The exalted god is watching you all the time." Yuning, an uncivilized, vandalizing public property, filthy and disorderly. Number 05. Right, you understand me best. Parasite, God. He uttered God several times, seeing the two witches discussing him in unison, belittling him from appearance to voice, from clothing style to personal hygiene, one after another, until he was utterly worthless. "Parasitic, you all." He looked down at the red and green slime covering his body and inexplicably shrank back. "It seems a bit disgusting." "No, what the gods bestow can't be wrong. This is supreme glory, a beauty that mortals cannot appreciate." He sneered, "You have no taste." Number 05 let out a long huh, his face contorting. "Appreciate what?" "Appreciate that you don't bathe, or that you're old." The parasite, Even in its distorted human form, his trembling face was visible, but clearly, the so-called divine grace hadn't granted him the ability to argue. In the end, he could only stare, letting his flesh peel away in anger. Humph. His cloudy eyes quickly returned to red. He completely ignored the witch's personal attack, his gaze searching back and forth, before finally settling on the demon king behind Yuning. This one won't directly curse him. The parasite finally smiled, found it. Ignoring the terrifying crack still writhing and healing on its body, it stepped forward, its pupils fixed on the demon king's reflection, locking him firmly in its sight. A strange smile spread across its chaotic face as it murmured, "The perfect vessel." Half of its body dissolved into liquid, flowing through the town at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, instantly arriving before the demon king, its eyes fixed on the body so close. "This is the new body God gave me. Tall, young, strong, even possessing an aura similar to that of a god." A chilling voice emanated from its abdomen. "It's mine." The near-identical aura indicated that assimilation would be swift. It would soon be able to shed its aged, decaying body and stand in the sunlight once more. A body glowing with an eerie red light swiftly pressed forward, stirring up a damp, chilly wind. Faster, faster, faster. Before anyone could react, the tentacles burrowed into the body, coiling and growing, claiming it as its own. Thud. A plate of round, soft objects fell to the ground, its surface scraped by the rough surface, scattering and splashing into the mud, mixing with the slime. What was that? The parasite looked down. It seemed to be food. The mutated body couldn't distinguish the specific aroma, relying only on lingering memories to judge the food's quality. A hard, unappetizing-looking piece of bread. Something insignificant. It kicked the bread away, preparing to continue parasitizing, when a sudden, sharp pain shot through the half-extended tentacles, the pain penetrating from the simulated body into its very mind. It quickly withdrew its hand, looking ahead with suspicion and uncertainty. The demon king's expression darkened, and he raised his eyes dangerously. "You deserve to die." The bread, painstakingly prepared, hadn't even been tasted by Yuning before this strange thing knocked it to the ground, even trampling it into the mud. "How dare you touch my bread, you filthy shell?" The parasite. This thing has gone mad. A thick black aura instantly spread beneath the demon king's feet, retaliating with a relentless attack that bound the parasite to its spot, putting it at a disadvantage. Yuning pulled number 05 back, instructing the other residents to disperse and not crowd around, and finally used magic to seal off the battleground. Number 05 watched with great interest. "So that's how it's resolved. If I threw his freshly baked bread to the ancient god, would it be game over immediately?" Yuning glanced at him. "Compared to the ancient god, you might leave first." Number 05 crossed his arms. "TSK, not so stupid after all." Yuning. "Sounds rather regretful. So I'm usually this scornful." She coughed lightly, and turned her gaze to the battlefield. This parasite seems different from the ancient god tentacle she encountered before. The chaotic feeling emanating from him is much more severe. Even with the anchor point support, the demon king's sanity is still fluctuating slightly under the continuous influence. Yuning stared at the constantly flashing page. The bright red numbers struggled to maintain their current state, as if they would fall at any moment. Meanwhile, the parasite, initially at a disadvantage, was slowly adapting, gradually gaining control. She couldn't just wait like this. "You are currently drawing 90 times. Congratulations. You have obtained a fully automatic gorgeous dance dress X1. Congratulations. You have obtained mastery of all continental languages X1. Congratulations. You have obtained a stealth cloak X1. Congratulations. You have obtained still amber X1. Congratulations. You have obtained an uninterrupted radio X1. Congratulations. You have obtained a disguised doll X4. Scattered with blue and purple starlight, there were everyday items and purple items with special effects. Yuning picked out the language mastery and still amber, and moved the other slightly useless items aside. She closed her eyes, and the shape of a scale appeared in her mind. You have tamed the weights. You have placed the weights. Right side weights. Fully automatic gorgeous dance dress X1, stealth cloak X1, uninterrupted radio X1, disguised doll X4. Following the user's wishes, the scales gave items of equal value. You have obtained extraordinary luck, an ability even more powerful than mere fortune, almost invincible in some respects. Perhaps only those kissed by the goddess of fortune can receive this honor. Yuning quickly opened the wishing pool, tossing in the remaining 10 draws. The last dazzling golden light leaped out and hovered before her eyes. Congratulations, you have obtained the scroll of the creator. Draw what you desire, and the items within will become your weapons. Draw the name and any properties of the desired item on the scroll. A one-time use weapon will be generated. The more realistic the image, the more powerful the ability. The longer the scroll's cooldown time, the more carefully you plan its use. A faint golden halo appeared on Yunying's face. She thought for a moment, picked up the quill pen beside the scroll, and gently made the first stroke. Then came the second stroke, the third stroke. A spear endowed with absolute penetration, immunity to pollution, perfect hit, and ancient god's special attack gradually took shape in her hand. If the ink hadn't run out, Yuning might have been able to add even more effects. Within the sealed space, the fierce battle had ripped the ground apart, and the tentacles roaming within revealed their ferocious nature, tightly constricting the parasite. Having witnessed its opponent liquefy and escape once more, the enraged tentacles collectively erupted, clinging to the entire space, threatening to overturn it. The cunning parasite, however, floated into a crevice, then silently appeared behind the Demon King. A withered human hand swiftly emerged, its extended tentacles twisting as it plunged into the Demon King's neck. Cough! But it failed. Yuning continued to thrust the spear deeper, the tip embedded in the heart piercing through the entire body from the back, pinning the parasite to the spot. The Demon King turned his head. Yuning! I'm sorry, I didn't protect bread. It's alright. Yuning waved at the Demon King, handing him the spear. Now you can avenge the innocent bread who died. Once a concept is defined, no living being can change it. The parasite, pierced, roared angrily, struggling to break free, only to discover in horror that its power was draining away. The power bestowed upon it by the master was dissipating. No, this is an immortal body given by the gods. It can't be, it absolutely can't be. The turbid eyes looked up, and the young body he longed for gripped the spear, its brows filled with indifference, chilling to the bone. It said, it's time to pay for the sins. Having successfully dealt with the despicable creature that disrespected bread, the Demon King watched the increasingly rotting, grotesque body, pulling Yuning back slightly, letting the tentacles block the explicit scene. Experienced craftsmen deftly replaced the paving stones, cleaned the stains, and repaired the damaged buildings, quickly restoring the street to its original appearance. Current sanity, 55%. Yuning glanced at the Demon King. The Demon King sensed her gaze and looked at her, his eyes still clear, but now seemingly with a newfound clarity. His recovery is accelerating. Ah, is it over already? A slightly leisurely voice drifted over. The third sage yawned and strolled over, glancing at the parasitic corpses being cleaned up before calmly withdrawing his gaze, his face showing no surprise. Looks like the prophecy has largely come true. He took out his small notebook and carefully flipped through it. Let me see which scene we're on next. The third sage put away his notebook and straightened up. It's my turn. He casually unfurled a massive magic circle, and an invisible, illusory portal appeared before him. The temple's lair, shall we go, Ash Witch? Dim light flickered in the hall. Vader glanced at the sky outside, a strange sense of unease slowly rising within him. Why has it been so long without any movement? Could something have happened? No. He looked behind the curtain, and could vaguely see the figure seated high on the throne. The bishop was still leaning steadily against the back of his chair, showing no signs of panic. He should still be under control. Leaving aside the progress of the others' missions, this time the bishop himself was leading the charge at Crimson Cliff, and with the divine protection of the gods, how could anything go wrong? Even if something happened to him, the bishop wouldn't. They'd let out a long sigh, realizing he had been too tense. Perhaps it's because I didn't sleep well last night. He suppressed the inexplicable irritation rising within him, standing quietly below the platform, head bowed, awaiting the official end of the ceremony. A gust of wind swept by, and suddenly the light and shadow shifted before him. Another shadow appeared beside his elongated shadow. They'd turned around in surprise. My lord. His voice gradually softened. Who are you? Looking at the unfamiliar faces before him, the seasoned nobleman seemed to realize the problem, raising his voice to demand, how did you get in? The third sage opened a spatial rift beside him. We walked in. Yuning stepped out of the spatial rift, and Vade immediately raised his voice. It's you. The sound had barely rang out when the third sage struck him unconscious with a single blow, causing him to slump to the ground. Yuning glanced at him. He's still useful. The focus now wasn't on this human, but on the true temple bishop on the platform. The destruction of the parasite was a huge blow to the original body, but it was unknown how much longer this original body could fight. She summoned a breeze, lifting the curtain that obscured their view. Hiss. The third sage stroked the hair on his arm. He's already mutated to this extent. It's practically the same as being dead. The half-corrupted bishop murmured, his mouth opening and closing. Even with a powerful parasite, once it was gone, he was reduced to a slumped mass of flesh on his throne. Or worse. His mind was in turmoil, as he mumbled worshipful ravings, his hatred for power and immortality. In the moment, he turned to desire, left only an empty shell possessed by the tentacles of the ancient god. Let's finish him off. Yuning lit a flame. Consider it a good deed. The last wisp of ashes sank into the darkness, and the candlelight in the hall gradually brightened. Congratulations, you have completed the main quest Shadow Temple. The tentacles that had infiltrated the human temple have been cleared, and the latent shadow will gradually recede. There may be lingering pain during this process, but please believe that life has its miracles. Gain 3,000 points. You have killed the parasitic Grand Saint. You have killed the original Grand Saint. Gain 2,000 points. Current points, 5,400. A series of system announcements rang in her ears, and the entire page kept refreshing, pushing the newly appeared records upwards. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the special reward time-based skill enhancement. Yuning was about to click on the details to view the content when the system didn't stop. Using time skill enhancement. Congratulations, your fleeting moments of time and space has reached the beginner level. Yuning, still browsing the details of fleeting moments of time and space, was startled by the voice and quickly said, "Wait." Her hand stopped midair. She opened her eyes, closed them, then opened them again. The scene before her was still desolate. Yuning, such a familiar scene. What does it mean to be back to square one? The dilapidated stone house exuded a damp, musty smell. The old wooden frame swayed precariously. The flickering light cast long shadows. Yuning remained silent for a moment, then moved her feet, and waited 3 seconds. With a loud crash, the bookshelf collapsed, sending choking dust flying through the stone house. "Help! Help!" The little boy, struck by the falling wooden frame, weakly cried out. His little horn was stuck in the tangled mess of the wooden frame, unable to lift his head. Half his face was buried in the dirt, and he collapsed unconscious. Yuning, Yuning, wait! Skulk's juvenile form? Chapter 56. This scene is set 400 years ago. After achieving the corresponding accomplishments, you can return to the original timeline. Yuning withdrew her gaze from the system page. Time-related skills are inherently conceptual abilities. Even with the skill maxed out, 05, it only controls the forward and backward movement of beings in the current timeline. It cannot arbitrarily traverse time and space. Her black pupils reflected the detailed records listed by the system, the entire interface filled with categories. This situation seemed to be an effect of skill upgrades. She sighed and looked at the obediently sitting young demon king beside her. This wasn't the fake young form created by memory replays like before, it was a real, existing young demon king from the past. The tiny demon king, barely waist-high, sat not far from her, hiding himself in half-shadow, curled up into a small ball looking out. The shadows cast by his long eyelashes made his silver-gray eyes even more hazy. He opened his mouth and whispered, "Will you eat me?" Yuning, this question sounds somewhat familiar. For the sake of the child's mental health. She glanced at the little devil, his clothes tattered and torn. He had just been pinned under the bookshelf. His face and arms still bore obvious abrasions. Yuning said, "No." The little devil visibly relaxed, looking at her several times before confirming again, "Really?" Yuning nodded, "Really." She gathered a pile of dry branches, stacked them in a circle, added some flammable dry grass in the middle, and lit a fire. The bright flames flickered, slowly pushing away the cold, dampness, and gradually warming the entire stone house. As she bent down to tend the flames, she noticed the tiny boy was watching her. Every time she looked up, he immediately looked away, nonchalantly looking down at the cracks in the ground, as if nothing had happened. He was quite wary as a child. "Skark." Yuning called out the demon king's name and beckoned to him. "Want to come and warm yourself by the fire?" "Skark." The little demon king repeated the syllables, looking at her with some confusion. "What's that?" Yuning was taken aback. "It's a name." "What's a name?" Yuning explained. "It's a title, a symbol for every living being on the continent, representing existence." Existence. As if remembering something, the little demon king lowered his head, his hair drooping listlessly over his shoulders. Even his pointed demon horns looked extremely forlorn. He murmured, "I have no name. Am I not even here?" The leaping flames exploded on the dry branches, and a warm glow filled the room. He glanced over, but dared not step into the firelight, instead shrinking into a dark corner, the cold seeping in and making his body stiff. He curled his fingers, continuing to hide himself in the shadows, almost blending into the corner. A shadow suddenly fell. He looked up, and before his eyes could register it, he felt a hot, soft touch. A large, crimson wool scarf wrapped around him, leaving only his silver-gray eyes exposed, meeting the gaze of the crouching figure. He blinked. A gentle warmth seeped into his body through his skin, and the gradually warming blood flowed joyfully through him, restoring his frozen limbs to normal. Skark, Yuning touched her silver-white hair, the long, smooth strands winding down between her fingers. Her voice was slow, yet incredibly clear. That's your name. It doesn't belong to anyone else, it belongs only to you. She said, a unique name? My name? The little demon king clutched his red scarf, staring blankly at the person before him. The hand resting on his head was gentler than the wind, a warmth he had never felt here before. It seemed there was no malice. The little demon king tilted his head, his ears unconsciously turning red, and whispered, "Thank you, sir." Yuning, being called that is really a little strange. Taking advantage of a rare opportunity, she roughly ruffled the little demon king's hair. His silvery white hair bristled from static electricity, and the village chief watched as the little boy transformed from an elegant, delicate doll into a frizzy-haired puppy. She then stopped, clearing her throat, and said, "Just call me Yuning." The frizzy puppy remained obedient. "Yes, Lady Yuning." Suddenly, a creaking sound came from outside. The little demon king shuddered, grabbing her sleeve, somewhat anxiously. "They're here." Yuning caught the key phrase. "They? They're the things that will eat me," the little demon king stammered, gesturing. "Lady, we must leave quickly." Following the little demon king's gaze, she looked out through the shattered windowpane. An endless white forest instantly filled her vision, and in the distance, a strange creature disguised as a human beckoned, uttering simple syllables like "come here." As if staring for too long, the eerie figure turned its head 180 degrees, revealing a face already decaying. It limped over, pressed itself against the glass window, and continued to call out with a hoarse cry, as if it could trick the fragile and ignorant creature into walking into its trap. Yuning, She rarely seen anything more grotesque than a carrion eater. Compared to when she first arrived at Crimson Cliff, she was much more composed now. A magic circle instantly unfolded beneath her feet, swallowing the roaring monster whole and tossing it into the dimensional junkyard. The scene suddenly became much quieter. Pushing open the door, before the monsters, startled by the noise, could even turn around, a massive, layered magic circle extended outwards, flashing brightly, completely clearing her view. From beginning to end, it hadn't even made a sound. Hey, the witch, having dealt with all the danger, turned around, as calmly as if discussing where to have tea that afternoon. Seeing the completely stunned little demon king, she casually smiled and said, "It's indeed time to leave." "Let's go, Skark," she said. "Build a house of your own?" Having magic had one advantage, Yuning thought. At least, she wouldn't have to move bricks by hand. A cheerful wind whistled through the air, brushing intimately against her ears. It propped up collapsed buildings, sifted through every tiny crevice, and swept away debris, meticulously clearing the designated area. Flames rose, burning away the overgrown weeds and carving out a flat clearing in the heart of the forest. Many monsters that had been lurking and waiting to ambush her were eliminated. Yuning watched her points steadily climb and nodded in satisfaction. "Congratulations, you have gained 2,600 points. Current points, 8,000. She stood at the edge, looking around. The Demon King was diligently moving bricks, but due to exhaustion, his face was flushed red as he barely managed to build half a wall. He sat down to rest, somewhat discouraged. She didn't know what the system meant by achievement. Yuning finished installing the last doors and windows, and the first neat room was successfully built. However, recalling her previous memories, she realized she had been raising a bunch of little kids. She wondered when the others would meet them. She stretched her shoulders, opened her spatial ring, took out a kettle and a cup, lit a fire, and boiled herself a cup of warm water. Luckily, she always replenished her spatial resources in time, so she could now easily switch from hard mode to easy mode. Yuning picked up the cup and took a sip. She hadn't drunk any. Looking down, she saw the water at the bottom of the cup rapidly decreasing. Not only that, but the water in the kettle was also disappearing until it was completely dry, replaced by a clear, round water droplet in midair. The droplet stretched out its body, revealing a round head and misty limbs, bubbling a few times, then opening its mouth wide and shouting, "Mama." Yuning, Why is it calling someone its mother? Ding dong. You have encountered a dried-up elemental life form. Amidst the changing landscape, the gradually withering water spirit awakens anew on its deathbed. As for the parenting manual, perhaps simply soaking it in a fish tank would be more effective. Yuning, actually, it's a fish-keeping manual, isn't it? Watching the water spirit gradually dry out due to evaporation, the village chief sighed, immediately creating a space and pouring in several buckets of water to fill it. She picked up the dazed elemental life form, which was confusedly trying to identify its mother, and placed it inside. The water spirit, which had been frowning due to its depletion, immediately relaxed its brow, closed its eyes, and completely merged itself into the water. Only the occasional bubbles it exhaled indicated its presence. Your water sprite is under repair, 2%. Looks like it's working. Besides exploring the surroundings with the Demon King and occasionally changing the water in the aquarium, Yuning spent all her remaining time building the house, the fence, and the interior decoration. As the last brick fell, the initial outline of Crimson Cliff gradually took shape. Although it only had a rough outer fence and the only decent house, it was a huge improvement over before. The little Demon King didn't talk much, but his eyes had been bright lately, so it was easy to tell he was in a good mood. Yuning poured a cup of yogurt and pushed it over. Try it. The Demon King took it. Thank you. A head popped out of the aquarium. The water sprite poked its head out, curiously looking at the scene before it. After Yuning let it sniff it, a little milk got on its nose, and it quickly dived back into the water, as if startled. After the ripple subsided, it continued to lie in the water, curiously observing the outside world, seemingly still wanting more of the yogurt. Yuning traced a line on the spatial water tank, and wherever her finger pointed, the water sprite followed. Yuning, it's like having a personal pet. Water sprite repair progress, 99%. Ding dong. Water sprite repair progress, 100%. Congratulations, you have achieved the achievement Destined Cycle I. Plucking the threads of fate at the starting point will allow you to feel the tremors leading to the future. You have successfully completed the cycle. Reward points gained, 2,000. Current points, 10,000. Achievement point lighted up, returning to the original timeline. Yuning stopped what she was doing and looked at the little Demon King sitting beside her. I have to go. The little Demon King froze, and after a long while, a low voice came through, filled with suppressed sobs. Will I ever see you again, master? Leaving sometimes foreshadows the ending. Has he been abandoned again? Just like those who once saw him as an omen of misfortune, throwing him into the forest and sending him back into darkness. Although the firelight beside him warmed his skin, why did he still feel cold, like being buried underground? A chill that seeped into his bones, impossible to escape. It will. A touch more noticeable than any warmth rested on his head, gently smoothing his hair. She said, although I'm not sure of the time, I'm absolutely certain. It definitely will. So, Skulk, take care of yourself. She tied a warm red scarf around his waist, then tucked a cluster of blooming golden sunflowers into his arms, saying, Goodbye means we will meet again. A gentle breeze blew by, and everything before him was empty. The little devil sat quietly, hugging the soft scarf tightly. Goodbye. It was just waiting. The bright sunflowers swayed in the wind, adding a touch of color to his calm, cold features. He could do it. Chapter 57. Congratulations on completing the branch opening mission. Under your leadership, the branch construction is progressing smoothly, the business empire continues to expand, and becoming a well-known shop within the kingdom is just around the corner. Reward points, 2,600. Current points, 12600. After the bishop's disappearance, the entire temple fell apart. Igor took a leave of absence to return to the temple to handle the aftermath, gradually stabilizing the chaotic situation as a high-ranking enforcer. Meanwhile, the Vader forces, reliant on the temple, collapsed. The exposed evidence of their crimes, such as trafficking civilians and illegally maintaining an army, was all handed over to the Rhine Kingdom's royal guard by the Carter family. In short, there will be some peace and quiet for a while. Yuning pushed open the door, and the sunlight streaming and cast a thin layer on her face. The chill dissipated, and spring was in full bloom. Here, yes, this is it. The apothecary directed the students of the Mage Tower to help him expand and build the shed. The glow of levitation and rock-building magic flickered throughout the town. With the final layer of blackout cloth, the sprawling new greenhouse was officially completed. The students successfully obtained the plants they wanted, and the apothecary gained a spacious planting area. Both sides were satisfied. A perfect collaboration. Yuning glanced at the greenery gradually spreading outwards. Even the withered ash forest was now adorned with vibrant colors, gradually integrating into the town's layout. Because of the mobile in service, many unfamiliar faces appeared in the town. Besides the students who had specifically set up camp here, there were also some unfortunate souls who had gotten lost in ruins, traps, unknown caves, or even been kidnapped and taken to a dark room. However, this group of travelers was highly mobile. Most people would rest briefly, pay their rent, express their gratitude, and then voluntarily leave, heading towards the outside world along the path built by the trading caravans. Of course, some stayed behind. Yuning looked at the noisy crowd. Besides the students of the Mage Tower, a new force had emerged among the travelers. They're from the Adventurers Guild. The snake man in charge of registration flipped through his notebook. Those guys always like to explore some incredibly strange places, then get trapped inside due to powerful restrictions, but they call it a sacred adventure. Abyss glanced at the boisterous bald man in front of him and continued, according to this guest's own description, he was exploring ruins, fell off a cliff, miraculously survived, broke through the seal, and obtained a legendary scroll. Yuning, what a protagonist template. But the magic scroll had a restriction on it, preventing him from leaving until he fully mastered it. The scroll was too difficult, and his talent was limited. He almost starved to death in the ruins. He was so hungry he felt dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in the town through a mobile inn. Ah, the plot of this light novel takes a sharp turn for the worse. The snake man, having learned bookkeeping and gradually mastered it through daily practice, opened his ledger, which was filled with densely packed traveler records. Besides those who miraculously survive falling off cliffs, there are those being hunted by their entire families, those being hunted by political enemies, and even those currently hunting others. Yuning, it's complete chaos. These brutes from the Adventurers Guild are a mixed bag. Their appearance instantly threw the town into chaos. Recalling some past events, he irritably slapped his tail, the hard scales striking the ground with a metallic clang. It's something I really don't want to recall, the snake man said. However, after my patient persuasion, they have successfully realized their mistakes and decided to humbly accept and learn the town's rules and regulations. Yuning glanced at the snake man's tail, which was comparable to an enchanted weapon. The persuasion clearly employed a reasoning-based approach, and it achieved good results. Although the process was somewhat rough, fortunately, the outcome was satisfactory. The highly competitive and brawling adventurers successfully controlled their emotions and tried their best to be good citizens in the town. Only one side of their face was a little swollen. Yuning, what do you mean by violent enforcement from a clerk? The group of adventurers in front were still chattering away when the snake man raised its tail and tapped the ground. The group immediately froze, like mice seeing a cat, then scattered. The snake man said with satisfaction, you see, the effect is remarkable. Yuning coughed lightly, yes. It seems no one wanted to get hit on the head a second time. Having successfully concluded her inspection, she persuaded Abyss not to use violence unless absolutely necessary, earning a positive response and a departing figure filled with interest. Yuning, he must have taken it to heart. Hopefully, her understanding of unnecessary and his understanding of unnecessary are the same. Never mind. The village chief rubbed her hungry stomach. She had taken a walk outside this morning and hadn't eaten yet, so now she was a little hungry. She turned a corner, preparing to go into the restaurant for breakfast. She had only taken a few steps when she heard a sound. Ding dong. You're in as a guest. The wind chimes on the eaves tinkled, the half-closed door was pushed open, footsteps landed, and after a moment of stillness, a handsome nobleman stepped in, curiously observing everything before him. He bore no signs of distress, nor was he dressed as a member of the Mage Tower. His elegant black tuxedo made him appear as if he had just entered a grand royal ball, sipping wine from a golden goblet, rather than arriving in a rustic town, his clothes damp with dew and stained with mud. However, the young nobleman seemed oblivious. He explained with interest, truly amazing magic. His gaze shifted from the natural scenery, searching for a moment before finally settling on the witch standing quietly not far away. His handsome eyes immediately lit up with a smile. Good day, beautiful witch. Like all gentlemen taught to observe etiquette, he bowed slightly, a light kiss landing on the lady's hand, like a butterfly fluttering away, intimate, yet not offensive. Yuning nodded, good day, guest. His eyes were gentle yet lively. He looked around the scenery again, then exclaimed with slight amazement, so what they said was true. As long as you hold on to hope, you can come to a magical place comparable to a dream. Oh, right. The young man took off a delicate little gift box he had prepared beforehand. Inside was a jade-green gemstone, beautifully cut into a cabochon by a skilled blacksmith, each facet shimmering with a magnificent luster. Nice to meet you. This is a gift for you. He bowed. Percy of the Kingdom of Rhine greets you. The system provided a timely notification. You have encountered a prince who has traveled from afar. A member of the royal family who unexpectedly arrived in the town possesses a rather fiery enthusiasm and may be a good helper. However, before that, Learning how to connect on a deeper level is a profound art. He smiled, his eyebrows curving upwards, his expression bright and cheerful. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Yuning. Thank you as well to the gentlemen of the Mage Tower for their generosity. Yuning glanced at the passing mages. These guys, keenly aware of her gaze, quickly lowered their hats, heads bowed, and hurried away, disappearing from the scene almost instantly. Yuning, it seems the Mage Tower's public relations are quite effective. I wonder what kind of rumors these research fanatics have spread about Crimson Cliff. She looked at the large, dazzling gem. We welcome all friendly guests, but gifts are unnecessary. Yes. Before she could finish speaking, another hand reached out from the side, and instantly closed the lid of the gift box containing the gem. Under the boy's astonished gaze, the Demon King conveniently stepped in, separating the witch behind him from the noble youth before him. He looked at the person before him with a hint of hostility, took out a rock-hard loaf of bread he had baked, and handed it over. I don't need a gift from you, guest. This is for you. While giving bread as a greeting gift is understandable, his expression clearly conveyed a sense of urgency, as if he wanted the other person to take the bread and leave quickly. As for the bread, it was so hard it could be used as building material, its surface as if carved by a knife and axe. Perhaps it could be used directly to replace bricks in building a house without any living being noticing. Yuning took a half-step back. It even had some unknown, strange ingredient added to it, looking both black and green, as if it had been subjected to a rotting spell or a swamp spell. Yuning, TSK, is it really not murder? Achoo! The boy, smelling the pungent odor, sneezed, looking somewhat drowsy. Is it a local specialty? The boy's face flushed slightly from the choking, but he still praised, that's certainly unique. Yuning, She looked up at the Demon King. Noticing her gaze, the Demon King leaned closer, quickly handing her a box of freshly made whipped cream cakes, slightly turning his head away. This is Yunying's. He thought for a moment, then pulled out a damp, hot towel from somewhere and handed it to her, his expression serious. Wipe yourself off. The Demon King lied through his teeth. I just saw something dirty fall down. Yuning, How did this guy learn to insult people indirectly? A smile appeared on the boy's face. He glanced at the Demon King, then at Yuning, his eyes showing no anger at being slighted, but rather understanding and teasing. I think you misunderstood. His bright eyes sparkled with laughter. Percy, the first princess of the Rhine Kingdom, greets everyone. It was her, not him. The girl shrugged. Sometimes seeing everyone's surprised expressions is quite amusing. Yes, the Carter family has already mentioned that you and your companions played a crucial role in eliminating Duke Wade's power, encroaching on the kingdom's interests, and feared by the royal family due to their powerful methods and force. They had always failed to strike at the heart of the problem. Now, this cancerous growth had been directly removed, the boulder weighing on the royal family had disappeared, and even breathing felt lighter. Percy placed the priceless emerald on the table and pushed it forward. So please don't refuse. This is the Rhine royal family's gratitude, and also an honor for our partner. Wear it, and all royal access will be granted to you. Furthermore, the Crimson Cliff shops possess immense power. We have unanimously decided to sincerely invite you to expand your business into neighboring countries, becoming a solid bridge connecting the two nations. Yuning tapped the table. This was an attempt to win them over. However, don't worry about profit sharing. All finances of the shops will proceed as usual, and we will also provide you with construction assistance. You only need to occasionally receive members of kingdoms that come from afar to help. What the Rhine Kingdom's people do there is another matter. Yuning stopped what she was doing. Since they weren't after money, it was influence they wanted. However, for Crimson Cliff, having the support of an entire nation would make expanding into new businesses much more efficient. After a long silence, she said, I agree. But this matter requires some preparation time. I will prepare a detailed table to discuss the specifics with you later. That's great. Receiving a positive reply, the girl breathed a sigh of relief, the weight slowly settling on her shoulders. She continued, however, besides this cooperation, there's something else I urgently need your help with. Her expression gradually turned serious. Do you know about the Abyss? The Abyss? Yuning glanced at the snake man diligently recording customer information. This one seems to be related to the Abyss. The girl solemnly said, legend has it that this place is inhabited by various monsters, with rivers of blood. Even a tiny bit of blood from a normal person will poison them and cause them to lose consciousness. Recently, this inexplicable drowsiness has suddenly appeared and is spreading throughout the Rhine Kingdom. She continued, I asked the people at the Mage Tower, and they said it's probably related to something unspeakable. Perhaps only you can solve it. Ding! You have encountered the sleepless dream. An inexplicable slumber has occurred within the Rhine kingdom, and the abyssal power dissipating in the air seems to point to something. Strangely, the underlying anomaly feels quite familiar. Rescue the sleeping crowd, 0%. Reward points, 2,400. Punishment points, 24,000. Yuning, Punishment points haven't appeared in a long time, and when they do, it's a huge amount. Even emptying my savings wouldn't be enough to cover such a fine. Now, even if I can't solve it, I must find a way. Chapter 58. Your unknown scales are cooling down. Yuning withdrew her gaze. The scales were not functioning properly. The method of directly drawing luck to take a shortcut had failed. She closed the wishing pool again, shut down the system page, and flipped through the golden card. Unknown card. One card pass, everywhere accessible. This is a teleportation card, capable of crossing barriers and reaching all insurmountable places. Next stop, empty. Last time, she used the pass to reach heaven. After returning, the golden writing on it gradually disappeared without a trace, and the line saying next stop became blank. Directly crossing barriers to reach the destination, the effect after use is very good, but the conditions for use are still unclear. Knock knock knock. A rapid knocking sounded at the door. Yuning glanced outside. Who else would come to the city hall at this time? She remembered that the Demon King's new bread KPI for today seemed to have been completed. After a brief pause, Yuning said, "Please come in." The moment she finished speaking, a massive shadow burst in. Giant, intertwined tentacles were locked in a tight knot, and even more companions kept surging forward, huddling together. The giant ball slammed against the threshold, forcing its way in, bouncing against the wall a few times from the force of the impact. Yuning, She ground her teeth, forcing the words out from her throat. "I hope you really have urgent business. Otherwise, today her door in the wall would die with their eyes wide open, and tomorrow these guys would be serving an unusually long labor sentence." My lady. Not only the tentacles, but also the snake men who had been relentlessly pursuing them, stepped into the city hall. The snake man who arrived later was panting heavily, seemingly having been running for a long time. Even his usually unchanging pale face had turned somewhat dark. He glanced at the chaotic scene inside and gasped. He stated succinctly, "Sir, these tentacles suddenly went berserk, grabbing any passing guests and rolling them all the way here." The once docile tentacles were now writhing erratically, clinging like drunkards to all sorts of places, walls, cabinets, ceilings. The very center was completely covered, and through their writhing, one could vaguely make out the figures inside. Yuning kicked a tentacle that had twisted to her feet. It seized the opportunity, coiling itself around her ankle, then, after being forcefully shaken off, shamelessly continued to coil. Something was wrong. These creatures, while usually affectionate, weren't this clingy and dazed. Yuning stirred the air, loosening the twisted, braided tentacles by shaking them up and down, then unraveling them layer by layer. The snake man stepped forward, tearing open the massive mass of tentacles to reveal a familiar face, now unconscious, the bald adventurer she'd seen that morning. His mouth and nose were finally clear. The adventurer instinctively took a few deep breaths, his hazy eyes barely opening a crack before quickly closing again, plunging him back into unconsciousness. His eyes were dark, his pupils darting around rapidly, seemingly still trapped in a nightmare. Creak! It was the sound of the door being pushed open. The city hall was quite lively tonight. Yuning looked in the direction of the sound. The door was pushed open, and the Demon King, standing in the doorway, looked at the scene before him, seemingly still in shock. "I just saw them suddenly leave." He stopped mid-sentence, sniffing the air carefully. His attention was immediately drawn to the adventurer before him, and he murmured, "It smells so good." After a moment of stunned silence, the Demon King, whose condition had already improved, snapped back to reality and assured Yuning, "I really don't like it." Gulp. He swallowed hard. Although he managed to suppress his instincts, his gaze couldn't help but dart over, only to be quickly averted with sheer willpower. Yuning, seems normal enough. Since the tentacles weren't enraged by the Demon King, the problem clearly lay with this adventurer. The Snake Man, having just pulled the unfortunate adventurer from the pile of tentacles, assessed, he's unconscious. Perhaps it was from shock, or perhaps he hadn't reacted due to prolonged oxygen deprivation while bound, but his breathing was now steady, and he didn't seem to be in any serious trouble. Not unconscious. He suddenly stopped, his brow furrowing. He's asleep. Yuning looked up. From another perspective, the adventurer was enveloped in a faint red glow, so subtle it could be easily overlooked, as if a wave of the hand could dispel it. Yet, No matter what she did, this faint red layer remained firmly on his skin, gradually seeping deeper into his body. She crouched down to examine him. He's definitely asleep. All the physiological signs indicated that the adventurer before her was simply asleep. As for why, he couldn't be woken up no matter what. Combined with Perce's account, this ailment seemed to originate from the abyss, and had recently begun to emerge, gradually spreading throughout the continent. She murmured to herself, I need to find a way to go to the abyss. The snake man paused, startled. The abyss? Yes. Yuning held the blank card. Based on her previous experience, it must have been a being connected to the destination that triggered some condition, causing the corresponding golden location to appear. She asked, do you want to go back and see it, abyss? Go back. The flowing blood-red river, countless skeletons buried deep in its depths, the twisted and restless spirits, though born from the abyss, it wasn't a homeland or a place of belonging in the usual sense. For him, perhaps it was more like a cage. Having finally broken free of its binding cage, no being would want to go back for even a second glance. Abyss shook his head. My lady, it's not a place worth lingering in. The golden light that had been swirling after next stop on the card quietly dissipated, returning to a flat, ordinary blank page. Failure. Yuning sighed softly. All right. It seemed she would have to find another way. However, an unexpected voice came from behind. The snake man's eyes were clear, and he looked at her sincerely, saying, if you wish to see it, my lady, I am willing to accompany you. The black card detached from her palm, hovering in midair. A golden glow gradually outlined the details, and new words slowly appeared in the blank spaces. Next stop, the abyss. The key was expectation. Yuning understood. The angel longed to return to heaven, so the card became a heavenly pass. The snake man longed to fulfill her wish, so the card became an abyss pass. She smiled. Thank you, abyss. You're welcome, my lady. The serpent man said, you created the newborn abyss. Wherever I am, I will guard your side. My son? Stepping out of the transparent, water-rippled gate, the temperature plummeted, not in a physically cold sense, but in a more idealistic way. Yuning touched her arm. It felt as if her soul had been frozen. A cloak draped over her shoulders from behind. Yuning turned to the Demon King, thank you. It's nothing. The Demon King's steps were light, showing no shock or fear of the abyss's interior. On the contrary, he seemed to be in a good mood. Yuning, indeed, when it comes to having a carefree attitude, this guy is the best. The snake man led the way. My lord, this way. As he walked, he said, the power of the abyss suppresses mental energy. Spellcasters usually use mental energy to manipulate magic. Here, you must avoid using magic as much as possible. Back in familiar surroundings, Abyss seemed somewhat melancholic, but he quickly composed himself and cautioned, unrestrained use of magic, no matter how powerful a spellcaster is in the mortal realm, will only lead to a faster and more complete depletion in the abyss. Until the last trace of magic is drained from the body, the corpse is devoured by abyssal creatures, or simply rolls into the river of death, becoming one of countless struggling skeletons. Yuning, who was about to use the wind to increase their speed, stopped and asked, if we don't use magic, how will you protect yourselves here? The abyss didn't seem to be a peaceful place without struggle. A jet-black river, tinged with red, flows from afar and then rushes to another distant direction, occasionally extending a jet-black hand bone, only to be bitten off by a colossal creature at the bottom of the water. Abyss explained, oh, that's a specialty of the river of death, a small fish that feeds on corpses and prefers cold, damp places. Yuning, why does this feel like a touristy introduction to local customs and specialties? It's hard to stay calm when a horror-themed scenario suddenly turns into a travel guide. Wait, a small fish? She looked at the strangely shaped giant fish. Its mouth was open, and the sharp spikes on its teeth were half her height. Abyss said, as for protecting yourself. He squatted by the riverbank and waved his hand in the water. The rippling reflection instantly attracted the giant fish's attention. It swam its massive body, hiding in the murky water, waiting for its chance. At a certain moment, it leaped out of the water, its huge mouth wide open, and fiercely pounced. The instant the giant fish's form overlapped with the snake man's, Abyss raised its black-scaled tail and lashed out, whipping the ferocious fish back into the water. The flattened fish skipped across the surface a dozen times before twitching and sinking. The snake man calmly wiped the water from his scales with a cotton cloth, demonstrating a simple and easy-to-understand principle through his actions. He said, hand-to-hand combat? What a simple and unadorned method. When magic couldn't be used, it was pure physical confrontation. Yuning looked into the pitch-black abyss. She could roughly imagine what kind of specialties this place produced. Monstrous creatures with bulging muscles, revealing their primal forms when fighting, punching, biting, pulling hair, gnawing toes. Yuning, The mysterious and sinister image had completely collapsed. After reassessing their perception of the abyss and calming down, the group arrived at their destination. A towering cliff blocked their path, and jet-black water gushed from several openings above, forming tributaries of varying widths. It seeped into the land, flowing downwards, gradually accumulating into pools, lakes, and finally, a raging river. The cascading water crashed against the surface, creating a deafening roar like a waterfall. Compared to the other sections of the river they passed, the water here seemed purer, devoid of any impurities, maintaining its serene blackness. The origin of the river of death, and also its end, controlling the cycle of everything, the abyss said. If something goes wrong with the abyss, then something will surely happen to it. Splash. Another fish leaped ashore, its mouth agape as it lunged. The abyss skillfully dodged, whipping it back with its tail. The strange fish, flung back into the water, squealed twice in ecstasy, seemingly reveling in the pleasure of being whipped. They're pufferfish, not very aggressive, just sometimes a bit too enthusiastic. As he spoke, he whipped over a few more ugly fish, tossing them all back into the water, where they sank with a thud. The village chief watched as the fish, each uglier than the last, happily sank into the water after being whipped, blowing strings of bubbles. Yuning, There aren't many creatures in the abyss, so they all just grow however they want. Even their quirks can easily cause a stir. Clearing her mind, Yuning shifted her gaze to the waterfall, directly opening her sanity interface to observe it carefully. If, as the abyss said, this is the source of the entire river of death, then since she saw the red light on the way, it should be even more obvious here. Yuning frowned slightly. Nothing unusual. Even during the next few rounds of screening, she ruined several magical brooms, flying high into the air to expand her observation range, but still found nothing. The jet-black waterfall cascaded down from the sky, falling into the water without a trace of any other color, far cleaner than the sections of river downstream. But the pollution of the abyss was undeniably real. She reached out and touched the surface of the waterfall. If this cleanliness wasn't naturally occurring then, Yun Ying's eyes suddenly flickered. The water droplets splashing down didn't touch her hand. Instead, they curved around her palm before falling into the river below. Something was definitely amiss. Yuning abruptly moved forward, and the entire waterfall seemed startled, hastily retreating to the side, the water stratifying, leaving only a clear, human-shaped area in the middle. The Demon King exclaimed in surprise, "This is..." The Snake Man's eyes widened as well. "I never seen anything like it before. The river of death actually avoids people? This raging, domineering river has buried countless lives that strayed in, and given birth to many beings who can only exist here forever, or rather, its servants, using their numbers to mask their own death. It endures forever, it is eternally sublime. It forever weighs down on all living beings in the abyss, becoming an inseparable shackle in their bloodlines. This silent and terrifying river actually avoids people. Or perhaps, fear would be a more accurate description. When the enemy retreats, we advance. Although the reason is unknown, since this river fears being touched, the best solution has emerged." Yuning directly pursued the waterfall, her hands moving rapidly along the source wall, even using a large number of her stored magical brooms, activating them all to their highest speed before they became unusable, pushing her speed to its limit. The witch, a blur of motion, soared through the air, causing waterfalls to flee in terror. After a long tug of war, she finally seized an opportunity, striking the unprepared waterfall with her palm. "Stop!" A clear, unfamiliar voice rang out in the air. Yuning stopped at the last moment, and the tense waterfall slipped away from her grasp, leaving a wide gap around her. Watching the waterfall recede into the distance, Yuning calmly said, "Want to play a second chase?" The sound of crashing waves rose, seemingly conflicted, but seeing the pile of magical brooms on the ground, it seemed to understand that such cleverness wouldn't yield good results. It was silent for a moment, then said, "I understand." Yuning returned to the ground, and put all the broken magical brooms back into her spatial ring. Thanks to the tireless, sleepless magic textile factory, she has now successfully become a broom tycoon. The waterfall resumed its normal flow, the dark water cascading down, creating a giant wave at its base. The spray didn't splash haphazardly, instead, it formed a whirlpool, and at its center, a figure seemed to appear. A concerned voice came from it, and the water spirit looked over from afar. "The water of the river of death is bad for your skin. Too much contact will cause spots. It's best to avoid contact as much as possible." Its water-like eyes looked calm and gentle, and it sighed softly. I really can't avoid you. Mommy. Yuning, do all you water types like to randomly claim mothers? She suddenly paused. Your water spirit is being polluted, 61%. Your water spirit is being polluted, 60%. Seemingly uncomfortable, it carelessly splashed water, knocking over a group of strange fish before settling down again. The progress bar jumped, returning to its previous value. Your water sprite is being polluted, 61%. It's this. Yuning glanced at the now surging black river, then thought of the water sprite, smaller than a goldfish in the aquarium. Long time no see, it's grown so much. She slowly spoke, long time no see. The water sprite smiled, long time no see. Perhaps it was only recently for her, but for the water sprite, it was a very, very long time ago, so long that it could only survive in this place by repeatedly recalling it. Even so, it was completely worth it. The water sprite recalled, I achieved my dream, grown into a waterfall. It suddenly felt a little downcast. Am I a little ugly? It's because my whole body is covered in dirty black, and those awful specks of color try to get in, that's why I'm ugly. It tried to hide its body somewhat embarrassedly, but because of its enormous size, its attempt to hide was particularly clumsy. I just don't want to see Mom with this body, that's why I'm trying so hard to hide from you. The water sprite said softly, I didn't mean to. A personal pet. A giant personal pet looking at you with its big, watery eyes. Perhaps out of concern, no pet owner could remain unmoved. Yuning said, alright, I didn't mean to blame you. But now there's something important I need your help with. I need to know the source of the pollution on your body, and the specks of color you just mentioned. We came here to deal with the pollution that appeared in the abyss, and now we have another target, she said. If possible, would you be willing to leave this place with us? The crystal clear water sprite had been one with the river of death for centuries, and whether willingly or not, it was time for its release. Mommy. The water sprite sniffed, I knew you'd come to save me. The Demon King stepped forward, staring at the somewhat familiar figure, seemingly recalling some hazy memories. He blocked the witch's view, looking at the water sprite and correcting her, it's us. You too? It seemed to only then notice the other two creatures besides the witch, saying, I know. The water sprite, who had just been crying, changed its tune, crossing its arms and seemingly rolling its eyes. Thanks, you soft little snake, and that annoying horn person. Demon King, Sorry. It suddenly snapped back to reality, lowered its arms, and said in a soft voice, sometimes I can't control myself, this river is just too dirty. Yuning, Has it become the Zon River, polluted to the point of being a foul-mouthed swearer? It's hard to imagine what kind of monstrous power the river of death, before it merges with the rest of the river, truly is. Splash. A ripple suddenly appeared on the river's surface. The water spirit's expression changed, immediately turning serious. That thing is struggling again. Although I'm trying my best to resist the pollution, its spread is too fast. Even if I cut it into pieces and swallow it all, there are always some that escape and multiply in other sections of the river. It glanced at the source. So far, the only relatively clean area is this place where I'm stationed. The circulating river water is blocked and purified, then released back into the river. While this can curb the spread of pollution, one day it will be exhausted. Yun Ying's eyes flickered slightly. It's all right. Just tell us where he is. Professional tasks should be left to professionals. Beneath the tranquil river, countless bones piled up like mountains. Amidst the stark white jungle, a nimble, undulating tentacle stood out starkly. It roamed freely, its shattered body regenerating after rest and recuperation, even becoming stronger. The tentacle probed, sensing the gradually calming pulse of the river. Perhaps it wasn't that it had become stronger, but rather that it had become weaker. Sharp teeth clenched. Once the ignorant water spirit was completely exhausted, it could officially take over the entire abyss, transforming this river of death into the true river of death for the entire world. Enjoying the countless prostrate, kneeling believers of the future, it smugly scurried about for a while, then continued to swim among the bones, trying to choose its next lucky prey. Suddenly, the ripples on the water caught its attention. A long, powerful serpent's tail, its jet-black scales blending seamlessly with the river, was a perfect match for its appetite. Its teeth gaped open, revealing a chaotic, ethereal interior. It moved silently, as in any previous crushing hunt, closing in close enough to deliver a fatal blow. Blood would spurt out, nourishing the next tentacle, forming a magnificent and sacred process of reproduction. Splash. The tentacle, its mouth agape, was slammed out of the water by the ferocious serpent's tail, then expertly caught in a net, pinned to the ground like a fish being slaughtered, and struck down, instantly inflicting a dizzying sensation it had never experienced before. What's going on? What on earth is going on? Why aren't these ant-like creatures frantically calling his name and offering their bodies to him? He tried to create pollution, but all he got in return was a tighter net and a more powerful club. TSK. This head's a bit hard, the female voice shouted. Skark, you're hooked, no need to dodge, just hand me the harpoon. Yes, don't swallow, just aim where I'm pointing. It's okay, if you miss, just try again. The force is okay, but the position is slightly off, a little more to the right. After staring for a long time, she finally said with satisfaction, very good, you did a great job. Tentacle, who's great? That idiot who couldn't even poke a hole in it accurately? Tentacle, The writhing tentacle emitted a sharp, piercing scream. It should have died instantly, but it endured dozens more blows, struggling on the verge of death, before gradually fading away amidst the specially designed harpoons, leaving not a trace of life left. It hadn't even seen who had stabbed it before its eyes closed forever. In its last moments of consciousness, it abruptly sensed the approaching presence of the sovereign, and a suddenly rising female voice. Hey, you can't eat sashimi. The sovereign's presence. The tentacle uttered a question it would never answer in its lifetime. How could the omnipotent sovereign be eaten? Thinking about it this way, perhaps its death wasn't entirely unjust. Having successfully snatched the tentacle fragment from the demon king, Yuning waved her hand, and a torrent of black water descended from the sky, tossing the already dead tentacle into a pile of even more dead tentacles. The water cascaded down, washing over the ground and drawing back the remaining liquid. Soon, the crime scene was spotless. The disposable harpoon beside them was useless after use, but cleverly, this ordinary harpoon, with its purifying ability, wasn't as powerful as a complex enchanted weapon, yet its cooldown was short, allowing for repeated use. You are using the scroll of the creator. The harpoon, already drawn, slowly took shape in the air. Yuning glanced at the rapidly thinning red, pointed to a spot, and patted Abyss on the shoulder. Go over there this time. The serpent's tail dipped down again, waiting for its prey to bite. In summary, the fisherman returned with a full catch. Following the guidance of the sanity interface, the fishing team skillfully and smoothly cast bait, scooped up the fish, and killed it. The harpoon fell, and as the last trace of red dissipated with the disappearance of the tentacles, Yuning straightened up, rubbed her shoulders, and looked at the entire river. Pitch black as ink, without a single blemish, the river regained its original tranquility, and the jubilant waterfall cascaded down, devoid of any of its somber hues. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the sleepless dream. Congratulations on achieving the collective achievement specialization in one's profession. The key to solving a problem lies in solving the person who created it. You have successfully eliminated the manipulator hidden behind the abyss, rescued the people trapped in a nightmare from which they could not awaken, and established a formidable reputation within a specific group. Reward points gained, 2,400. Congratulations on obtaining the title Tentacle Buster. When wearing this title, you have a special attack effect against creatures possessing indescribable ancient god traits, increasing speed, stamina, magic power, and critical hit rate by 10%. Current points, 15,000. A black card floated in midair, and the return ticket was already displayed. Next stop, Crimson Cliff. It's been so long since I felt such a peaceful world, the water sprite exclaimed happily, swirling freely on the river surface. No more bad guys pulling my feet from below. Yuning. So those tentacles did that kind of thing. Indeed, any creature that enters the abyss becomes strange. The rushing river gradually subsided. The water sprite stood on the surface, washing away all the water droplets from the bank, leaving them enough space to dry off. It whispered, the river of death is bad for the living, so it's best not to get close. Is it time to say goodbye? It shook off the water droplets. Even though I've seen it many times before, I still can't accept it calmly. That's right. It rummaged around inside its body, and gradually, a single transparent droplet of pure water appeared in the dark river, containing a blooming golden sunflower. It's something you left behind. I kept it carefully ever since Skark disappeared, the water sprite said happily, holding up the pure droplet of water. Look, it's still alive. Its voice softened. Although it's still alive, it's completely integrated with this place, so it can't go home with you. Please forgive it. Sure, Yuning said. But would it mind going out a few times a week, at least 7 times? Water sprite, Ding dong. Congratulations, current ruler of Crimson Cliff, future immortal legend. Ash Witch. Manipulating elemental magic is already exceptionally skillful for you. After wind and fire, you have successfully mastered the third elemental power. Perhaps now, you can try to unleash a giant wave. Congratulations, you have obtained Whispers of Water. You now have a summonable creature, Water Sprite River of Death. You will prioritize guiding Water Sprite River of Death for awakening and magical attacks. Note, this operation is mandatory. All interpretation rights belong to the system. Yuning flipped through the system terms and praised inwardly. Finally, it's starting to look like something. For the first time, the system, like a steamed bun filling, raised its head high, its chest puffed out, even its electronic voice radiating undisguised pride. Strictly adhering to rules and regulations is the duty of every system. Yuning smiled, thanks. She looked up at the stunned water sprite, her eyes warm. As long as you respond to my call, we can meet again. Let's go! The village chief leading the group waved, time to go home and harvest the sunflowers. The water curtain dissipated, and Yuning landed on the town's bluestone bricks, the sunlight still lingering on the horizon. She activated her newly acquired elemental magic, and a tiny, ink-like figure floating in the air immediately appeared, drifting and watching intently at everything before it. Golden sunlight bathed the town, coating the blue-tiled roofs with a warm gold. In the distance, golden flower heads drooped, their heavy fruits a ripe brown. Several students followed the apothecary, harvesting the flowers, then greedily taking a few flower heads to snack on during their all-night experiments. What a beautiful place! What gorgeous colors! The water sprite's eyes shone brightly. After a while, she looked down at her jet-black body, somewhat absent-mindedly patting the water. If you want to become transparent, perhaps I can help. A tall, slender figure approached, a faint herbal scent, infused with the aroma of potions, wafting over. He removed his hat, revealing a clean face. After all, besides prophecy, I also have some knowledge of disguise magic. Oh! He seemed to remember something, adding, unlike the third sage's irresponsible nature, I'm a recognized model teacher in the Mage Tower. You can completely trust me. Ding! You have encountered the second sage. A fervent magic enthusiast with unique insights into all types of magic. Unlike spellcasters who specialize in only one area, his motto is, have it all. Also, don't believe his some knowledge, because he has claimed to have some knowledge of everything he's good at. Chapter 59. Hanging by a thread, the adventurer, having narrowly escaped death, opened his eyes trembling. Fragments of the terrifying nightmare still lingered in his mind. Seeing the ceiling emitting a constant light, he breathed a sigh of relief, rubbing his aching neck and the back of his head, muttering, what a weird dream. It gave me a stiff neck. I must have seen someone I shouldn't have during the day. I avoid that snake man from now on. A bowl of medicine clattered onto the table. The adventurer looked up at the sound, his entire body tense. The snake man placed the ceramic bowl on the table, a forced smile on his face. Take your medicine properly if you're injured. He pulled out a ball of black liquid from behind him, radiating an unsettling, dangerous power. The liquid shifted, forming the outline of a human body, and what appeared to be a mouth moved slightly. Yes, it's good for your health. This thing. The nightmare scenes that the adventurer had been gradually forgetting suddenly resurfaced. He struggled in the endless, dark river, letting the violent waves engulf his body. River water filled his nostrils, and his head began to suffocate. Then, thread-like things lurked at the bottom, ready to drag him down completely. Chirp! A small tentacle emerged from beside the bed, its tip resting on the headboard. It tilted its head curiously, watching the adventurer freeze in place, and poked his calf. The delicious aroma was gone. Why you? These tentacles overlapped with the terrifying threads from his dream. The adventurer felt a tingling sensation starting from his calf and spreading throughout his body. His lips trembled as he insisted, could you please leave for a moment? I was unconscious for a while. With a loud thud, he fell backward and drifted off to sleep again, pulling the blanket over himself and wrapping himself up tightly. The snake man turned to the witch who had just entered. His sleep quality is quite good, he should be alright. Yuning, was he really not just scared unconscious? After a thorough check, aside from being a little frightened and needing rest, the adventurer's pollution had completely disappeared, and his overall condition was good. His slumber symptoms have been greatly alleviated. Princess Percy released a pigeon carrying a message from the windowsill, and the subsequent repairs to the abyss anomaly have officially been taken over by the kingdom. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly, as expected of you. With the problem successfully resolved, the confidence in the successful cooperation gradually increased. Percy took out a map, on which several neighboring countries were carefully marked. She pointed to the nearest eastern country, This is the cooperative country that the higher-ups and I jointly decided upon, the Tidal Islands, jokingly called the Siren Kingdom. The young princess spoke eloquently, her bright appearance concealing an undisguised ambition. Pointing to a slightly off-the-edge area marked with vacant shops, she said, I will process all the formalities for you as soon as possible and arrange for staff to move in. Percy smiled, I wish you prosperous business. Yuning glanced at the map. It seemed to be a maritime kingdom. Putting away the detailed map, she looked at the spirited princess, and they smiled at each other. Thank you, and I wish you success in your business as well. The cooperation was progressing steadily. Having finalized the details of expanding business into neighboring countries, Princess Percy left the town and returned to the capital to begin mobilizing personnel and preparing transportation routes. I believe that soon, the shops of Crimson Cliff will become multinational corporations. It seems the talks went well. The second sage, seated in the reception room, took a sip of tea. The fragrant aroma lingered around his nose. He explained, the quality is excellent, even better than those grown in my potion fields. By the way, he stretched out his hand, a flash of light appeared, and a small magic circle spun in the air, piercing directly through the black water sprite from top to bottom. Sigh, it's back to normal. The water sprite touched its body in surprise. The inky blackness gradually dissipated, and the splashed water droplets became clear and transparent, just like its original form. It's disguise magic, the second sage said. In summon form, it can maintain this form indefinitely. If you want to dispel it, simply shatter the magic circle. However, I only have a superficial understanding of disguise magic. I only studied it for a few decades. If any problems arise later, please give me feedback promptly, and I will study and handle them in a timely manner. This is very important for self-improvement. Yuning, you call decades of research a superficial understanding? Compared to the third sage's whimsical appearance, the second sage, the Scroll King, was rather terrifying. As expected, the Mage Tower was filled with wondrous creatures. A joyful water sprite danced in the air. This disguise magic even concealed the abyssal aura fused within it, making it clear and harmless once more. It no longer needed to be cautious when touching other objects, constantly worrying about damaging anything. Yuning withdrew her gaze from the happily spinning water sprite and looked at the second sage before her. Thank you very much for your help, but why did you suddenly come here? The third sage was here on vacation. He didn't seem like someone who indulged in pleasure. Could it be that the Mage Tower was officially preparing to communicate with Crimson Cliff? Actually, the exemplary, hard-working teacher, rarely away from the lab, coughed lightly. Seemingly never having asked anyone for a favor before, he appeared extremely embarrassed and said, I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Even the ultimate Scroll King couldn't do something. Yuning, please speak. The second sage opened his hand, and the faint glow of magical particles outlined the shape of a flower in the air. Pale blue petals unfurled freely around the center, while the central stamen was a tender yellow, constantly shifting with the passage of time, like the hour and minute hands of a clock. This is a clock flower, the second sage said. It's an extremely rare flower, recorded only in ancient scrolls, with no real-world records. Not even a single petal has survived. It's the subject of my research. He gazed longingly at the flower in the air, sighing. I once spent decades successfully finding one, but it bloomed and withered simultaneously, immediately fading and dying as soon as it was picked, unstoppable by any magic. The third sage looked over. The scroll records that only those favored by time can truly preserve it. I also tried to study time magic, but unfortunately, time is a forbidden zone that humanity can never overcome. I gained nothing, and even suffered a severe magical backlash. So, he looked over earnestly. Please, help me find the clock flower. Even if it means breaking through the Mage Tower for you, and bringing down the first sage, I give you my seat. Yuning, the Mage Tower's daily routine of plotting a coup. Speaking of which, where did the first sage find so many hidden talents? Truly skilled and daring, worthy of admiration. But regarding the matter of the Time Authority, Yuning looked across at the other side. Was it the third sage who leaked the information to the Mage Tower? The third sage? The second sage frowned. What's that guy doing here? Creak. The door opened, and the third sage, the subject of discussion, walked in, carrying a large stack of manuscripts, his face covered in cold sweat. Help me, help me. My free life is being suffocated by these damn papers. His voice trailed off as he looked at his familiar colleague sitting in the meeting hall, his eyes wide, as if he'd seen a ghost. Elvie, what are you doing here? Could it be that the Mage Tower sent someone to drag him back to the construction site? Flamare. The second sage's eyes darkened, and he hesitated, his words trailing off. You mistaken me for someone else. We don't know each other at all. Their long-standing camaraderie had suddenly brought them together. The two teachers, both skipping work, exchanged a glance before averting their eyes in perfect unison. My eyes are blurry from reviewing theses, the third sage said casually, pulling out a chair. Don't know me, not at all? Yuning, Did he trust her that much? Suddenly, she thought of sending a few letters to the mage tower. After this brief interlude, the third sage habitually handed the manuscript to the second sage, while the hard-working scroll king, just as habitually, picked up the thick stack of manuscripts and began quickly reviewing them. He seemed to be in a better mood, even managing to discuss the clock flower matter. Yuning, so the mage tower's ecosystem is this complete. No wonder the third sage, a complete slacker, has been able to survive for so long. The clock flower's growing conditions are extremely demanding. The success rate of artificial cultivation is very low, and the plant withers easily. Wild ones, on the other hand, are much more lush. The second sage's writing slowed. However, I haven't heard of any wild clock flowers since 20 years ago. Without clues, things are getting difficult. If he had recently withered flowers, she could use her time travel skill to revive them. But if too much time had passed, her current rudimentary ability wouldn't be able to cover back to before they withered. Yuning thought for a moment. My current ability can't cover the rewinding of withered flowers. If I really can't find any wild ones, I might have to wait until my ability is fully developed, but I can't be sure how long that will take. Time magic, unlike elemental magic, can't be improved through training, it can only be passively upgraded. She didn't know where the future opportunity lay. Are you talking about the clock flower? The third sage, still in a daze, glanced at the flower's image floating in the air. Hiss, I think I've seen it before. All eyes turned to him. He straightened up, searched his person, and pulled out a scroll. Found it on the road. The scroll read Golden Bounty Mission, followed by the specific mission objective and location, along with a blurry image. At the center was a dark, malevolent spirit, the employer's objective. Behind the spirit, pale blue flowers bloomed across the cliff face. Yuning confirmed, it's a clock flower. It looks like a bounty from the Adventurers Guild. It must have been dropped by some adventurer. The location is... Yuning read the name aloud, the Siren Kingdom. Tidal Islands. Ding dong. Under your leadership, the City of Glory will ascend to the world stage. The distant Siren Kingdom hides mysterious treasures, but before you depart, registering a legitimate identity will bring you considerable convenience. Tidal Journey. 0/3 Register as an adventurer, to be completed, obtain clock flower, to be completed, explore hidden secrets, to be completed. Yuning slowly read on, then stopped abruptly. Reward points, 5,000. Special reward, elemental draw. Special reward, increase sanity. Chapter 60. Your expedition team is now formed. Leader, Ashwich Yuning. Members, Crimson Lord Skark, Second Sage Eldie. A sudden gust of wind arose, and a ferocious enemy pounced on me. In the nick of time, I pushed my friend aside for the greater good, plunging into the sea, but miraculously surviving. The adventurer leading the way rambled on about his story. The second sage listened, nodding in agreement. So, your injuries are all from protecting your friend. Truly admirable. Not exactly, the adventurer coughed, scratching his head. I was staying at Crimson Cliff recently, and I didn't queue for lunch. Lord Abyss accidentally injured me. He emphasized, it was an accident, definitely not from fighting, believe me. Second sage, The Adventurers Guild has a lot of charlatans, huh? Yuning, a once proud genius, fell because he didn't queue for food. She snapped out of her reverie, and looked at the building at the far end of the road. Having found its owner using the bounty scroll, they successfully obtained directions to the Adventurers Guild after some communication. The adventurer even agreed to guide them, and chatting along the way, the group finally arrived at their destination. Although this adventurer wasn't particularly strong in combat, his sense of direction was excellent. He accurately navigated the maze-like paths, leading the group smoothly to a building in a desolate area. Yuning looked away from the dilapidated threshold. It looked like no one lived there. We're here. The adventurer knocked on the dilapidated door with practiced ease. The crooked, long-neglected wooden door rattled a few times before her, emitting a strange rumbling sound. The adventurer seemed to sense something and cautiously took a step back. Yuning narrowed her eyes. Could there be some hidden mechanism? Is this place not actually dilapidated, but rather a deliberate disguise? Bang! 3 seconds after the adventurer stepped back, the wooden door wobbled a few times. several fist-sized pieces of wood falling and landing upside down in the mud. The adventurer breathed a sigh of relief and continued knocking. Yuning, it really was a dangerous building. I heard you, stop knocking. Complex magical runes flashed across the door, and the wooden door swung open with a bang. A yawning blonde lady stepped out, picking up the fallen pieces of wood. She showed no surprise, expertly casting a sticky spell to glue the wood back on, clapping her hands and admiring her handiwork with satisfaction. Another saving you some money. The blonde yawned again, turning back casually. It's not business hours yet. If you need to commission, submit, or receive a task, please come back later. Her perfunctory tone abruptly stopped. She looked at the group before her, scrutinizing them, the people from the Mage Tower, and a new face. Dark hair was hidden beneath a pointed hat, and eyes dyed pure black quietly looked over. Although also a spellcaster, she possessed a completely different aura from the Mage Tower group. If she had to describe it, she slightly fluttered her eyelashes. The shadowy figures from the puppet theater, skilled at manipulating threads. The blonde's gaze shifted to the tall figure following behind. Though hidden beneath a cloak, the silver-white hair peeking out from the shadows was both rare and familiar. Ah, it really is them. She abandoned her previous laziness, glanced at the sky, and smiled as she approached Yuning. Perfect timing, let's officially open now. The blonde woman, seemingly afraid these rare guests would run away, grabbed Yuning's sleeve and enthusiastically pulled her inside. Come on in. This is the middle of nowhere. Even if you don't do anything, you can come in, have some tea, and rest. Yuning, why does this feel like a spider demon inviting Tang Sanzang, a month from journey to the west? Wait, we can walk by ourselves. Come on, why are you being so polite? The blonde woman looked slender, but her grip was surprisingly strong. Her sleeve-pulling movements were quite practiced. A flash of runes on the door, and the witch vanished. Yuning. The Demon King instantly sprang into action, following her, leaving only the adventurer and the second sage behind. Sigh, why is the boss so enthusiastic today? The adventurer scratched his head. He's usually not very talkative. The second sage followed. Let's go! Hey, wait for me. First came a slightly noisy chatter, then the blonde woman's enthusiastic introduction. Yuning opened her eyes and looked at her smiling face. The blonde woman smiled. This is the Adventurers Guild headquarters. What brings you here? The wooden door outside was indeed a disguise. Yuning watched her push open the tall oak door, the scent of pine mixed with metal wafting into her nostrils. A dense array of bounty scrolls hung in the center of the hall, below which members were considering accepting missions. A copper bell rang at the counter, and a glass jar containing ice dragon scales was placed on the counter. A silent adventurer in leather armor was settling accounts. We need to register our identity with the Adventurers Guild. Yuning picked up the golden bounty scroll. And this latest information on the mission. Although the adventurer had accepted the quest, due to personal health reasons, his memory of the ruins wasn't even as detailed as what was written on the bounty scroll. In any case, it was better to come and confirm the information. I understand. The blonde woman led the group through the bustling hall to a quiet reception room. But before that, please have a cup of tea. The second sage walked at the back of the group, his keen hearing easily picking up on the various whispers. Miss Betty actually took people to her reception room. Does anyone know who they are? You mean that reception room that's never open to the public? That's quite an eye-opener today. Don't talk, or Miss Betty might slap you. He glanced at the blonde woman ahead, who was quite enthusiastic towards the witch, and slightly straightened his magic wand. It seems there's something more to it. The process was surprisingly convenient and quick. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, all the information and backup documents were registered and prepared. Betty placed a seashell on the conference table. This is a weather vane in the tidal islands, a directional guide. Ask it questions, and the spirit of the deep sea will guide you to where you want to go. Alright, Lady Yuning, she said cheerfully, you should get going. Thank you. Yuning carefully put away the documents, then put the seashell away again, and turned to leave with the group. In the last quarter of an hour before leaving, she suddenly turned back to the blonde Betty. When did we first meet? The wind quieted down. She repeated, in the future, when will we meet? Seeing the blonde's stunned gaze, Yuning held up the documents in her hand. I didn't tell you my name. Betty flipped through the documents. The name section only listed Ash Witch, without mentioning her real name. So it was habit that gave her away. Is that so? Betty smiled. Your Excellency is still so perceptive. She answered the question, in the Siren Kingdom. Betty looked at the Demon King, who had remained silent. a hint of hostility rising in her expression, her tone slightly provocative. I hope Yuning won't be so concerned about me this time. Betty will feel embarrassed. Yuning? ? Is this still the continent? Seemingly finally recalling some unpleasant memory, the Demon King stared at the blonde before him, his tone gradually becoming dangerous. It's you? No, you're lying, he said. She's clearly most concerned about me. Yuning, why does this feel like a primary school student vying for attention? Wait! Before the Demon King could make a move, Yuning stopped him, quickly saying, time is running out. Let's go, and come back as soon as possible. Let's set off quickly. The Demon King stood there, frozen in place, but Yuning grabbed the Demon King's arm and easily pulled him away. No buts. Another buts, and they start fighting again. Wait, what did she say again? Yuning? It must be the bad impression left by the previous version of the Demon King. She looked at the Demon King. You're the most obedient, right? The Demon King tensed his arm muscles, blushed, and nodded solemnly. Yes. Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the basic formula hadn't changed. Alright, let's officially set off now. Under the captain's firm leadership, the group left the Adventurers Guild with astonishing speed. She waved back. See you later, Betty. Betty's long, golden hair shimmered softly in the sunlight as she watched the group depart, a hint of a smile in her eyes. See you later, sir? She turned, her golden fishtail flashing past the doorway. This is the Tidal Islands. Waves crashed against the rocks, the coastline contrasting with the deep blue ocean. The expansive scenery, accompanied by the salty sea breeze, blew against the traveler's robes. If it weren't for the bounty scroll marking it as a place haunted by evil spirits, it would probably be mistaken for a relaxing tourist resort. Hee-ho! Yuning looked towards the source of the sound. The villagers living by the sea were building houses hand in hand. Several muscular, strong men stood on the high, off-white walls, laying tiles. Further away, buildings were already completed, their dark gray roofs forming a continuous expanse. Decorative wind chimes made of seashells hung from the eaves, tinkling in the sea breeze. Hey! Help! Help! Suddenly, a roof tile shattered and slid down, causing the villager above to lose his balance and plummet. Yuning activated her magic. A gentle breeze swept by, catching the falling figure and bringing him to the ground. Hey, I'm alright. The strong man patted his chest, took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart, looked up, said a few words to the people around him, and then strode over. His face beamed with a sincere smile. Stranger, thank you. Are you here on an adventure too? The burly man said honestly. You saved me. I'm very grateful. Please let me know if you need any help. Yuning, yes. Is this kind of high difficulty mission location very popular? She opened her mouth, about to ask for details, but before she could speak, she saw the burly man suddenly look towards the sea. The burly man smiled honestly. Wait a moment, we have a job. Immediately, he ran quickly to the shore, jumped into the sea with a splash, and the surface of the water became calm, completely still. Yuning looked around. None of the villagers showed surprise, seemingly used to it. About 3 or 4 minutes passed, reaching the limit of a normal person's diving time. Yuning was about to use magic to rescue him when ripples appeared on the surface. A moment later, the burly man emerged from the water, dragging a strange adventurer struggling from choking on water. He calmly and firmly gripped the adventurer's neck, swaying his broad, beautiful tail, and smoothly pulled him ashore. Wait, the tail! The burly man in mermaid form easily pulled the adventurer ashore. Once out of the water, the fishtail transformed back into legs, and even the scales formed a half-length robe for concealment. He looked at the unconscious adventurer, whose face was deathly pale, and whose limbs were flailing wildly, seemingly still trapped in a nightmare he couldn't escape. The burly man hesitated. This stranger hasn't paid for the rescue yet. He thought for a moment, then quickly came up with a plan. He braced himself on the rocks, his beautiful blue tail reappearing, and then lashed out at the incoherent adventurer. The unfamiliar adventurer immediately woke up screaming. Lord Evil Spirit, believe me. He's the one who betrayed me. I thought he was hard of hearing, but who knew he was pretending to be asleep? Please forgive me. Yuning. She had to admit, he was indeed from the Adventurers Guild. Never mind. She looked at the mermaid, whose entire being exuded a wild beauty. They're slightly different from the traditional image of mermaids, but luckily, they seem to have found the location for their mission. Well, it's already been developed into a tourist attraction. Chapter 61. The image on the scroll seemed almost within reach. A blue clock flower stood quietly, its petals gradually emitting shimmering light that scattered and illuminated the underwater scene behind it. The mermaid, having collected the final payment from the adventurers she had just retrieved and escorted them back to their lodgings, looked at the image and affirmed, "I know this place. Those adventurers always flocked to this area. The underwater routes were intricate. Having a guide would be invaluable." Yuning nodded. "Then please lead us there. I will pay you accordingly." No need to pay." He waved his hands repeatedly. "You just saved me. I won't take any money." However, even a spellcaster's concealment magic could be fatal in the face of unexpected events underwater. The mermaid looked at the three people in front of her, her expression somewhat conflicted. This underwater route is quite long. Humans need air. If something happens halfway through, I won't be able to bring so many people back. Rescuing people near the shore is vastly different from rescuing them in the deep sea, especially since he's carrying 3 people. He thought for a moment, "I can discuss it with my family, but that place is too far. They might not want to go." Yuning shook her head. "Thank you, but it's not necessary. We can breathe underwater." She took out ear fins she had prepared beforehand for underwater breathing. These weren't the old models with a 3-hour time limit. Thanks to the goblin's upgrades, the current ear fins could even operate underwater for a full day and night. The crystal clear ear fins opened and closed in her hands, the thin, gauze-like material on the outermost surface floating lightly, looking as if they were breathing. The mermaid touched her ear, staring at it curiously. Yuning revealed the enchanted alchemical substance inside, explaining, "It's an alchemical artifact for underwater breathing." He suddenly understood. How amazing! These spellcasters always brought back wondrous things. Since it could help creatures breathe underwater, this thing could definitely be used for rescue. The mermaid thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke somewhat shyly. "Could you sell us some of your goods?" "You mean this?" She held up the alchemical item in her hand, and the mermaid opposite her nodded seriously. "We will pay in full. With it, we can greatly reduce accidents during rescues. Even if they could quickly find drowning victims, sometimes these creatures, already on the verge of collapse, couldn't hold on until they reached the shore, resulting in a rather regrettable situation." The mermaid pleaded, "Please, please." She hadn't expected to find something to sell here. Yuning calculated the output and said, "That's fine. A shop called Crimson Cliff will be opening soon in the Tide Islands. If needed, you can sign a payment order, and a caravan will deliver the goods." She added, "If you have any other needs, just discuss them with the caravan that comes to meet you." The mermaid swayed her tail, slapping the rocks loudly, visibly happy. With her tail wagging, she skipped over to the villagers without even turning back, chattering away. Then Yuning felt dozens of eyes focused on her. "Yuning, the last time I was stared at like this was during a kindergarten performance." The merfolk villagers, still working, gradually approached her, leaving behind flowers, fruits, dried fish, seashells, and other items. Before leaving, they offered a devout prayer, some even wiping away tears with emotion. Yuning, something felt off. The burly merfolk, having finished his promotion, finally reached the shore, cheerfully saying, "Let's go." Yuning nodded, waited a moment, and couldn't help but ask, "Is this your gratitude ceremony?" The merfolk's clear eyes looked at her. "Yes. We give gifts to strangers we feel comfortable with." He thought for a moment, "But some humans don't seem to like it. The last one turned on us and tried to attack. Maybe he was corrupted by evil spirits in the sea. But we acted before he could, and now he's staying at my aunt's to recover. Hey, so he still owes us medical and lodging fees." Yuning, This is totally like a shady business. They chatted with the mermaid as they officially entered the water. After she, the Demon King, and the second sage all donned their ear fins, they submerged themselves completely. The runes activated, the suffocation disappeared, replaced by the ease of breathing and speaking underwater. Yuning waved back, "Let's follow." Following the mermaid who was leading the way, they continued downwards, past coral reefs, along a dark seabed fissure that stretched endlessly, like being at the edge of the world. She shook her head, her gaze following the mermaid ahead. The beautiful blue tail swayed on the seabed. The mermaid's fluid and powerful body made him an extremely captivating presence in the water, and the shimmering light emanating from his tail was undoubtedly the most striking color in the fissure. After following the mermaid through an extremely narrow crevice, the surrounding current suddenly became rapid. The mermaid turned back. "Everyone, be careful, hurry up and cross this crevice." The Demon King's silver hair fell into the water. He glanced ahead, silently quickened his pace, and swam beside the witch to reduce resistance for her. He offered his hand. "Yuning, hold on to me." His long, powerful body moved through the water, without any sense of stagnation. His robust physique granted him the ability to ignore all environmental factors. Under the Demon King's expectant gaze, Yuning placed her hand on it and instantly felt a push against her back. Yuning, the child is still so energetic. The rapid waves also yielded to absolute power. Her body moved forward quickly, soon crossing the more dangerous area. The second sage, following at the back, a world of 3 really can't accommodate me. It's just a little wind and waves. He's the Mage Tower's most hardworking player of the year. Crossing this distance is, insignificant to him. The second sage, a complete landlubber, finally crossed the dangerous sea with the help of the mermaid, his rapidly beating heart slowly calming in a corner. The mermaid said, "This is it." Yuning looked ahead, observed for a moment, and said, "It seems there's no entrance." Half of the underwater structure before them had collapsed, algae and scattered small fish clinging and swimming in the empty space. At the very front stood a mermaid statue facing outwards, its face blurred, only its beautiful golden fishtail drooping to the ground. "The key is on that mermaid sculpture," the mermaid recalled. "It said that the sculpture guarding the ruins loves praise. If you can move it, you can gain entry to the ruins." "Praise?" The mermaid pondered for a moment, then approached the sculpture and spoke first. "Your muscles are as hard as stone, your hair as durable as wire, and your scales as sharp as enchanted weapons." No response. The mermaid scratched her head, puzzled. Can't even this level of praise move a sculpture? It's baffling. Yuning, is this guy's aesthetic sense off, or are they just being naive? Actually, that's how mermaids praise others. She looked at the completely unresponsive, long-haired mermaid sculpture. Well, the former's chances were overwhelmingly higher. Praising a sculpture that was clearly female with things like wire and stone, it would be a miracle if it passed. Watch out. Brilliant magical light erupted from the seabed. The second sage blocked the suddenly appearing ghost fish. Magic circles rising from the water enveloped the fish, which was tearing at the surface, annihilating it instantly. He stared at the shimmering, now fragmented, light in the water and solemnly said, "It's a ghost fish. It seems that if it doesn't gain the sculpture's approval, an attack will follow. Everyone, be careful." Yuning approached the Demon King, observing the surroundings. After a while, everything remained calm. After the initial attack, there was no further assault. It seemed that one person's praise only resulted in one attack. The seemingly reliable second sage calmed his pounding heart, which had been churning in the ocean currents, and stopped the mermaid from speaking again. He addressed the sculpture, "You are the most unparalleled formula in potion making, the most brilliant of millions of magical particles, the shining exam paper in the experimental manuscript." Yuning, This one wasn't much better. An even larger ghost fish swam out from behind the sculpture, its mouth wide open revealing sharp teeth, indiscriminately attacking the intruder until it was annihilated by magic again, at which point the surrounding waters finally calmed down. She stopped the Demon King from speaking, preparing her defenses, and cautiously began Clang. She had only uttered one word when the statue suddenly emitted a rumbling vibration, its golden fishtail swaying and shifting aside, revealing a mysterious magic circle beneath the base. The mermaid sighed. "It seems a bit different from what those adventurers said. Shouldn't the opening have split open?" Yuning focused her gaze on the sculpture's long golden hair and fishtail, suddenly recalling her conversation with Miss Betty at the Adventurers Guild, and a premonition arose. This seemed to be waiting for her. She lowered her eyes. "Let's go!" She needed to see what was waiting for her there first. She approached the magic circle first. The intricate and complex runes spun continuously, a flash of light before her eyes, and everyone was teleported away. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her. Yuning swam upwards, following the faint light. The seawater here was unusually viscous and heavy, as if something was constantly pulling her downwards. She had to expend even more effort to swim upwards, and after swimming for a while, she felt increasingly tired. She tried to awaken her water magic, but her normally responsive magic was unusually sluggish here, as if it, like the seawater, was pulling her downwards. Suddenly, a warm touch wrapped around her waist, pulling her body upwards rapidly, followed by tentacles that frolicked and swam joyfully on the seabed. His silver-gray eyes gleamed faintly in the water. He said softly, "Don't be afraid, I take you up." The Demon King suddenly swayed, his tentacles reaching out to explore and snare the lost mermaid. She explained eagerly, "Thank you." The Demon King, His voice lowered a few octaves, "Don't be afraid, I take you up." A moment later, the active tentacles wrapped around the landlubber, the second sage. The Demon King was silent for a moment, then said with a slightly somber expression, "Don't be afraid, I take you all up. Yuning, the child was gritting her teeth. And so, he swam out of the viscous seawater, dragging the three of them along. Yuning paddled upwards, quickly removed her ear fins, and laid down to recover her strength. The enormous cave ceiling was hidden in a deep blue hue, countless milky white stalactites hanging from the ceiling like frozen moonlight, occasionally adorned with glistening seawater beads that dripped down. The cave walls were covered with a thin layer of seaweed, shimmering with an emerald sheen. Tiny blue flowers bloomed among the stalactites, leaving specks of ethereal blue light, like stars scattered across the night sky. The second sage, still catching his breath, exclaimed with delight, "So many clock flowers." His voice, accompanied by the tinkling of dripping water, echoed faintly in the vast cavern, followed by the labored breaths of beasts. "Tinkle! You have encountered the long-imprisoned Lord of Evil. For the first 100 years, it will grant the creature that released it boundless wealth and supreme power. For the second 100 years, it will grant the creature that released it everything it desires. For the third 100 years, it will tear apart anyone it encounters, without exception. The journey's end holds not only treasure, but also looming danger." It looked towards the familiar witch's attire. It would begin with her. Chapter 62. A foul stench surged forth with each breath. Yuning dodged the attack, and as she raised her hand again, a fierce wind, imbued with magical power, swept towards the evil spirit's location. She observed no physical form. The gale whipped through the stalactite cave, creating a piercing, hollow sound. Several stone pillars snapped, embedding themselves directly into the evil spirit's body. But it had no effect. The pitch-black beast-like shadow moved aside, easily leaping over the pillars, leaving unharmed. It emitted a cacophony of fragmented sounds from its throat, like a venomous curse, which, "Death is your end." Lurking tentacles rapidly approached, serpentine shadows moving slowly, enveloping and devouring the shadow, expanding, crushing, and shrinking. In the tightening, suffocating atmosphere, the beastly shadow chuckled, "You thought the same trick could hurt me a second time?" In an instant, the tentacles rapidly coalesced, while the evil spirit, which should have been crushed to pieces in the center, reappeared at the other end. Its voice floated in her ear, "After so much growth, no creature can kill me anymore, not even you, Yuning." Yuning reversed her grip on the dagger and thrust it backward. "You know me?" Apparently someone she knew. The black-scaled dagger felt no touch. The evil spirit instantly dissipated into black mist, then coalesced again, landing not far from her, though its expression seemed displeased. Some word in those words must have stung it. The evil spirit gritted its teeth, its anger seemingly doubled. "You dare forgive me? We fought a battle worthy of being remembered by the entire continent, a legendary and awe-inspiring battle, and you have no recollection of it at all?" Yuning stared at the turbulent black mist, her gaze gradually clearing. The blame for the future had been unexpectedly placed on her head. "You damn thing." Seeing her silence, the evil spirit was instantly enraged, its entire body trembling, its voice flickering like a strobe light. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. Nothing is more infuriating than your most valued opponent completely ignoring you. It's an utter disgrace." Thinking of something, its rage suddenly subsided. The evil spirit stared intently ahead, its voice soft. "I know, you deliberately provoke me. It's because the impression was so profound and terrifying that you thought of using this method to shake my emotions, to dismantle my immense power. What a brilliant plan. Yuning, that's quite an ostrich-like approach. This thing completely ignores physical damage, but even the Demon King can restrain ethereal beings like ancient gods. There's no reason he should be helpless against a native evil spirit. Where exactly did things go wrong?" As she searched for clues, she verbally responded to the evil spirit, "You found out. Actually, I also value that battle. After that narrow victory, an indelible scar was left in my heart. Ah, just thinking about it makes me shudder." Just as she was reciting her lines emotionlessly, a furious voice suddenly came from the other side, its teeth practically grinding to powder. "So many years have passed, and your insults to my abilities are still as vicious as ever." Yuning, what? Even such flattering lines weren't acceptable. The black mist surrounding the evil spirit swirled, its anger almost boiling over. "Even if you sealed me with a single blow back then, there was no need for such arrogance. Times have changed. I will drain your lifeblood inch by inch, turning it into fertilizer to scatter among these flowers." Its voice gradually distorted, disappearing into the low growls of beasts. "Did you hear that? The melody of being chopped into mincemeat." A shard of black mist suddenly attacked. Yuning dodged, and a blade emitting black smoke appeared where she stood, leveling the flower bushes. Then came another blade aimed directly at her head. A splat sound rang out, and the black mist stopped before her nose, unable to advance an inch. Yuning, don't be afraid. The Demon King blocked the shards of blade from the black mist with his bare hands. Crimson blood dripped down, greedily sucked up by the drifting black mist. He clenched his fist, crimson blood climbing up, crushing all the black mist. The evil spirit grinned. Skark, you weakened? Yun Ying's eyes flickered. The shards of blade from the black mist were tangible. Contact allowed for retaliation. Combined with the seal unintentionally revealed by the evil spirit and the inability of the tentacles to attack, she quickly scanned the entire stalactite cave. Could it be that out of fear of being sealed again, she doesn't even dare to reveal her true form, resorting only to illusions to conceal herself while secretly attacking from a corner? Truly weak, she winked at the second sage and the mermaid behind her, stepping out from behind the Demon King. She doesn't even dare to show her true form. No wonder she is still so weak after all these years. What do you know? The evil spirit said, that's called strategy. For a monster like you, any means are honorable. She was tricked out of her in one go. It still feels like her mind hasn't broken free of its seal. Yuning. But what kind of great villain will she become in the future? How come even the villains are starting to act so righteous? It spoke with great enthusiasm, like any villain who talks a lot of nonsense. This time, you didn't just instantly kill me, Yuning. Times have changed. All these years you all regressed. But I've been constantly improving. Yuning, that sounds kind of inspiring, but didn't you count how many people were there when we came in? The evil spirit paused. 1, 2, 2. No, you know I can't count. You want to see me make a fool of myself. Yuning, Just how much of a filter did she have to think this guy was dangerous when he appeared? She stared at the second sage, who suddenly appeared. There were 3 people. The evil spirit whirled around. In an extremely narrow crevice at the top of the stalactite cave, a figure had already silently appeared, holding an enchanted dagger aimed at something, about to slash down. The evil spirit's eyes were bloodshot, and black mist, and a frenzied rain of blades fell, forcing the second sage back in a sorry state. The slit and the object within it were severed, their bodies collapsing together into the unfathomable sea. It breathed a sigh of relief and blocked the 3 people in front of it. Don't worry, I kill everyone before you find the main body. Yuning glanced at the seawater. You misspoke, there are 3 people and a fish. In the viscous seawater, a bright blue fishtail drew a beautiful arc in the air, and a palm-sized box burst from the water, landing in Yun Ying's hand along a parabolic trajectory. The mermaid, panting, lay on the shore, her eyes shining, found it. The box was covered in runes, but had long lost its luster. Without any restrictions, Yuning easily opened it in front of the evil spirit, revealing a small section of the severed tail writhing inside. This thing has been putting on an act for so long. The second sage, tending to his wounds, approached. Very ancient sealing runes. Evil spirits are difficult to kill directly. They're usually sealed and left to decay over time. But this one seems to have escaped along the way. Its wriggling tail tried to leap out, but Yuning grabbed the lid and pressed it back down, ignoring the chattering, frenzied evil spirit's shadowy form, and asked, is there a solution? The second sage examined the box, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, and said, it needs to be resealed. All 4 points need to be simultaneously injected with precisely the right amount of magic to make the runes light up again. However, achieving that level of coordination will likely be difficult. Hey, look over here. The evil spirit's shadowy form, its life force suppressed, grew increasingly agitated. It unleashed a massive tide of black mist, surging towards the 2 people conversing, but was stopped by another force just before it reached them. The Demon King stood at the forefront, the strong wind whipping his robes backward, yet it did nothing to shake his figure. His silver-gray eyes slowly rose, losing some of their innocence and naivety. A crimson hue gradually spread from the base of his pupils, making him appear utterly ghostly. Current sanity, 55%, 56%, 57%. He spoke slowly. You disturbed her. His figure flashed, reappearing through the thick black mist, carrying a deluge of scarlet tentacles as he reached the shadowy figure's side. Even without touching it, a single punch shattered the beastly shadow formed by the black mist, the air exploding before it could reform, only to be dispersed by the Demon King's return. The evil shadowy figure could barely utter a complete sentence, managing only a few words each time it appeared. You mad bastard. You're her dog. The Demon King paused, a smile spreading across his excessively pale face, even his cheeks flushed. He agreed, thank you for the compliment. The evil spirit's shadow encountered a pervert. Looking at the pervert so close, then at its nemesis, completely ignoring it in the distance. The evil spirit thought for a moment, feeling increasingly stifled. Its eyes reddened, and it barked, "Even if I die, I drag you all down with me." The sealed box in Yun Ying's hand instantly began to heat up. Even the surface of the severed tail inside cracked, and intense energy faintly seeped out. The seawater surged, and the entire stalactite cave began to shake, the vibrations intensifying with the evil spirit's roar. The evil spirit was self-destructing. She looked around. This place is going to collapse. Cracks appeared throughout the cave, stalactites broke, and the pale blue flowers attached to them instantly lost their luster, then crumbled into dust. Yuning looked at the second sage. And what about the clock flowers? What a pity. Even if you were here, it would still require time and a special magic array for transplantation, otherwise, they would perish as soon as they were picked. The second sage glanced regretfully at the dying clock flowers and sighed. Perhaps it's fate. He said, "Let's leave first. This place won't last much longer." At the current rate of collapse, they wouldn't even last until a successful transplant before being buried. Even with spatial magic, holding out until the very last moment would only guarantee that people could be moved out at the last second. These clock flowers would still be buried at the bottom of the sea. Looking down at the scorching hot ceiling box, Yuning asked, "If the four of us seal the evil spirit together, can we stop the cave from collapsing?" "Theoretically, it's possible," the second sage hesitated, "but if it were the four of us, simultaneously channeling exactly the same amount of magic into the inscription would be almost impossible. Perfect synchronization is rare, even for twins with innate emotional resonance." He advised, "Let's leave." "No need," she said. "I think I have a way." Yuning removed her spatial ring, a flash of light, and a gleaming, silver-white metal book landed in her hand. The pages unfolded automatically, revealing flowing, beautiful calligraphy that told a story like poetry. The banquet chapter. At the most honest moment of the blazing sun, symbiosis and daylight resonate together, like another self reflected in a mirror. The newly opened page shimmered, drawing the user's attention. You are using 12-page notebook, chapters 06, 07, and 08 of the day of the feast. As a precious treasure wielding the power of time, materializing one's absolutely loyal self in the mirror seems not impossible. This time slices 06, 07, and 08. Nothing is more harmonious than oneself. The six-pointed star magic circle beneath her feet slowly rotated. Yuning glanced at the other three, who had just appeared, receiving the same look. Her eyes shone brightly. It has begun. They simultaneously mobilized their magic, lighting up the four-corner seal inscription step by step. The trembling black mist gradually weakened, and after the beast's shadow's final, mournful howl, the entire space fell silent. The second sage, truly breathtaking. Powerful and responsible, she seems capable of grading 500 students' papers at once. Would your grace, the witch, be interested in teaching at the Mage Tower? I think the Mage Tower is also lacking a fourth sage. Yuning, is this someone looking for a substitute worker? No. The Demon King stretched out his hand, blocking her way. His silver-gray eyes were deep and unwavering as he stubbornly reiterated, "No." Yuning, nearly knocked over, stammered, "Eh." She tried to pry the Demon King's arm, trying to get him to move, but he wouldn't budge, drawing a hurt look from him. "Yuning, do you want to go with him?" Then, he raised his arm, blocking her even more firmly, his tall figure like a wall, completely obscuring the second sage. Children aren't the brightest, but they're strong. Yuning chuckled, "I was just joking. We were discussing the clock flower." After repeatedly assuring him she wouldn't leave, she finally got the chance to meet the second sage. After some discussion, she basically understood the process. That's it. The second sage handed over the magic circle runes he had prepared beforehand, solemnly saying, "I will draw the magic circle next, the rest is up to you." The pale blue flower swayed, its central stamen rotating slightly like the hands of a clock. As the magic circle fully unfolded, the intricate, overlapping runes swirled continuously, even producing a ticking sound. Yuning focused intently on manipulating time, trying to grasp its rhythm. Tick-tock. Parting the mists of the material world, illusory time materialized before her eyes, shifting with the decay of objects, emitting a regular rhythmic sound. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Adjusting herself to match the frequency of one flower, then the second, then countless flowers, the overlapping resonance of time reverberating in another world, creating a surging, booming sound. We succeeded? The second sage's joyful voice reached her ears. Yuning looked up. Before her, a vast expanse of azure flowers swayed in the breeze, delicate specks of light dotting the entire cave, forming threads that, with each movement, played a melody from time itself. Ding dong. You have received a bath from time. Congratulations, your sigh of time and space has reached the intermediate level. Yuning plucked a flower, its pale petals unfurling and swaying freely in her hand. The time-vibrating melody in her ears overlapped with the system notification. She looked at the Demon King. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. You are using sigh of time and space. The blinding sunlight swept before her eyes, followed by the sound of waves crashing on the shore. Yuning opened her eyes, somewhat dazed, staring at the boundless, calm sea before her. Still the tidal islands? She thought it would always spawn at Crimson Cliff. It would take several days to get back from here. I wonder if we have enough time. Last time she only stayed for 5 or 6 days. As she pondered how to get home, the tide surged up, and a small splash landed at her feet. The tide receded, leaving behind a pool of clear, transparent water. Just as Yuning was about to move, she felt something grab her ankle. She looked down, and the water droplets left on the beach gradually coalesced, stretching out limbs and a round head. The water sprite exclaimed with delight, "Master?" It eagerly showed itself off, rolling itself into a round droplet. "Does Master remember me? This is what we looked like when we first met." The droplet expanded, took a breath, and swelled back to the height of a person, showing off its water-like muscles, and roared, "Now I look like this." Suddenly seeing something in its sight, it waved excitedly behind it. It shouted, "Skark, I found Master." Chapter 63. I found you, my lord. Look, I found you, my lord. The water sprite's cheers, and the sound of the crashing waves reverberated in his ears. The silver-haired boy stood frozen, staring at the familiar figure before him. His long eyelashes fluttered, and after confirming she wasn't an illusion, he stopped abruptly. After a long while, he smiled gently, "Lady Yuning, it's been a long time." Her silver-gray eyes reflected the witch's image, as if witnessing the fulfillment of a promise. He smiled warmly, "I've been waiting for you." He had expected to see her again, but he hadn't anticipated it would be so sudden. Yuning handed the pale blue flower to the water sprite, who twirled around, holding the flower, and waded into the sea, surging freely with the churning waves. Compared to before, the Demon King had grown taller, and the childishness on his face had faded somewhat, replaced by an unfathomable calm. However, in their conversation, one could still sense the familiarity of the past. "Long time no see," Yuning said, glancing at the surrounding seascape. "But what brings you all here? This place isn't exactly close to Crimson Cliff. It's not something you can just casually stroll over on a whim." She asked, "Did you encounter some difficult problem?" "No." The Demon King shook his head, brushing the salt off his clothes, and looked at the rolling waves in the distance. "Water spirits need abundant water element to grow. The tide islands are surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, so we decided to stay here for a while." He countered, "And what about you, sir?" Yuning looked at the blue clock flowers swirling in the waves. She replied, "It was an accident. But now, feeling the gentle sea breeze, it seems a bit like fate." She smiled. "Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you here." "Fate." The Demon King lowered his head, a sudden blush creeping up his ears. He composed himself before raising his head. "Does your excellency wish to return to Crimson Cliff for a look?" He said expectantly, "It's changed a lot compared to before. It will definitely surprise you." Yuning exclaimed, "Won't that interfere with your plans?" She did want to go back and check on the infrastructure progress. "No, it won't." The Demon King's eyes crinkled. "This is something we've been looking forward to for a long time." At this stage, the Demon King appeared remarkably mature and composed. Yuning met his expectant gaze, and was about to agree when a loud voice broke the silence. "Your Excellency!" It came from the sea. The tide suddenly surged on the shore, accompanied by gurgling bubbles. A water sprite leaped from the surface, crying out for help. "Help! I'm drowning." "Yuning? ? Can water elemental life forms really drown? This thing might not even be able to breathe." Splash. As the seawater continued to churn, a faint golden fishtail appeared, along with increasingly dense purple magical particles on the surface. Yuning narrowed her eyes. "This is lightning magic. And there's a golden mermaid fleeing." She immediately stood up, her gaze sweeping into the distance, instantly noticing several dark shadows swimming behind the golden mermaid. A group of mermaids with gray tails stood upright on the surface, forming an encirclement, but seemingly wary of the lightning spreading across the water, they stopped far away, watching the golden figure with predatory eyes. It was as if, the moment she completely lost consciousness, they would swarm and tear her apart. Yes, it was her. That familiar face floated on the surface of the sea, its consciousness fading several times as it sank to the bottom, only to resurface a few seconds later. The golden fishtail was covered in wounds, yet it still thrashed mechanically, struggling to maintain its balance. The magic was exhausted. Even with the help of the seawater, it couldn't stop the fish for long. It seemed to have reached its limit, Betty thought. The water elemental creatures beside her chattered, and although she could hear them, her exhausted brain couldn't process any more information. Her blurred vision looked towards the shore. The golden sun shone on that person. Their slightly wavy black hair fell obediently over their shoulders, mingling with the sunlight, yet seemingly becoming the sunlight itself. The other person's calm gaze met hers from afar. Instinct drove her, and she opened her mouth. Please save me. Would she survive? Betty shook her dizzy head, a pang of annoyance at her sudden weakness and expectation. She must have been out of her mind, actually hoping for a stranger's rescue. In this situation, knocking her unconscious and handing her over to the merfolk behind her was probably the best way to escape danger. Betty bit her lower lip, only managing to regain her composure when she tasted blood. That's it. Her arrogant eyes looked at the pack of hyenas relentlessly pursuing her, her body straining to activate magical particles, purple magical particles gradually accumulating around her. Even if it meant death, she would take them with her. The violent, turbulent lightning element was causing her discomfort. Even the one who had cast the spell was suffering a backlash from overexertion. A dull ache throbbed in her chest, and the remaining scales burst open one by one, their brilliant gold mingling with the shimmering waves of the sea. The golden mermaid gasped for breath, blood churning in her throat. I will never let you go. Electric fishing is forbidden on the sea. A slightly helpless voice sounded in her ear, followed by a hand pressing down on her shoulder from behind, abruptly suppressing the surging lightning. It was the spellcaster. Betty instantly looked up, nervously staring at the suddenly approaching witch. The jubilant water elementals beside the witch seemed to be saying something, quickly receiving a patient reply. Don't worry, it'd be taken care of soon. The witch sat sideways on her magical broom, hovering steadily in midair, the surging sea breeze ruffling her hair, but she seemed completely unconcerned, even wearing a faint smile reminiscent of someone on vacation. This human is terrifying. Noticing the mermaid's tense and uneasy gaze, Yuning nodded, although electrofishing is illegal. However, everyone has a responsibility to deal with marine debris. She looked at the gray mermaid shrouded in blood red, and said lightly, let the professionals handle these. You have encountered the corrupted carrion-eater mermaid. The mermaid's bones, corrupted by the gaze cast upon them, love to tear apart anything that shines. Perhaps only complete annihilation can stop them. So the corruption of the ancient gods began to take shape at this moment. Yuning scanned the gray mermaids that surrounded her. Their faces were ferocious, some even showing exposed bones. From another perspective, their entire bodies were covered in an ominous red. Compared to the ancient gods' tentacles she had seen, this corruption was not severe. Magic surged, and with the first gust of wind, a storm gradually descended, forming a massive whirlpool in the sea that swept everything in its path, including the gray mermaids, who had been observing. The raging storm crushed everything in its path, gradually eradicating all hostility amidst a few strange howls. That's enough. Yuning snapped her fingers, and the storm subsided. Most of the gray mermaids, who had been eyeing the sea menacingly, vanished instantly. Some sank back to the seabed, others drifted away in scattered pieces, leaving only a few nearby survivors. The rest is up to you. Betty gasped, still reeling from the storm. Me? Yuning tossed her a staff of the ash-hard tree. Of course, the magical particles around you haven't stopped for a moment. Try this magic staff, she said. Maybe there will be a surprise. I teach you to chase me, teach you to bite me. A deafening bolt of lightning struck from the sky, scorching the fleeing gray mermaid to the ground. Before she could react, another round of bright lightning followed. Starting from purple, it even turned into golden lightning. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why aren't you biting me now? The gray mermaid immediately opened her mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Betty was furious. You dare open your mouth again? With a flick of her golden tail, she leaped up and slapped the gray mermaid hard across the face. Die, you seed bug. The gray mermaid, Didn't you tell me to open my mouth? Yuning. So slapping the mouth with the tail is a traditional mermaid skill. Thunderstorms raged, swirling and churning, until dusk finally broke the silence. The golden mermaid, relieved, pushed herself up onto the rocks by the shore, watching the humans with a mixture of arrogance and curiosity. She coughed a few times, her earlier fury gone, the slapping less violent. She smoothed her long hair behind her ear and said softly, Thank you, human. Yuning touched the fine hairs on her arm. It felt a little strange to suddenly have them tucked in. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Just call me Yuning. She held out some medicine. It's for healing, just apply it topically. Yuning. The mermaid repeated the name a few times, memorizing it, watching the human's actions with a bewildered look. The novel ointment, fragrant with herbs, was opened and applied to her scales. Its cool, refreshing touch gradually suppressed the tearing pain. She moved her tail, and the pain lessened considerably. She's a good person. The golden mermaid was overjoyed at the discovery, a radiant smile spreading across her face. My name is Betty. Oh, right. Betty suddenly realized something, searching carefully among herself before quickly producing a pale blue flower, which she gently held. This is what the water sprite lost in the storm. Here it is for you. So that's how it was. Yun Ying's gaze swept over the mermaid's golden fishtail, then fell upon the blooming clock flower. The perfect match of details was undoubtedly filling in the gaps in history step by step. All she had to do was let the past unfold naturally. No need. Yuning smiled. It's yours now, brave Betty. Congratulations, you have achieved the Achievement Destined Cycle Part 2. Plucking the threads of fate at the starting point, the resulting tremors will reach the future. You have successfully completed the cycle. The tidal journey has reached its end. You have explored the hidden secrets buried deep in the sea cave. Reward points, 5,000. Current points, 20,000. Special reward, random elemental draw. Congratulations, you have obtained Roaring Thunderstorm. As the absolute greatest ruler in the history of Crimson Cliff, you have mastered a brand new power. Lightning. An impromptu feast in the sky, descending with roar and lightning. In a sense, you have gradually stepped into the highest hall of magic. But now, perhaps you can try making a high-quality electric mosquito repellent first. Yuning, quite sharp. The system rattled off a long string of messages, finally stopping at the last line. Special reward sanity boost obtained. Target, Crimson Lord Skark. Current sanity, 58%, 59%, 60%. Chapter 64. It's a pity I can't take you back to see it with your own eyes, but just being able to let you see it is already something to be happy about. The Demon King's eyes reflected the fading image as he softly said, See you next time, my lord. Yuning opened her eyes. The architectural image drawn in the air by magic still lingered before her eyes, and the former appearance of Crimson Cliff gradually filled in her mind. This was a complex of buildings personally constructed by Skark. The damaged ruins were carefully cleaned up, and from the initial rooms, clear paths extended outwards, branching off to create more clean and tidy buildings. Occasionally, birds would venture in, tilting their heads to curiously observe this newly born land, pausing briefly. When enough creatures lingered for a sufficient amount of time, a new and vibrant town was born. Yuning opened her eyes. The sea breeze that lingered in her ears seemed to still be playing its melody. Then, the howling of the sea faded, replaced by the increasingly clear sound of water splashing against the rock walls. A system notification popped up. You have returned to the original timeline. Yuning. A slender, pale hand waved in front of her eyes, followed by the Demon King's face suddenly looming close. His deep, exquisite features were instantly in her face, and Yuning instinctively leaned back. The Demon King glanced at the distance between them, his face immediately showing concern. What's wrong? His beautiful silver-gray eyes were no longer hazy, but clearer than ever before. The pale blue light scattered throughout the cave seemed to coat his pupils with a light hue. Yuning shielded her eyes from the light. From her sanity perspective, the dark red aura surrounding the Demon King had completely vanished, replaced by a bright emerald green that enveloped him, almost blindingly so at first glance. It's nothing, she said, lowering her hand. Just a minor issue. A minor issue? The Demon King pondered, glancing at the clock flowers filling the cave, trying to find any hidden instability. I noticed you seemed distracted earlier. Could it be damage from sealing the evil spirit? He picked up the sealed box, his gaze burning, as if he wanted to crush it. Before Yuning could even catch her breath, a chaotic surge of magical energy rushed towards her. She quickly covered her hat to prevent it from being blown away. What's going on? She looked up. The Demon King's emanating red magic enveloped the entire cave. He gripped the edge of the box tightly, his bones even creaking. He stared intently at the box in his hands. The sealed box, its eyes wide open in death, emitted a sharp buzzing sound under the vibrations of magic, and even the entire cave began to tremble due to the magical agitation. Although his sanity had returned to a passing level, he still couldn't let his guard down. Yuning quickly grabbed the Demon King's arm. Wait! She spoke rapidly. It's not the box's fault. The light was a little dazzling just now, but it's fine now, stop it. She thought she'd have to explain further, but the magical surge suddenly stopped and receded like flowing water. The Demon King glanced at her hand on his arm, pursed his lips, and nodded slightly. His gaze fell on her, without the sickening stubbornness, and he obediently said, I listen to you. Yuning, this is the first time I've been so easily coaxed. I'm still a little unaccustomed to it. So, the Demon King who's back to his passing grade is this easy to deal with? Her initial wariness slowly subsided. Yuning looked around and said, looks like there's no more trouble. We should leave. Halfway through her sentence, she felt a jelly-like texture on her ankle, loosely wrapping around her in circles. Looking down, she saw pale pink tentacles clinging to her, frantically rubbing against her like they were drunk. Yuning, I'm being treated like catnip. She shook her ankle, but the group of hardcore catnip addicts instantly clung to her again, baring their claws and extending their tentacles, shamelessly wrapping around her ankle. Some even hooked onto her fingers, dangling drunkenly from her little finger. Yuning, The Demon King is basic, but the tentacles are anything but. Looking at the most clingy tentacle she ever seen, she slowly shifted her gaze to the Demon King. The Demon King immediately lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed, trying to summon them back. His expression was stern. Come back quickly, don't cause trouble. Under Yunying's expectant gaze, the pink tentacles glanced at their master's hand, which was so close, stretched out their bodies, raised their tentacles, approached their master, and let out a high-pitched chirp. Then, with a smack, they decisively slapped away their master's hand, and continued to cling to the witch like drunkards. Pink tentacle, chirp. Demon King, His face instantly turned red, and he whispered to the witch, sorry. Turning back, the Demon King's expression darkened immediately. He grabbed the disobedient tentacles, manually manipulating them, and neatly tossed these unruly creatures back into the shadows, instantly making the scene much quieter. No, it's not quiet enough. So many people. The three Yuning summoned from the notebook looked around curiously, exchanging glances. They really look exactly alike. Number 06 pinched the cheeks of the other two, immediately bursting into exclamations. So soft. Number 07 chimed in. You guys are so cute. Number 08 added, you're cute too. Yuning, Isn't this mutual flattery a bit too deliberate? The Demon King nodded in agreement. They are very cute. Yuning said helplessly, Skark. The Demon King coughed lightly, immediately falling silent, his pleading gaze darting around. Just happened to meet the mermaid, who was propping her chin up and looking around. In a flash, the mermaid seemed to bear some heavy responsibility. He patted his magnificent fishtail, racking his brains for a solution. It should be powerful and domineering, the bearing of a ruler. Yuning, the second to last to bail out the last one. All right, we should leave. Hey! A cheerful voice, almost identical to her own, but slightly different, rang out. Several witches huddled together, chattering, surrounding the mermaid lying on the shore. I like this one too. A mermaid, oh. Can I touch her tail? Show me those little muscles. The blue mermaid grinned, fulfilling their request, and was immediately greeted with cheers and applause. Yuning, although we look similar, her personality is a bit exaggerated. Is she really that unreliable? The Demon King looked at the mermaid surrounded by others, then at the witch standing still, and hesitated. Yuning, I have some too. Yuning, There's no need for such comparisons. She withdrew her gaze from the Demon King's physique, and casually commented, pretty good. Glancing again at the chaotic scene, leaving enough spare ear fins, the witch tugged at the Demon King's arm and whispered, let's go first. Otherwise, staying with these versions of herself from the banquet chapter always felt like something strange would happen. Just like a cat can spot the person most afraid of cats in a crowd. She had only taken one step when she felt a chill down her spine. The other witches' voices were close by. There's another one. This group, who knew each other intimately, instantly locked onto their prey, exclaiming excitedly, ah, this one's soft too. Yuning, She decisively said, let's go. Although her decision was swift, Yuning still couldn't escape the clutches. She was enthusiastically surrounded by her three other selves, who carried her around in various corners, like a group. Yuning took a deep breath. That day was truly terrifying. Good morning, sir. A robust merman burst through the door, full of energy. Still stocking the shelves today? Receiving confirmation, he rolled up his sleeves and dashed upstairs, like a whirlwind to begin his work, sorting and stocking the shelves. His movements were neat and efficient, his daily energy levels at their peak. No wonder he was a merman aiming for the year's Best Employee award. Yuning withdrew her gaze. After completing the formalities with the Kingdom of Rhine, The Crimson Cliff shop successfully opened in the Tide Islands. The caravan had just transported the goods a few days ago, and preparations for the official opening were underway. She cleaned the menus, wine cups, and teacups on the table, then arranged them neatly. Looking down at the first floor space, she beckoned to the Demon King, who was wiping the table. "Skark, could you fetch me another set of tables and chairs from upstairs? Oh, and the bills too." "No problem." The Demon King jogged upstairs, and quickly and easily carried down a heavy set of mahogany tables and chairs. A small pink tentacle, following closely behind him, waved a bill, received a thank you, and a pat. It chirped happily, and returned to its other tentacles to show off. The merman, as a new employee, was very diligent. Even the spacing between items was precise. He took a step back, looking at his work with satisfaction. Sometimes, in his excitement, his tail would peek out and slap the ground excitedly. He scratched his head. "Sorry." "It's all right," Yuning said. "Just keep practicing. Also, the goods on all 6 walls haven't been shelved yet." Seeing the mermaid perk up again and get back to work full of energy, Yuning stretched her aching shoulders slightly. Looking at the spacious shop, she could already sense the enormous workload. "We still don't have enough people." The shop that Princess Percy had chosen was impeccable in terms of location, quality, and speed, but it was simply too big, several times larger than the one in the Rhine Kingdom. With the current manpower, it was completely unmanageable, not to mention that she would have to oversee several other things later, and couldn't keep an eye on it all the time. Yuning pondered, "I should put up some job postings when I have time." Ding-ling. The wind chimes at the door rang. Yuning looked ahead. A slightly disheveled figure walked in. He was dressed in clean, neat clothes with an elegant bow tie, but for some reason, there was a certain melancholy about him. "Sorry, we're not open yet," Yuning asked. "May I ask where you're here?" "My name is Theodore." He took a stack of papers from his leather bag and placed them on the table. "This is my resume, and also the assignment contract signed by Princess Percy, to assist you in running your shop. If you really want to put it," Theodore sighed dejectedly, "it's just something an evil boss sells to his employees." Yuning. She seemed to know where his decadent air came from. He bowed. "Please take me in. Working in the Tide Islands might bring a sense of novelty and happiness compared to the monotonous environment of the Rhine Kingdom," he said dejectedly. "Maybe, that's what I keep telling myself. Please trust my abilities." Theodore looked around. "I can demonstrate for you." Yuning, then. "Please begin." Over the next few hours, Yuning witnessed firsthand the capabilities of this new employee. He quickly and accurately selected products, aggressively stocking shelves with expected best-selling items like dried fish and magic ships, then aggressively prepared a delicious 10-dish meal and soup, and aggressively mastered various weaving skills. While grumbling about the dreaded work, he aggressively exceeded his work quota, even considering doing tomorrow's work as well. Yuning blinked. She seemed to understand why Percy had only sent this one. One is better than 6. Chapter 65. The tidal islands have a warm climate, where land and sea meet. The main inhabitants are mermaids, with a smaller number of other half-human species from the deep sea. Besides these, there's a fairly active group, travelers on vacation or adventure. They usually travel in small groups, and their antics range from petting cats and dogs, getting bitten on the buttocks, to provoking dangerous species and nearly losing their lives. Yuning, humans really are just street thugs. Or rather, the chaotic and evil side. She looked at the 2 adventurers before her, their heads wrapped in bandages. Even though they were completely covered up, they could still vividly recount their adventures using only their eyebrows and eyes. That pufferfish monster, it charged at me with its 2 long legs, and the deadly venomous liquid it secreted from its back almost hit my legs. Luckily, I ran fast enough to shake it off. Yuning, a pufferfish with long legs? Is that even possible? She glanced at the 2 still liver-colored figures and sighed. Had the pufferfish here evolved to the point of secreting toxins externally? These 2 silly kids don't even know they're still in a poisoned state, able to see little figures dancing. At this level of poisoning, they've probably been exposed to just as much of that fantastical pufferfish's venom. Yuning pressed the topical antidote prepared by the apothecary onto the adventurer's arm. The adventurer immediately jumped up with a howl, grimacing for a while before sitting back down, his eyes instantly glistening with tears. Luckily, the Crimson Cliff shop opened here. If it weren't for you, sir, I probably wouldn't have been able to outrun that long-legged pufferfish. Yuning, is it a matter of outrunning it? That was a near-fatal accident, the dancing little figures nearly killing her. Heaven knows, she just opened the door that morning to find 2 swollen, purple pig heads crawling towards her. She almost mistook them for some new breed of carrion predator, and was about to attack. They seemed to be doing a little better. After observing them, Yuning put down her internal medicine, had the merman shove the two delirious creatures into the guest room, quickly made a list, and handed it to the plump white dove, who was grooming itself. Send the bill to the Adventurers Guild. Thanks for your hard work. The well-fed white dove immediately spread its wings, proudly picked up the bill, cooed loudly twice, then nimbly flapped its wings and flew away. Yuning, a rather agile fatso. Lady Yuning. A weak voice sounded from behind. Yuning felt a chill run down her spine, and turned around, to see the newly appointed top-tier Nanfu employee, Theodore, staring at her. His eyes were dark and swollen, but his hands never stopped spinning fishing nets. He still had the energy to report on his work. I trained the new employees, and those who stayed are all highly capable and responsible. The interior renovations, stocking the shelves, and the supply chain handover are all handled. He yawned, saying the most workaholic words in a calm tone. If you trust me, the shop is all ready and can officially open at any time. Nanfu has become a spirit. Yuning nodded inwardly, glanced at his face, and asked with concern, are you all right? He looked like he was about to faint. It's just 7 consecutive days of work, sleeping only 4 hours a day, a total of 140 hours of work. That's not much work at all, no problem. Yuning, this little bit of work? Turns out, the guy making all that clanging and banging every night was this guy. She thought it was some tentacle or pigeon causing trouble. Yes. He closed his eyes while standing, leaning back, and mumbled, don't worry, I'm a professional. Yuning, shocked. He's fallen asleep standing up. She forced the workaholic to have 2 days off, sending him back to catch up on sleep. Yuning added a rule to the employee handbook. No unauthorized overnight work. It's absurd, but very targeted. She then rearranged the work schedule, confirmed it was correct, and posted it on the notice board. Alright, now it's time for everyone to get back to work. Looking at the shop, now ready, and the well-trained employees eagerly waiting below, Yuning clapped her hands. The Crimson Cliffs shop in the Tide Islands is officially open. A salty sea breeze, carrying fine waves, lapped against the seashell-inlaid stone walls of the shop. The oak doors, carved with entwined coral vines, opened to reveal a shop with a distinctive local style, its interior bathed in an orange glow that shone even brighter in the sunlight. It smells wonderful. Passing creatures paused for a moment, curiously peering inside. Most glanced around and left, but some dared to venture in. Ding-ling. The seashell wind chimes on the eaves tinkled, heavy footsteps echoing within the shop, accompanied by the scent of sea salt. A customer had arrived. The employees, who had been idle all day, finally had something to do and enthusiastically surrounded the customer. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? Yuning finished tidying up the clutter on the counter, and was about to follow up with the introductions, when she looked up and froze on the spot. See seahorse spirits? Judging from their attire, the two new guests were probably a couple, but they weren't human. They were half human, half fish marine creatures, half human in appearance and half seahorse in appearance. Their fins, as thin as cicada wings, swayed constantly even in the air, taking on a beautiful, iridescent sheen under the soft light. In the tidal islands, known as the Land of Sirens, this was practically standard. Mermaids also liked to bask in the sun with their tails out in the sun whenever they had the chance, but she looked at the seahorse couple before her and swallowed hard. No one could tell her that these marine creatures also included half-human, half-fish beings with the upper body of a horse and the lower body of a human. In a sense, they were a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Yuning. So those long-legged pufferfish weren't just a fantasy from an adventurer's poisoning, there really are creatures with the upper body of fish in this place. Suddenly, an image flashed before her eyes. A pufferfish sprouting long legs, charging forward like an ostrich, spitting out venom as it ran. She shuddered. Rationally, she could accept it, but seeing it with her own eyes was still unsettling. However, the two new customers before her didn't possess the terrifying power of a pufferfish spirit. They curiously peered into the shop, seemingly quite interested. Mr. Seahorse let out a powerful voice, his long, pale blue snout bubbling, his tone surprisingly gentle and refined. Excuse me, do you have anything suitable for children to eat? Miss Seahorse added just as gently, newborn babies, only 10 centimeters long. Yuning looked away. Baby? The seahorse father nodded, yes. He took several palm-sized baby seahorses out of the pouch and instructed, quickly say hello to the shopkeeper. The baby seahorses looked like ordinary seahorses, their tails curled up, twitching in the adult's palm, and then chattering away. By the way, Male seahorses are the ones who raise their young. So this Mr. Seahorse was a true male mother. The male mother put the babies back in, leaving only a row of tiny heads sticking out, and said with some distress, "They haven't liked to eat since they were born, so we came here to try our luck and see if we could find any unusual food." Yuning looked away from the row of baby seahorses. Although it's a bit of an exaggeration that they can understand language right after birth, just thinking about their parents having 2 long legs gave her a strange feeling that anything fantastical creature can be fine, right? Ugh, this is turning into an abstract light novel. Yuning bowed and greeted them. "Hello, what would you like to eat?" The little seahorse excitedly chirped, and Mr. Seahorse took a step towards the counter. The little seahorse in the pouch became even more excited and raised its voice. After several attempts, they finally determined that something behind the counter had caught their attention. "Yuning, please wait a moment, sir, while I go look for it." Behind the counter, there were various kinds of goods stored there, mostly food, and things that might be of interest to the seahorses. She rummaged through them, using magic to remove a box containing krill and place it on the counter. "Do you like these?" Freshly caught krill, preserved with condensation magic, absolutely healthy and harmless. The little seahorse immediately perked up. Chirp chirp. Mr. and Mrs. Seahorse exchanged a glance, then laughed heartily. "We buy them all." And so, their first sale was successfully completed. Although the process was a bit strange, having a customer so soon after opening was a good omen. They packed up all the fresh krill in stock, and the mermaid handled the delivery to the customer's home. The money arrived quickly, and the seahorse couple left satisfied. The bustling activity inside the shop attracted some casual shoppers, and it gradually became lively. Ding dong. A system message popped up, and she glanced at the page. "As the great and generous executor of Crimson Cliff, Ashwitch, with your help, the seeds of Crimson Cliff have gradually sprouted and taken root in the land of the Tide Isles, but a newly opened shop needs to gain sufficient recognition to thrive in the local area. Recognition received, 0%. Reward points, 500. Bang! A sudden commotion erupted outside the door, the roar of raging waves mingling with the chaotic, panicked voices of people, interspersed with pushing, shoving, and screams. Yuning pushed open the door and looked outside. The residents who had been diligently working near the shore abruptly dropped what they were doing, scattering hastily away from the ocean, as if some absolute terror was chasing them. The seahorse couple, who had just made a pleasant transaction and left, returned to the shop. Even just looking at their seahorse heads, one could see they were drenched in sweat. Even the usually talkative little seahorse seemed frightened, looking listless. Yuning poured a glass of water. "Don't worry, it's absolutely safe here." What happened? Having just witnessed an incident on the beach from afar, Mr. Seahorse hurriedly led his family back to their original location and hid in a building. After comforting his wife and child, he peeked outside again and, seeing no pursuing enemies, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. The shopkeeper's tone was calm, his gaze gentle and composed, as if he could handle anything. He and his wife exchanged a glance before he slowly spoke. "They're pirates. A mutated species of octopus, with exceptionally strong bodies and a violent, unruly temperament. We heard they suddenly appeared recently, roaming and robbing along the coast of the entire Tide Islands, and now they come here. They also possess the fire ability that marine fantasy species fear most, and most importantly." Remembering something, Mr. Seahorse suddenly shuddered, even his blue beak turning pale. "These octopuses have a very wide diet. They eat everything, including himself, whether it's mermaids, other marine creatures, or even humans and elves, races outside the Tide Kingdom. If they encounter them and can subdue or capture them, they'd be stuffed whole into their mouths." "I'm sorry, but I must remind you," Mr. Seahorse said. "We can't stay here any longer. We'll be moving soon. If there are security concerns, you, the shopkeeper, must also relocate as soon as possible, otherwise they'd be coming after us very soon." "I see." Yuning looked outside. The chaotic crowd had thinned out considerably, with some still running away in panic. The enormous shadow of the octopus had crested the shore, and an invisible fear descended upon the land, making it hard for the people to breathe. However, in a sense, it was like a godsend. The approved fast track had opened its doors to Crimson Cliff. She gave the little seahorse a few dry krill to ease the tense atmosphere. "No need to move," the witch smiled. "By the way, my staff and I are quite skilled at cooking octopus." Chapter 66. The ferocious octopus monster smacked its lips, extended a tentacle to touch its stomach, and dripped a mixture of seawater and mucus from its body, instantly scorching the reef red-hot, causing it to crumble and scatter shortly afterward. It muttered, "What should I eat today?" A few days ago, a few humans remained in the cabin it had occupied, but they were thick-skinned and possessed some magic to prick fish. They were edible but prickly, and it was also looking for something different. It would wait until those humans were starved before eating them. It landed on its tentacle and looked around. A new place it hadn't been to before. Still mostly mermaids. The sea here was salter than other places. It wondered if the mermaids here would taste better. It continued smacking its lips, its clear yellow beastly eyes scanning the area before finally locking onto a strong merman with a blue tail. Their eyes met, and suddenly its stomach growled with hunger. Sturdy Chewy. Target locked, its tentacles moved swiftly, revealing its massive, dark form hidden in the seawater. Roughly 2 stories tall, it stood proudly on the shore. The mouth in the center of its tentacles gaped open, revealing rings of dense, sharp teeth. Each clenching produced a piercing, ear-piercing sound, like a giant shredder. Its enormous body moved with extraordinary agility on land, not much slower than in the ocean, completely incomparable to these mermen who, once out of water, could only revert to bipedalism and run clumsily like humans. The merman before it dodged the attacking tentacles, methodically advancing along a planned route. Whenever it fell behind, a strange gust of wind would propel it away. The game is over. The octopus monster stared grimly at the leaping, thrashing mermaid, its rough voice emanating from its massive body. "Ant, you will pay the price for your petty cleverness." It stopped, no longer pursuing, but instead rhythmically vibrated the ground. As the vibration spread, huge waves surged across the sea. After the raging waves subsided, several dark figures, similar to or even larger than itself, emerged from the shore. 5 colossal creatures rapidly approached, their black tentacles spreading across the entire beach, as if the sky itself had darkened. The power they possessed was enough to kill every living being near the shore. The first octopus monster to arrive chuckled, "Mermaid, go and repent to your companions. It's all your foolishness that brought this disaster." Yes, Yuning hovered high in the sky, looking down at all the octopus monsters. She propped her chin on her hand, watching the whole thing unfold, a smile appearing on her face. "It's all your foolishness that brought this disaster, but there's no need to repent. No living being will forgive you." The octopus monster instantly looked up at the witch in the sky. She sat quietly on her magic broom, seemingly unaware of how long she had been there. "A human?" he judged. "A spellcaster." The image of the unique, fragrant scent of a magic user instantly came to mind, making his mouth water. He glanced to the side. His 5 companions stood motionless beside him. His confidence surged. So what if she was a spellcaster? He had devoured countless spellcasters like her. The advantage was with him. The octopus monster stretched its tentacles. It changed its mind. It would eat people today. The octopus monster rubbed its hands together. Who goes first? Its companions remained silent. It paused. "How about we all go together?" Still no response. What's going on? Were they all full today? Just as it turned around, a sharp gust of wind blew from behind, and the octopus monster felt its entire body sway uncontrollably, but its companions remained unmoved. The octopus monster gritted its teeth. "You want to eat the meat already? Brothers, enjoy the good life. I bear the hardship, tui." Still no response. The octopus monster, It finally realized something was wrong. Its bright yellow eyes widened as it carefully observed the anomaly, finally spotting a small pink tentacle beneath its companions' dark bodies. Seeing it looking over, the pink tentacle curved, making a hard shape with its fingers. What the hell? An immense fear enveloped its entire body, as if some much larger being was watching it, and even its mere proximity caused its soul to tremble. It would be eaten. It frantically flailed its stiff tentacles, trying to escape into the sea, but the ensuing hurricane didn't let it off the hook, flipping the entire octopus to the ground. Its bright yellow eyes immediately met those of a pink tentacle. The octopus monster struggled. No, no. It seemed its prayers had worked. The pink tentacle waved upwards, seemingly indicating that it was full. The octopus monster immediately breathed a sigh of relief, its entire body limp on the ground. No, it had to escape quickly while it could. It had barely moved when it heard the witch's voice from high above. "Well, you had a hard day. If you can't eat anymore, then don't," she said. "I handle this." As soon as she finished speaking, the sky churned, lightning flashed through the dark clouds, and a thick bolt of white-purple lightning crashed down amid surging magic. Boom! The clouds dispersed, leaving only ashes. The crisis was perfectly averted. Having rescued 2 more lone adventurers from the abandoned ship's hold occupied by the octopus monster, Yuning couldn't help but marvel at how daring these adventurers' guild members were to venture into any place. But they were certainly unlucky. After treating their wounds and bandaging them up like dumplings, they sat side by side, with the two adventurers, who had been poisoned earlier, enough for a mahjong game. At this rate, the Adventurers Guild's medical bills might become a significant source of income for the shops in the future. As dusk fell, a fire was lit along the shore, illuminating a small area. Figures moved about occasionally, seemingly setting up decorations. Any activities planned for today? A knock came at the door, followed by a cautious voice. Excuse me, is anyone home? Yuning put down the teapot on the counter. Yes. It was a villager from nearby. She asked, What can I do for you? Several sea creatures stood at the shop's entrance. Their eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Yuning, some even bubbling with excitement. They quickly composed themselves and said, Sir, could you come to tonight's celebration? It's specially prepared for you. They chimed in. Because of what happened with those pirates during the day, everyone is very grateful to you, so we really hope you can come. A celebration? Yuning looked outside. The creatures were busily setting up. The bonfire party was already taking shape. Several villagers watched her nervously, while other creatures occasionally cast glances from outside, keeping a close eye on what was happening inside. It was an event held for her. She nodded and smiled faintly. It's an honor. Seashells played music unique to the ocean, and the blazing bonfire swayed with the dancing crowd, occasionally bursting into sparks like stars descending to earth. The shop employees also joined the bonfire party. Some were locals, dancing to the music and receiving enthusiastic applause, while others, less comfortable, sat quietly in a corner, soaking in the joyous atmosphere. Yuning took 2 portions of seaside specialties, and sat in a corner next to the Demon King, handing him one and quietly enjoying her meal. The performances were wonderful, the atmosphere lively, but sometimes, how should I put it, it was a bit too unrestrained. Yuning picked up a drunken starfish, dodged the giant crab that was walking upright, and tossed this overly unrestrained marine creature, which had reverted to its original form, back onto the dance floor, watching it continue swaying to the music. Yuning, a very unique activity. The 4 mahjong players also came out to join in the fun. The first one, who had just recovered from his poisoning and had been cooped up in his room lately, couldn't resist letting out a few loud howls like an ape emerging from its cave. His companion immediately patted him. Keep it down, it's not honorable. The adventurer silently shut up, coughed, and said, I got a little too excited watching, I couldn't help it. A moment later, his companion, hearing the cheerful dance music, felt a tickle in his throat, and couldn't help but howl as well. He immediately covered his mouth and looked to the side. The other 2 adventurers, who had arrived later, were already on the dance floor, happily swimming in the sand. The remaining 2, turns out we're considered normal now. The adventurer said, The companions reached a consensus. Jump. Yuning, Her true nature has been completely unleashed. Congratulations, you have gained the approval of the Tide Islands. Anything you do here will be supported by the masses, and the Tide Islands' favorability towards Crimson Cliff has increased. However, please manage properly. Violations will lower your approval rating, and if it drops to a certain level, it will trigger the expulsion ending. Reward points, 500. Current points, 20,500. Night deepened. After a hearty meal, the initial excitement subsided slightly. The remaining creatures sat in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Yuning picked up a bunch of red and purple flowers, gifts from the villagers during the evening feast. Some were terrestrial plants, others were flowers unique to remote waters. They were gathered in a bunch, adorned with pearls and seashells, their origins unknown, and a conch shell in the center seemed to sing a soft, oceanic song. She examined them. They should still be alive. She could take them back and cultivate them hydroponically. The apothecary should have plenty of tools to make these flowers from all over the world thrive. A slightly hot sea breeze blew by. The mermaid, his face flushed from a few drinks, patted his tail, a little hot. He shifted, sitting on a rock to enjoy the sea breeze, but instead of finding a cool, comfortable temperature, he broke out in a sweat. Did I drink too much? His blue tail dipped into the water, but the cool touch was gone. Instead, it was scalded. His tail instantly jerked out of the water, the tip already red from the heat. The alcohol fumes instantly dissipated, clearing her mind. The mermaid straightened up and looked into the distance. A scorching sea breeze rushed towards her, bringing a stinging temperature. At the same time, bubbles began to rise from the surface of the sea, and further away, a raging fire broke out on the sea, rapidly spreading towards the shore. Or rather, the entire sea was boiling. The next second, a voice pierced the quiet night. Fire! While a fire on the sea was rather bizarre, The addition of an unnatural force made it seem relatively plausible. Yuning withdrew her gaze from the raging fire. Initially, the fire could be seen as having a few dense, eerie dark red spots on her sanity screen, but now they had completely lost their effect. As far as the eye could see, flames soared into the sky, everything a vibrant crimson. Strange lava floating on the surface gradually spread, and the surging flames boiled the entire body of water. Creatures closer to the shore could quickly retreat, but those further away were in great danger. Ding dong! The unknown flames were spreading rapidly, and the creatures trapped in the center of the sea were about to die. At the same time, the air of conspiracy was thickening. The great town ruler sensed the anomaly, and was preparing to investigate. Survivors saved, 0%. Reward points, 1,000. Yuning flew high into the sky on her magical broom, taking in the situation on the sea. Starting from a bend near the coast, flowing flames enveloped a small island, trapping many marine creatures. The flames soared into the sky, relentlessly encroaching on the island, further squeezing out the survivors' living space. She shifted her gaze. There were also scattered, unfortunate creatures swimming in the sea, forced to the surface by the scalding water, then driven to swim faster. If they stopped even slightly, they would be overtaken by the intense heat. Only this patch of lava. Although the flames looked like they were shooting into the sky from the shore, thankfully, the culprit was actually just this small patch of lava. Yun Ying's eyes flickered slightly. Time was of the essence. The rescue had to be expedited. A massive surge of magic manipulated the elemental particles, creating specific patterns. You are using hymn of the wind. You are using whispers of the water. Icy water formed in her hands, and the dark river of death surged merrily. The water sprite patted itself, the disguise magic activated, and it returned to its clear, transparent form. Driven by magic, it instantly understood its mission and continued its merrily rushing forward, plunging into the sea along with the hurricane. The boiling of the sea slowed, and creatures were occasionally scooped out by the water sprite, swept up by the hurricane, and thrown back onto the land. One was cooling the water, the other was catching fish. But it was still a bit slow. Yun Ying's mind raced, and she opened the wishing pool. Current points, 20,500. She had never drawn so many points at once before. Throwing them all in should at least create some splash. You are drawing points. The galaxy in the wishing pool paused and reversed. Deep blue and hazy light purple intertwined, spreading a hazy halo, with a final glimmer of golden stardust shimmering within. Because of their sheer number, their boundaries were indistinguishable, forming only a flowing, cyclical starry sky. Looking up, it felt as if she could reach out and touch the starlight. Yuning quickly browsed through it, finding useful items. First, the purple stars. Congratulations, you have obtained 4 fish traps. Attract fish using special bait. Suitable for static fishing, it can catch various types of fish, and can also be used to rescue people in emergencies. This seems usable. However, the bait is highlighted in red. I wonder what special effect the purple bait will have. She threw all 4 fish traps into the sea. The huge traps opened instantly, and the swaying leathery fish-shaped baits inside quickly extended upon contact with the water, completely submerging. A moment later, the baits spotted a lone fish, suddenly opened their massive mouths, and snatched the mermaid trapped on the surface, simply and brutally completing the task of catching the fish, then quickly returned to the traps. Your fish traps have caught fish. Please harvest them promptly. Yuning, As long as you can catch fish, it doesn't matter how you catch them, right? The bait doesn't need to lure or bait, it goes straight in, swinging a big stick around, stunning and taking it away. Miracle happens with brute force. The fish traps were fishing methodically. Yuning instructed the mermaids to look after their companions, then continued searching for the next usable star. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 store-type fire extinguishers. This is a special fire extinguisher. Please place it at the location where the fire needs extinguishing. Also, clear the area of people. Do not approach while the fire is being extinguished. It's like a godsend. However, it seems to be an automatic type of item. After reading the item description, Yuning took the 3 fire extinguishers to the top of the sea of fire, avoiding the crowd, and threw the extinguishers into the sea at 3 different locations. You are using a stored-type fire extinguisher. The moment it touched the sea, the extinguisher stopped in midair, the nozzle opened, but unlike the initial impression, it was absorbing the flames. The flames flowed into the extinguisher through the suction, being fixed and stored, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Yuning, so it's a stored type. If I call your name, will you dare answer? The flowing flames rapidly diminished as the 3 fire extinguishers worked. The crimson flames receded, and the dark ocean finally emerged. But as time passed, a certain area remained ablaze, impossible to extinguish, seemingly fed by a continuous flow of magma. Yunying's eyes flickered slightly. At the same time, the first golden hue appeared before her in the wishing pool. Congratulations, you have obtained the Calamity Compass. This is a fate prediction item, used to avoid danger. When in danger, the pointer will continue to spin. If the danger intensifies, the pointer's fluctuations will increase. Please leave the area as soon as possible. Note, this measurement result is absolutely accurate and unaffected by any external forces, magic, divine power, extraterrestrial factors, etc. Yuning looked down. The small dial lay in her palm, within a metal frame imprinted with inscriptions, the bright red pointer spinning wildly. Chapter 67. Yuning sensed a faint sound in the air. The magma was gathering strength. Her magic surged, and as the pointer reached the critical point, she instantly flew away from her spot. The sound of exploding magma echoed behind her, and a wave of scorching heat swept over her in an instant. This stuff was flowing out from a spatial rift. A pitch-black rift opened in midair, as if forcibly torn open by some force, and this strange magma, capable of floating on the sea surface, was continuously gushing outwards. Yuning withdrew her gaze. Her attack missed, and the churning magma chased after her as if it were alive, the scorching heat repeatedly approaching, as if it wouldn't stop until it burned her. She had to think of a way. She lowered her body, quickly dodging on her magical broom, and gradually approached the sea surface. You are using Whispers of Water River of Death. The next second, the dark water, drawn by magic, collided with the lava. In the ensuing struggle of evaporation, a piercing sizzle echoed across the sea. The intense heat gradually dissipated, and the last remnants of the lava slumped into the water, slowly sinking into the tranquil ocean. The air fell silent. Yuning didn't stop there. She continued flying forward with her magical broom, feeling the still noticeable tremor in her hand, and glanced down. Although she had dealt with one wave of lava, the Calamity Weaver in her hand didn't stop. Instead, it spun even more excitedly. The silence felt like an approaching countdown, gradually tightening her nerves. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched. Watch out! Before the scalding heat arrived, a slightly cool body appeared. Silver-white hair danced in the heat, brushing against her cheeks. A tall figure stood before the crimson, shielding her from the lava. It was Skulk. The moment their eyes met, Yuning felt herself being shoved away. The next instant, scalding lava surged upwards from the sea, its massive maw opening to engulf the silver-white figure. Tick-tock. The weather vane in her hand stopped spinning. The scorching wind stung her face. Her pointed hat, blown off in the sudden commotion, had also been burned to ashes by the lava. All external sounds vanished, leaving only the pounding of her heart. Yuning, She lowered her eyes, waiting. The sea did not calm down. Crimson and silver intertwined, neither giving way, until the tentacles, ignoring all material barriers, arrived. A constantly shifting pink hue gradually appeared within the surging lava. It quickly gained the upper hand, its tentacles bearing their fangs and claws, striking the grotesque face made of lava with a smack. The magma giant face, It was silent for a moment, then shook the sea even more angrily, its tentacles dancing wildly with excitement. Then, its remaining face was slapped with a smack. The magma giant face, The other tentacles, lining up to slap its face, gradually emerged, eagerly awaiting their chance. The ferocious magma immediately weakened, revealing a snarling expression. Yuning surveyed the situation. It was under control. Although the tentacles had the upper hand, the underground fissures were still continuously replenishing magma, resulting in a stalemate. Prolonged conflict would inevitably lead to various unforeseen events. She shifted her gaze, opened the pulsating wishing well, and sifted through the newly drawn items, selecting 2 stars, one purple and one gold. A soft purple hue appeared before her eyes. Multifunctional suturer. Can be used to suture any wound, from minor elemental damage to massive canyon fissures. This product draws magic power based on the object being sutured. Please maintain sufficient magic power reserves to avoid medical accidents. With sufficient magic power, even fissures from other dimensions can be sutured with a single click. Yuning glanced at the magma fissure on the seabed, but instead of using the suturer directly, she suspended it in midair and reached out to catch the second star. Golden light slowly rotated around the very center point, reflecting an extremely dazzling brilliance before her eyes. Unknown Summoning Necklace. This is a magical necklace, said to belong to a god-level traveler who traversed various worlds, possessing the ability to connect to distant dimensions. Anchoring to beings from another world, You can communicate and establish contact by fulfilling their conditions. When the affinity is high enough, you can attempt to summon them. The summoned being will fulfill the contract according to their mood. Currently communicable beings, elemental apostles. Feeding available, mealworms, lizard tails, scorpion pincers. A small stone bird, no bigger than a palm, hovered in the center of the necklace. Every feather was lifelike, as if it could spread its wings at any moment. Its round eyes were intently staring ahead, or more accurately, at where Yuning could hide something. It looked so eager it was almost about to speak. Yuning, who carries these things around? Wait, she actually does. The spatial ring opened, and Yuning successfully retrieved a huge package. It clattered and rattled with her movements. Inside were pots and pans, the Demon King's possessions, and of course, packed and organized ingredients. For the Demon King, it certainly was food. She took out a section of dark green lizard tail, her mind already recalling the scene of it bubbling away in soup. The Demon King's culinary skills were unparalleled, utterly devastating. Shaking off the terrifying memory of being besieged by culinary disaster, Yuning fed the lizard tail to the stone-carved bird. The palm-sized sculpture of a bird suddenly moved, then pecked at the lizard tail, tilted its head back, and swallowed it, squinting its eyes in satisfaction before returning to its still state. Wasn't that enough? Yuning took out all sorts of things. Grotesque mushrooms, wriggling green worms, and half a poisonous tail thorn. Eliminate as many as possible. Cough. This was called acting expediently in times of crisis. The stone-carved bird's eyes gleamed, and it lowered its head, munching away with gusto. Even ingredients the same size, as its body slid smoothly into its stomach, as if its round belly contained another dimension. Yuning glanced at the tidal elemental apostle. However, it was highly likely that there really was an alternate dimension. Finally, having eaten and drunk its fill, it stretched its wings and yawned, hopping a few times in midair. The stone-carved gray-white on its body gradually faded, revealing vibrant, multicolored plumage. The bird carefully preened its feathers when a system notification popped up. Current elemental apostle's favorability has reached the required level. Summon elemental apostle? You are summoning an elemental apostle. Skark, get out of the way. A familiar voice rang out. The Demon King looked up from the lava. A few strands of his silver-white hair burned away, his brow slightly furrowed, giving him an unusually gloomy look. After seeing what had happened, his eyes suddenly widened, his expression instantly melting. He quickly retreated, forcibly pulling back even the still playful tentacles. The next second, a gigantic firebird plummeted from the sky, crashing straight into the lava. No, not just a firebird. He watched as numerous magical particles, cyan, blue, green, and more, emanated from the enormous bird, switching magical types at will, like fireworks exploding before his eyes. It should be, a rainbow bird? This enormous, multicolored bird plunged directly into the lava. The temperature, enough to incinerate ordinary creatures, had no effect on it. In fact, its feathers became even more lustrous after being baptized by the intense heat. Tired of playing, the bird plunged into the lava, swallowing it as easily as eating an insect. After finishing, it tapped its head around, its body transforming back into water, disappearing directly into the seabed fissure. It's an elemental apostle. Yuning plummeted from the sky. The Demon King's pupils contracted, and he quickly stretched out his arm to catch her steadily. He checked her over, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming she was unharmed. He was a little angry. Dangerous. Not dangerous. Falling straight down like this is fast, and I use magic to suspend it before it hits the sea. Yuning looked at the Demon King's sullen face, even turning slightly away from her explanation. His profile turned to face her, though his face was covered in a speck of dust, making him look less intimidating. He's really angry. She coughed, her unfinished sentence taking a detour. Because I saw Skark was there, won't you be able to catch me? The Demon King turned his head, shaking his head seriously. I won't be unable to catch you. I definitely will. Absolutely will catch Yuning. Yuning? Then that's my reason. Besides, she beckoned to the tentacles surrounding her, eagerly anticipating her arrival. They're here too, they can catch me. The pink tentacles, chirp. The Demon King seemed thoughtful, then, after a moment's thought, pursed his lips. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been angry with you just now. An unprecedented solemnity appeared on his face. I will never betray this trust. I swear in the name of Skark. Yuning looked into those silver-gray pupils, undisguised within, as pure as the bright moonlight on the horizon. It seemed almost too sincere. She sighed helplessly, then smiled. Thank you for your trust. Yuning said earnestly, until it's all over, I accept this trust. She patted the Demon King's hand. Put me down. The Demon King, who had been listening intently to her, blushed upon feeling the warmth in her arms, and quickly put her down, stammering, I didn't mean to. It's all right, Yuning said casually. It's not the first time. The Demon King remembered something, and his face instantly turned bright red. If he were submerged in lava, it would be difficult to distinguish which color was brighter. He lowered his head steaming, and remained silent. Splash. A sound of water came. Yuning looked down following the sound. The bird that had just ventured into the crevice reappeared on the surface, but unlike its initial fiery body, it had now completely transformed into a flowing body of water. It emerged unharmed, even letting out a burp, and appeared to be twice as big as it had been before. A guess formed in Yunying's mind. Ding dong. You have completely cleared the lava. I thought it would be simple and brutal, but I didn't expect it to be this simple and brutal. No wonder it stopped gushing out. This thing burrowed into the lava's home through the crack, taking and eating it all, completely emptying the lava. Looking out from the crack into another world, the dimension that was just crimson had become scorched earth, occasionally spewing out a few sparks before extinguishing weakly. The seemingly harmless elemental apostles lay asleep on the water's surface with their eyes closed, quickly disappearing. However, a new stone bird sculpture, lying asleep with occasional wisps of flame, appeared in the golden necklace. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. The gaps between the cracks were repaired with a stitching device, the sea temperature gradually receded, and the tranquility returned. Ding dong. Congratulations, all survivors have reached the shore. Reward points, 1,000. Current points, 1,500. Congratulations, you have achieved the town achievement. A light boat has passed 10,000 mountains. Under your skillful management, Crimson Cliff has become a formidable force on the continent. The development progress is more than halfway complete. Please continue your efforts. Current town level, 63/6/100. Personal title, Mysterious Shadow. As the operator behind this great town, your figure will be etched in the eyes of countless beings. Even a fleeting glance inspires reverence. Wearing this title increases influence and deterrence. You will gain an initial 10% favorability when encountering unfamiliar beings. Next page. The wise Ash Witch has discovered strange lava phenomena in the Tide Isles. While resolving the trouble, you successfully discovered a polluted red glow. Perhaps danger has never been far away, lurking somewhere, quietly approaching. In addition, the Red Earth era is approaching. Please prepare accordingly. Uncovering the truth, 0%. Reward points, 500. Special reward, Omnipotent Ice Factory. Yuning, ice? It feels like winter just ended, and now it's already the height of summer. The Demon King, hearing her voice, hesitated and asked, Yuning, are you talking about ice magic? He thought seriously, I remember, Lonwen is an ice magic user. Chapter 68. Recent missions have all been large-scale, demanding tasks. Missions with rewards in the hundreds are rare. After circling the sea a few times, the water sprite easily scooped up a strange, toothed piece of flesh. Enveloped in the suspended water, it still stubbornly grinded its teeth, trying to bite something. Yuning glanced at her sanity screen. An old friend. The clear water swirled a few times, gradually revealing its true form. A dark liquid tightly bound it, and after several minutes of violent bubbling, the hideous teeth completely disappeared. The water sprite returned to its harmless, clear form, joyfully running back into the sea, merging with it. You have slain one of the brutality's teeth. These beastly teeth, growing from the tentacles of an unspeakable ancient god, possess the ability to easily tear through space. Their innate instinct is to rip open the gaps in the world, connecting to dimensions capable of instilling fear. Yuning continued reading, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Note, often used as vanguard troops, providing the initial conditions for the arrival of later beings. If those tentacles were remnants left behind by the previous ancient god's descent, then these teeth are the horn sounded before his current attack on this world. Although only one has been discovered so far, there will certainly be more than one such vanguard. Thinking further, the scorching heat of the Red Earth season in summer is likely due to this reason, arriving earlier than expected. The descent of the ancient god is not far off. Ding! You have uncovered the truth. The slumbering, unspeakable being is awakening. Fear will once again descend upon the continent, affecting a wide area. As a responsible town resident, please prepare defenses in advance to avoid resetting town progress. Reward, 500 points. Congratulations, you have obtained the All-Purpose Ice Factory X1. Current points, 2,000. Yuning glanced at the points on the page and closed the Wishing Well page. After spending a whopping 20,000 points, the remaining points became a rather meager and insignificant number, which felt a little strange at first glance. However, apart from the items used to extinguish the lava, her spatial ring still contained a large number of brand new items that she hadn't used back then. The shops in the Tide Islands were gradually getting on track. Theodore, a workaholic who loved and fought tooth and nail for his job, successfully took over as acting shop manager. With dark circles under his eyes, he worked with a mix of pain and joy, frantically managing the business while sighing and frantically pushing the shops to speed up operations. Yuning returned to the town with peace of mind, preparing to take a few days off. She sat on the sofa in the city hall, a pile of unused items still sitting in the wishing well. Seemingly anticipating the coming heat, the wishing well went straight for the desired items. Aside from many items she might need in the future, and excluding the blue stars for everyday necessities, the purple items this time were clearly targeted. Yuning, and the variety is quite extensive. Congratulations, you have obtained Ice Spire X1. A building item. This building is made of ice and snow, reinforced with magical runes, and will never melt. It is equipped with corresponding ice-type attack magic. Please enter after obtaining ice-type skills to avoid indiscriminate, friendly fire from the spire. Congratulations, you have obtained Ice Shooter X1. A magical plant similar to the pea shooter, possessing the power to control ice. Note: suitable for planting below freezing. Please choose soil with a suitable temperature to avoid slow plant growth. Yuning, if I call you a tower defense game, will you dare to answer? The Frost Archer has arrived, so how far away can a complete plant encyclopedia be? Yuning pressed the one-click install button. Looking out the window, a faintly visible frostwhite spire quickly appeared in the distant open space. Just looking at it from afar, she could almost feel the chill emanating from it. She touched the hairs that suddenly stood on end, guessing it was the result of dissipating magic. She wondered what it would feel like to enter the spire after mastering ice magic. A murmur of discussion arose outside. Passing residents seemed to be marveling at the spire's appearance. Yuning glanced outside, then had a few Mage Tower students put up "Do Not Approach" signs around the spire. The crowd stopped to admire it for a moment before gradually dispersing. Silence fell. She turned her gaze and looked down. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 semi-automatic ice cream parlors. Hire employees for simple operations, and you will quickly gain the only comfort of summer. The building occupies a small area and can be installed indoors. Furthermore, it also supports remote installation. Yunying's gaze fell precisely on the words remote installation. Exactly 3. The shops in Crimson Cliff, the Kingdom of Rhine, and the Tide Islands, 3 ice cream parlors, perfectly evenly distributed. Perfect. Next are some practical items. Congratulations, you have obtained a portable mini temperature-controlled air conditioner X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Huixiang Jingqi Water, Mainland Universal Version, X3. Yuning looked at the small sphere flying in midair, surrounded by glowing runes. With each step she took, the air conditioning sphere followed, maintaining a comfortable temperature within a 3-meter diameter radius from where she started. Although it requires periodic magical support, it's quite practical for its portability. As for the small bottle of Huixiang Jingqi Water, a traditional Chinese medicine for relieving internal heat, Yuning looked down. It was the same small brown bottle as she remembered. Even the lettering was in simplified Chinese characters. Yuning, don't think I won't recognize it just because it says usable in mainland China. They didn't even remove the symptom description and ingredient label from the back of the bottle. At least put on a prettier, more convincing bottle, applicable to humans, fantasy creatures, spiritual beings, plant beings. The instructions covered all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures that fly, swim, and run, even including ghosts and lifeless spirits. Note: absolutely effective, no deception. Yuning, that's more like false advertising. I try catching the vengeful spirit lord when it gets warmer. Even if something goes wrong, I won't be any more dead. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 frozen ice seed. A magical item seems to be encased beneath a thick layer of ice. Perhaps you could try planting it. A seed? The last strange seed she encountered was an iron pea. She wondered what would grow this time. Since the planting conditions weren't specifically stated, it shouldn't be too difficult. Yuning brought in a flower pot, dug a small hole, buried the ice seed, and just as she lightly watered it, the surface of the flower pot froze into ice. Was her method wrong? Just as she was about to dig it out and replant it, a countdown popped up. Your frozen ice seed is growing vigorously. Countdown: 720 hours 719:59:59. Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a normal phenomenon. She put the flower pot down and looked at the last purple star. Congratulations, you have received one powerful insecticide. Suitable for outdoor camping, forest exploration, farm work, and other scenarios, especially suitable for areas with dense mosquitoes. Effectively repels mosquitoes and reduces itching and swelling caused by bites. Yuning blinked. It seemed a bit useless. She hadn't been bothered by mosquitoes lately. Wait. She suddenly realized something. The ash forest was still a forest, especially with the expansion of the town. The once barren ash forest had become lush and green, and their crimson cliff was located in the heart of what was comparable to a primeval forest. Forests, what a perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes. She never even seen a mosquito monster before. Yuning gripped the insecticide tightly. Mosquitoes, just thinking about them made her hands itch. The weather gradually warmed, the scorching sun baking the earth. The once vibrant green plants were now wilting, with only the sun-loving sunflower field remaining thriving. However, if the temperature continued to rise, even the sunflowers might not survive. The apothecary adjusted the irrigation system and rebuilt the sunshade. Every day, he led a group of potion-making students back and forth in the fields, occasionally releasing a few squeaking plants. Yes, plants. Yuning avoided the loudly singing peacocks, stepped over several swaying vines, and traversed the potion field like a challenge, finally arriving at the newly added town building. The all-purpose ice factory. Located next to two magical textile factories, the new factory was constructed from a large, flat ice wall. The ice surface wasn't translucent, but rather had a hazy, patterned appearance. She reached out and touched it, feeling no dampness. It's stone. A factory made of ice like stone, unlike metal which dissipates heat quickly, and unlike ordinary ice which melts rapidly, required rune reinforcement, making it perfect for the walls of an ice factory. Yuning entered. Large ice-making machines were neatly arranged, the magic stone slots on the central control panel empty. She poured magic crystals from her spatial ring, and soon these colossal machines began operating. Large blocks of square ice were transported from the exit and stacked in the storage area. Yuning glanced at them, pondering, cutting such large blocks will be quite a workload. Suddenly, the machine paused, and the next second, a block of ice, noticeably smaller than the previous one, emerged from the exit. It can be adjusted like that. Yuning tentatively remarked, it looks a bit monotonous. Instantly, the entire machine vibrated, and simplified human-shaped ice sculptures emerged from the exit, transported to the previously frozen square blocks of ice, and frozen together, becoming works of art with bases. Yuning. So the word omnipotent wasn't just an exaggerated advertising slogan after all. She examined each ice sculpture and exclaimed, very good. Beep beep. The machine's conveyor belt increased its transport speed, clearly no longer satisfied with simple humanoid ice sculptures. The machine vibrated a few times and began producing exquisite ice sculptures with facial features, hairstyles, and clothing. Yuning, a fully automatic ice sculpture figurine machine. As the machine became more proficient, the facial features of the ice sculptures gradually became clearer. The sculpted figures had dynamic clothing hems, wore mysterious pointed hats, and had slightly curly hair casually draped over their shoulders. There were even dynamic special effects sculpted with a six-pointed star casting a spell. Yuning, she'd been used as a model. Seeing the machine's frame rate of producing ice sculptures almost matching the blink of an eye, Yuning was about to stop it when a voice came from behind her. The Demon King, gazing at the room filled with ice sculptures of witches, paused for a moment, greeted her, then eagerly approached the machine, tapped the tin box under construction, and politely inquired, "Excuse me, may I add something?" In no time, a 6-meter-tall giant ice sculpture of a witch was freshly created. She solemnly lowered her eyes, which seemed to hold everything within them. Yuning, The Demon King looked at the sculpture with longing, then lifted it with one hand, slightly excited, and said, "Let me think. I have Lanwen reinforce the runes, then place it in the center of White Dove Square. That would be perfect." "Don't worry, Yuning, I make sure everyone in town sees you first." Yuning, Her heart was pounding. "Wait!" Before she could finish speaking, the Demon King had already rushed out with the ice sculpture, possessing the strength of an ox and incredible speed, reaching the center of town in the blink of an eye. Yuning, Is it too late to knock this guy out with a stick now? Chapter 69. Knocking him out was out of the question. Even if the stick broke, the Demon King wouldn't budge. Under Yunying's persistent persuasion, she finally convinced the Demon King to move the giant ice sculpture from the plaza and into the city hall. She coldly slammed the door of the vacant room on the upper floor of the city hall shut, picked up the anti-theft lock with dozens of inscriptions, and finally relaxed after holding her breath the whole way. She almost died of fright. After adjustments, the ice-making facility finally got on track, producing appropriately sized ice blocks and small tools. After being reinforced with runes, they could be easily assembled outside like building blocks. The commotion had already attracted many residents. The uniformly produced parts could be registered and picked up directly, but more complex parts required prior review and inspection. Yuning called several reliable students from the Mage Tower to register and review them. Only those who passed the review could use the ice-making machine to create the corresponding parts. She secretly glanced at the Demon King. Otherwise, I always feel like there will be a lot of strange things appearing. The weather was hot, and the ice rink quickly became crowded with people curiously examining the items inside. People came and went, and it was clearly on the verge of becoming the next popular tourist spot in the town. Yuning retreated from the back door of the ice rink, walked along the stone path for a while, and picked up a few matcha-flavored cream ice creams from the newly opened automatic ice cream shop. She gave one to the somewhat dejected Demon King. "It tastes good, try some." The Demon King hung his head dejectedly. Yuning, if you really like it, you can go check out the town hall." The Demon King's eyes lit up. Yuning, he hasn't given up after all. Her restrictions on the ice factory were indeed wise. Just as she was pondering how to get the Demon King to change this strange hobby, Yuning heard a familiar voice from ahead. "My lady, good afternoon." It was the Lich. A slender, black figure approached, accompanied by a chilling aura. His long, slightly wavy hair cascaded down his back, swaying gently in the breeze. He was elegant, serene, and gentle. Compared to the Wraith Lord, who readily displayed his raw flesh, this Lich was far more reserved, like an ancient nobleman refined by time. If it weren't for his icy body temperature, perhaps no one would realize he was a long-dead being. Although his body was that of an undead, his self-identity seemed to have always been human. Yuning said, "Lanwen, good afternoon." He smiled slightly. "My adjutant was ill, so he recently returned to Crimson Valley to handle some official business. However, thanks to my treatment, he has fully recovered and is perfectly capable of handling his work. He insisted on giving me a few months' vacation so I can relax and unwind." Yuning, it sounds like this adjutant's ability to understand his superiors has improved, but his recovery process seems quite bumpy. Lanwen looked around. This place has changed so much while I was away. I feel like I missed a lot. And that spire. He gazed into the distance. I don't know why, but it looked somewhat familiar, like I'd seen it somewhere before. Yuning followed his gaze and saw the frost-covered spire. I didn't miss much. I just happened to catch it today. Lanwen, Yuning, let's go take a look at that icy spire together. Maybe we find something unexpected. Together. It had been a long time since he heard such a word. The last time was hundreds of years ago. Hearing it again now truly startled him. Lanwen focused his gaze on the witch and nodded slightly. The outside temperature was rising daily, making it somewhat unbearable for the Lich. He wore a large cloak, hiding every part of his body in the shadows, to avoid direct sunlight. "Yuning, will you get scorched by the sun?" He shook his head. "It's not that serious. It's just that necromancers prefer dark, damp environments and naturally dislike this kind of bright sunshine and temperature. At most, they'd just be a little slower." "Don't worry, sir." Yuning hummed in agreement. Soon after, a circular alchemical object floated over, following closely behind the Lich. From it, the surrounding temperature rapidly decreased to a comfortable level for its owner. The Lich paused, looking at Yuning, who was rubbing her arms, and opened her mouth to speak. "My lord, the things are for you," she said. "Regularly infuse them with magic and take care of them, and they last a long time. I move away a bit. You can't hide if you're hot." Yuning moved slightly away. So the Lich prefers such low temperatures. Her portable air conditioner is almost below zero. Thinking about it, he usually walks in normal temperatures as if nothing's wrong, but every minute he's enduring a scorching heat. She thought for a moment and said, "The ice factory just opened. You can go directly to get ice beds and freezers. If you want anything else, just register, and it'd be made quickly." Lanwen smiled, the dust of time seemingly washed away at this moment, leaving only the purest joy. He nodded. "Yes." We arrived. Yuning stopped and looked up at the tall, ice-built spire before her. "If you don't like living in the residential area, you can move in once this place officially opens. Escape the heat of their usual surroundings." Even before reaching the central area of the ice tower, their breath turned into white mist, noticeably bright in the sunlight. A ring of newly planted ice archers surrounded the spire. A few were normal-sized pea shooters, most were still young, their saplings intertwined, vines overlapping, swaying gently in the wind, looking carefree and content. Take another step forward, and the spire began to rotate. The surrounding ice elemental particles instantly intensified, seemingly brewing a spell to attack the intruders. Lonwood inspected it thoroughly. It's a protective device. This type of tower is usually used to store weapons or valuables. Only beings recognized by the tower can enter. I've seen a few similar ones before, but none are as magnificent as this one. However, if it's an ice spire, he pondered, perhaps I can give it a try. A cold flame ignited, and Lonwood gradually approached the ice spire. The rotating tower paused for a moment, seemingly examining something. Yunying's eyes widened slightly. The next instant, a huge no-entry sign lit up on the tower, and a massive magic arrow, as thick as a person's embrace, flew towards the lich, aiming directly at him. Even after the lich dodged, it managed to curve and continue its attack. Yuning, a fully automatic homing missile? Finally, at an extreme angle, the ice arrow couldn't dodge and crashed into the wall, shattering into pieces. The chase finally ended. The lich's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit as he met the spire's gaze. Looks like there's a little resistance. The ice spire creaked and groaned as it turned, unfazed, its fighting spirit equally palpable. A chilling aura emanated from it, freezing a passing skeletal bird. Its skeleton fell to the ground, scattering in disarray, a form of intimidation. Yuning, truly brimming with martial spirit. Looks like I really will have to wait until I acquire ice-type skills before I can officially enter. Buzzing. Just as the battle between the two sides was about to erupt, Yuning was about to call a halt when she suddenly heard a strange sound, low and hoarse, like the buzzing of insects, but with a hint of disgust beyond ordinary rustling. She looked up, her pupils instantly contracting. Her previous guess had come true. Swarms of mosquitoes descended like a dark cloud, their wings buzzing sharply. Approaching from afar, they carried a strange, sweet-smelling stench, their dark mass swirling in, and even dimming the blazing sunlight. Giant mosquito monsters. Get out of here. Forget about negotiations for now. Yunying's hands itched, she immediately pulled out insecticide. Before she could even use it, the volatile ice spire had already launched its attack. A dense barrage of ice arrows left the spire, weaving and swiftly pursuing the mosquitoes. The mosquito army, which had just formed a formidable formation, instantly disintegrated. Yuning tossed a ball of magical fire to the ground, incinerating the falling mosquito corpses. Then, she unleashed a hurricane, spraying the insecticide evenly onto the giant mosquitoes. A silent, coordinated attack quickly brought the battle to a close. The Demon King and the Lich were in charge of the final cleanup. Once the last handful of ashes disappeared, the area was clean and new again. The ice spire circled twice, its runes lighting up and then going out, as if it were struggling with something. Seemingly sensing something, the attack runes completely extinguished, the spire's gates swung open, and the system screen flickered. You have gained the approval of the Frost Spire. It seems to be because of it. Yuning took out the ice seed that had suddenly lit up from her spatial ring. After several days of growth, it had sprouted tiny shoots from its pot, and in this extremely cold space, the countdown was visibly accelerating. Let's go in and take a look. Yuning was the first to step into the open tower. The ice blue seedling in her hand immediately swayed excitedly, as if it loved its environment, even its branches and stems lengthening. In a flash, the seedling fell headfirst into Yunying's hand. After she lifted it up, it raised its leaves to touch its head, then shyly covered its eyes. Yuning, if that upper middle section of the stem were its eyes. The little seedling shyly fidgeted for a moment, then its attention was quickly drawn to its surroundings, and it continued swaying happily. The usually volatile spire, however, was now incredibly peaceful, its runes beginning to flicker. More than an attack, it seemed. Happy. She looked down at the little seedling, and it was a mutual joy. Ding dong. The long-awaited spire finally received its guardian. Please place the growing ice seed into the cultivation area. Crack. With a crisp sound, a spiral ice staircase suddenly appeared in the center, its edges adorned with translucent ice flowers, swaying slightly, as if also rejoicing in the spire's happiness. Yuning tried stepping on it. The contact produced a crisp creak, the echo gradually reverberating within the spacious tower. Very stable. She stepped upstairs, turned several corners, and arrived at the highest circular platform. An ancient inscription-carved vessel sat motionless in the air, seemingly waiting for something. Yuning skillfully transplanted the sapling there, its slender vines gently brushing against her fingertips before fluttering joyfully. Done. The moment it touched the ground, the sapling rapidly sprouted and grew, branches extending diagonally from both sides of the main trunk, forking layer upon layer, their ends constantly thickening and extending. In an instant, a massive ice tree had grown, its canopy forming a magnificent canopy. The ice leaves were as thin as cicada wings, refracting brilliant light as it pierced through. A breeze swept by from somewhere, and a tree full of ice flowers slowly fell. It stood quietly, yet exuded the tranquility and majesty of an ancient glacier. The countdown on the system page rapidly accelerated until it reached its end. Countdown, 0 hours midnight. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained Frosty Adoration. As the greatest witch in the history of Crimson Cliff, you have mastered a brand new power. Birth and withering, seed and giant tree, inheritance is the essence of continuing life. Since it cannot exist forever, then become a small seed, waiting for the day of reunion. Yun Ying's eyes flickered slightly. Have we met before? The tree shook its crown, joyfully shedding its blossoms. An ice flower carrying the power of time landed in her palm. The skill page, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly jumped. Congratulations, Sigh of Time and Space has been upgraded to Advanced. Yuning looked up. You are using Sigh of Time and Space. The icy world disappeared before her eyes, replaced by a puffed-up face. A child with curly hair stood with his hands on his hips and shouted, Hey, 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 you stepped on my flowers, you annoying adult. Yuning was stunned. Lawn 1? Chapter 70. Yuning stroked her chin. They looked completely different from the future. It's hard to imagine such a lively and active child growing up to be so quiet and reserved. Yuning recalled. Their quick temper hasn't changed much, but one is quite extroverted, while the other is slightly more reserved. The little curly-haired boy looked up. What do you mean completely different? Yuning coughed lightly. I mean the flowers now are completely different from the flowers just now. Of course. The little curly-haired boy picked up his small flower pot, his eyes reflecting the image of the ice crystal flower. He said dreamily, Magic is amazing. It was almost withered, but with a wave of your hand, it immediately came back to life, and even bloomed several more flowers. Yuning looked down at the flourishing ice crystal flower. She explained, This is an elemental life form, but it's still in its infancy. It constantly needs ice magic to nourish it. Just now, its own stored magic was depleted. I only injected magic before it completely withered. The one truly striving to live is itself. A persistent fellow, truly impressive. The little curly-haired boy hugged the flower pot, looking at it again and again. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at her. Are you an ice mage? Yuning, not just. He hugged the flower pot tighter, lowered his head, hesitated for a while, and finally made a decision, handing the seedling out. Can you accept it? I'm useless. I have no magic, I can't keep it alive, but a spellcaster certainly can. Yuning patted the little curly-haired boy's head. No. The little curly-haired boy was disappointed. I see. It was truly a rare sight. Yuning chuckled a few times, and the little curly-haired boy, hearing the sound, looked up in confusion. Seeing Yunying's expression, his face flushed red, and his disappointment vanished instantly. He pouted and said angrily, You annoying adult, don't laugh at me. I'm going to get angry. Although it was the same person, the contrast between the two sides was rather stark. Yuning cleared her throat, bringing the sulking, annoying committee member back to reality. Don't be angry yet, there's something I urgently need your help with. She smiled. Would you like to become an ice mage? This time, the landing location wasn't in Crimson Cliff, nor in the Tide Islands. After asking around, she learned it was in a strange human kingdom bordering the kingdom of Rhine. Yuning glanced at the ice crystal flower in her hand. If she wasn't mistaken, it was the ice tree in the ice spire. Combined with the ice flower that had fallen into her hand, imbued with the aura of time, the sequence of events gradually became clear. Before it withered, it used time magic to rewind itself, becoming an unknowing seed, awaiting a future revival and encounter. Born towards death. Yuning glanced at the chattering little curly-haired girl. Aren't liches also born towards death? She reached out and ruffled the little curly-haired boy's soft hair, causing him to look up curiously. What's wrong, Lady Yuning? Are you giving up because you see my magic progress isn't fast enough? He retorted fiercely. Absolutely not. You met a bad kid. I'm sticking with you. Yuning smiled. Your magic is progressing very quickly. You have a lot of talent. I suddenly thought of something. She looked directly into the little curly-haired boy's eyes. Although some of this might be a bit confusing, if there's anything you want to do in the future, do it with all your might. Don't dwell on failure, you achieve your goals. The little curly-haired boy pondered. The little curly-haired boy suddenly realized, Lady, do you have precognitive abilities? Quite perceptive. Yuning made a gesture, just a little bit. Foresee. Little Curly jumped up excitedly. Tell me what the future holds. No, Yuning shook her head. Have you heard of the Oedipus reaction? Trying to manipulate fate will bring its curse. She crouched down, patiently explaining, just follow your heart for everything that happens now and in the future. Little Curly seemed to understand. It's okay if you don't understand. Now focus, hold the broom tight. Yuning looked up at the vast sky, a smile spreading across her face. Let's fly. She patted the magic broom hovering in the air. The broom, brimming with magic, immediately spun around a few times, then carried the still-thinking little Curly into the sky, a long scream echoing from high above. Help! Hey, it's gone. Yuning stood on tiptoe, glancing at the broom that was now just exhaust fumes. In a good mood, she sat sideways on her magic broom, set the destination, and announced, Let's go! Destination, Crimson Cliff. Although the architecture had changed slightly, the brooms knew their home by heart. They swept through the bustling cities of other countries, left the somewhat desolate border, entered the more familiar Rhine Kingdom, then the Ash Forest, and finally the Crimson Cliff at its center. Perhaps it shouldn't be called the Ash Forest now. Yuning looked up. Morning mist swirled through the forest, golden branches intertwined. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dapple patterns of gold. The scent of damp earth mixed with decaying leaves and wildflowers wafted through the air. Occasionally, a squirrel darted through the branches. The entire golden forest was both tranquil and vibrant. If she wasn't mistaken, it should be called Sun Forest now. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have achieved the achievement The Fated Cycle Part 3. As the most honorable witch in the forest, you listen attentively to the voice of Mother Forest. You have unlocked a new identity, Sun Witch. Chapter 71. Buildings of all sizes stood on the crimson earth. A streak of light swept across the golden forest, precisely reaching the heart of the land, then slowed its descent. It was little Curly's first time flying, and he felt dizzy, a bit lightheaded. He quickly crouched down, leaning against the wall to ease the drowsiness. Yuning handed him a bottle of water, patted his back, and then stood and looked around. The Crimson Cliff here had grown to a considerable size. The outer walls were constructed of blue-gray feldspar, the edges polished into gentle curves. Spires stood tall, their tops fluttering crimson flags that shook fiercely in the wind. Looking into the distance, winding stone steps followed the course of the river, dividing the buildings into sections of varying sizes. She reached out her hand. The golden morning light intertwined with the thin mist, completely merging the town into the golden forest. Gurgle? Yuning looked in the direction of the sound. A water slime. A tiny water slime lay in the center of the grass, its beady eyes curiously watching them. Seemingly unaware of danger, it wriggled forward, its beady eyes turning into happy shapes. The curly-haired boy reached out his hand, and the thumb-sized slime jumped into his palm, bouncing a few times. He looked down at it intently and said, So cute. Yuning observed, It likes you. Bang! Just as she finished speaking, a massive water slime, twice the height of a person, burst out of the grass, leaving a huge watermark on the ground. It excitedly approached the curly-haired boy, poised to jump on him. The curly-haired boy, The curly-haired boy, isn't it like a bit too much? Yuning looked at the semi-trailer truck. The semi-trailer water slime turned its head to look at her, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly changed direction and happily jumped towards her. Yuning, Love was like a mountain pressing down on her. She immediately pulled back the little curly hair, swiftly opened her spatial ring, precisely located the remaining slime food, and scattered a handful of fresh vegetable leaves on the ground. The water slime, which was about to be half covered by the slime, immediately stopped. Its bean-like eyes widened, and it quickly stretched its body to wrap itself in the vegetable leaves, happily beginning to eat. In no time, the entire slime turned from transparent to green. It let out a satisfied burp, and happily fell asleep on the spot. Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder who fed it so big. A slightly familiar voice sounded from behind, and a man wearing a top hat hurried over, plopping down on the slime with a thump. He said with concern, My little darling, did you faint from hunger? It's all my fault for being useless, unable to provide you with the best living conditions. You become so thin from hunger, I wronged you. Yuning stammered, Your son. Your son. Even if you took a square root, you wouldn't see any sign of guilt. Yuning smiled, Yes, that's right. Seemingly only then noticing someone around, he coughed lightly and quickly stood up. I'm sorry, ma'am, I was being rude. It's alright, I came to see someone, Yuning said, but upon seeing the man's face, she blurted out, Raymond Carl? The postcard she found in the archives belonged to him. The narcissistic curator had left a very deep impression. You know me. Raymond wiped the dust off his face somewhat embarrassedly, seemingly misunderstanding something, his face slightly red. I never expected to have such a beautiful and elegant follower as you. What a lucky day. He took out his colored crayons, looking expectant. Where would you like to sign? Yuning, she hissed, her teeth aching. Actually, I didn't come for an autograph. That's right, Raymond replied expertly. Don't be shy. Serving an elegant lady like you is what a gentleman should do. By the way, I recently designed a new fancy signature style. If you like, I can show it to you beforehand. Yuning, She remembered being forced to listen to the whipsawing performance. If narcissism is a disease, then Raymond is clearly terminally ill. By the way, Raymond took out a design card, inviting her enthusiastically. I have a violin recital coming up soon. You must come. I save you the best seat. Oh, who is it? Before Yuning could refuse, Raymond had already flown out and landed squarely on the slime. The silver figure lightly patted his sleeve. Sorry, I've been overworked lately, and my eyes aren't working well. I didn't see you. Lemon's newly kindled anger immediately died down. Skark, what are you doing here? The Demon King said. I'm looking for someone. Lemon muttered guiltily. I wasn't slacking off. I only came out to find my pet during intermission. You can't force me to go back. The Demon King, not looking for you. Lemon breathed a sigh of relief. The Demon King, the afternoon rehearsal for the museum's opening ceremony has been moved up. You have 10 minutes to get there. Lemon's relief immediately vanished. 10 minutes. He jumped up, hurriedly straightened his hat, and ran towards the rehearsal area. Despite his frantic efforts, he still waved back. Remember to get my autograph after rehearsals, ma'am. Come find me. Don't forget me. I'd be waiting for you. The Demon King withdrew his gaze. Ignore him. I help him adjust his work at the archives. He'd be spending the next month in challenging tasks. Yuning blinked. The Demon King at this time was slightly different from the one she knew. He seemed more assertive. The Demon King smiled. Lemon should enjoy this ambitious challenge. Yuning smiled, then good luck to him. The unimportant person has left. The Demon King's silver hair swayed in the wind as he looked steadily at her. Long time no see, Yuning. He had grown considerably taller since their last meeting, almost reaching the Demon King she knew. Yuning looked up, feeling somewhat dazed. Including his chin, he must be over 2 meters tall. She said, long time no see, you've grown so tall. Now it truly felt like I used to hold you when you were little. The Demon King looked up at the sky and said gently, because it really has been a long time. So long that even sensing a familiar presence still caused a moment of disbelief and disorientation. Does it feel a little unfamiliar? The Demon King glanced at the little curly-haired boy beside him, thought for a moment, and crimson magic gradually enveloped his entire body. When the floating magic dissipated, the towering Demon King vanished, replaced by a tiny Demon King the same height as the little curly-haired boy. He opened his watery, hazy eyes and looked up softly, asking, does this look more familiar? Like a doll. His delicate face had a pair of silver-gray eyes that looked incredibly clean when he looked over, and his menacing, upward-pointing demon horns had shrunk to the size of decorations. His body had shrunk, and his mind seemed to have been strangely affected as well. He spoke softly, my lord, I missed you. The curly-haired boy frowned, The Demon King suddenly shrank behind Yuning, my lord, you're fierce. The curly-haired boy, Yuning, Now she understood why Lan Wen always said she disliked him. Speaking of which, the Demon King's manipulative nature in previous versions was actually innate. She found it somewhat amusing. Take us to see Crimson Cliff. Let's see the scenery we didn't have time to see last time. The Demon King looked up at her, his eyes gradually brightening. Okay. The residential area, inhabited by creatures that migrated from the forest, and human workers hired to build a town. The Demon King introduced them one by one. This is the underground furnace room. Goblins usually work here, but we have something to do today, so it's temporarily closed. Yuning exclaimed, it's beautiful here. Everything looked perfectly organized. The Demon King reverted to his original form, and walked alongside Yuning along the path. Tomorrow is the official opening of the archives. He looked over, a smile spreading across his face. If you're still here then, let's go to the ceremony together. Cannons exploded in the air, bursting with vibrant colors, and the opening ceremony officially began. On stage, Lemon delivered a lively and entertaining theatrical performance, only to slip in a personal touch towards the end, playing a newly learned violin piece for everyone. He was soon carried off the stage by the audience. The banshee, skilled in singing, sang a forest melody. As the music faded with the final drum beats, the ceremony drew to a close. Yuning watched quietly, clapping along with the performer's emotions. Boom! The drum beats lingered, and the final piano notes marked the end of the ceremony. Yuning glanced at the sky. It's already evening. Although Lemon wasn't exactly serious, his professional skills were surprisingly good. The entire ceremony was well paced, and before they knew it, it was dark. The Demon King handed her some water. There's still the final flower scattering segment. Lemon said it's the most beautiful blessing from the human kingdom. Just then, the orcs responsible for scattering the flowers skipped and hopped onto the stage, carrying baskets piled high with blossoms. The orc's ears twitched, and he excitedly swung his flower basket around, scattering petals everywhere. May Lady Luck bless you. The audience below reached out to catch the petals, their joyful shouts echoing, May Lady Luck bless you. You got the wrong one. Lemon's hurried voice rang out from behind the stage. He frantically grabbed another basket of petals, shouting at the top of his lungs, this is the right flower basket. That's mistletoe cultivated by the wizard. Audience, eh? The previous joyful atmosphere vanished, and the scene instantly fell silent. A moment later, a different atmosphere arose from the audience. One of the orcs looked at his brother beside him. You smell so good. Brother, you too. Yuning, eh? Why did the scene suddenly change? How can you even run on this lousy road? Seeing he couldn't stop her in time, Raymond could only laugh awkwardly. Oh, it's alright. We're all neighbors. A kiss won't hurt me. Hey, don't throw flowers at me. I don't want to kiss random people. Under the magic of mistletoe, everyone must kiss, the Demon King explained. Without exception? Yuning glanced at the composed Demon King, but you don't seem affected. Her voice suddenly stopped, a warm breath on her forehead. The Demon King lightly placed a kiss. I'm sorry, he said, it affected me. The Demon King lowered his head to look into her eyes, his silver-gray pupils reflecting her entire being, keenly capturing every subtle expression. There was a moment of surprise, but no resistance. The Demon King's eyebrows curved slightly. And I don't want to erase the influence with magic. You are returning to the original timeline. I'm waiting for you. My lord, he said softly, as if whispering in her ear, be kinder to me. No matter which timeline I'm in. You have returned to the original timeline. A frosty wind gradually blew in, and Yuning raised her hand to touch her forehead. The lingering warmth seemed to still remain there. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Chapter 72. As the last mistletoe leaf disappeared from sight, Yuning opened her eyes. A silver figure stood beside her, silently gazing at the scenery outside the window. He was very quiet, even overly quiet, his expression detached and distant, as if nothing could hold his attention. Just like when they first met, he had hidden himself in a corner, silent and unnoticed. The Demon King often stayed alone like this, as if detached from the world, like a elusive moon reflected in water. Skark. Only when he heard the voice, and turned around did the stagnant moonlight begin to flow again. He carefully inspected her, his smile widening. You're back. Yes. Yuning, did you wait long? The Demon King shook his head. No. His silver-gray eyes reflected her image, as if containing a long history. The Demon King's eyebrows curved, as if recounting another chapter of history, and he softly said, no. Yunying's eyes flickered slightly. Thank you. Rustling. The lush ice tree shook its crown, and several ice flowers fluttered down. Centered on it, the entire ice tower was filled with crystalline snowflakes, and ice elemental particles became active. Yuning raised her hand. Sharp icicles instantly formed in her hand, and if she wanted, they seemed to have room to expand further. They appeared to be some kind of enhancement-type elemental life form. Yuning praised, you're amazing. The ice tree happily shook its crown, scattering ice flowers all over the ground. Night had fallen, and apart from the Lich, who said he wanted to move in, everyone else gradually left the ice spire. Yuning walked towards the city hall, the Demon King following closely beside her. She stopped and instructed, it's time to go back and rest. We still have to handle the goods handover tomorrow. You'll be exhausted if you don't rest early. The Demon King obediently nodded. By the way, Yuning said, there's something for you. The Demon King's eyes sparkled. For me? Yes. To be precise, it's being returned to you. Yuning handed him a withered blade of grass she had been clutching. It's mistletoe. The Demon King paused. The chaotic memories, tainted by pollution, had become disordered, leaving some lingering effects. But precious memories never fade, they only deepened with repeated mental repetition. The Demon King looked at the mistletoe, fragments flashing through his mind. He grasped the fragment. I? The Demon King's face instantly flushed red. He stammered, trying to explain, but couldn't utter a word, until his whole body turned bright red, and he took a half step back. I. He stammered incoherently. I go cook. Yuning, huh? What kind of cooking is this in the middle of the night? She stood there, watching the Demon King flee in panic, quickly disappearing from sight. The pink tentacles left at her feet were much more direct, clinging to her ankles, and pulling her back and forth affectionately. Chirp! They murmured syllables in human language. Yuning. The weather gradually grew hotter. Although the daily daylight hours hadn't increased, the temperature began to rise at an unexpectedly rapid pace, until even the lush canopies of the trees near the water began to wilt, and the people belatedly realized that the sweltering heat had arrived early. Yuning inspected the warehouse goods. Production is sufficient, but we're a bit short on inscription engraving manpower. She noted it down. Find the third sage to assign a lesson, rewarding him with alchemy materials and academic guidance. The students should be happy to help. This famously lazy sage from the Mage Tower had settled down in the town, with room and board provided daily, and even fishing in the lake in his spare time, smoothly enjoying an early retirement. Employing people for 1,000 days is only useful for one. Yuning, free labor is a waste if you don't use it. She made a bold stroke. Add another 5,000 inscription quests to this guy. The first batch of rune ice from the ice-making rink was transported away by a caravan. After a trial period, orders poured in like snowflakes. Some were from shops belonging to Crimson Cliff, and others were from merchants trying to find cooperation to keep up with the trend. With background checks done by the royal family, Yuning quickly selected several merchants with whom she could cooperate stably, finalized the contracts, and called a white dove courier to deliver the contract scrolls. These capable little creatures are capable of delivering goods safely, and once the recipient signs for them, they quickly return them. Yuning, I endorsed their chubby cheeks as baby fat. The round, plump figure let out a spirited coo, spread its wings, and quickly disappeared into the night. Phew, time to rest. She rubbed her shoulders. The shop's business has been booming lately. She's been checking and processing goods for several days in a row, and hasn't had a proper rest. She slumped onto the soft sofa, soaking her feet. The rising steam gradually relaxed her body. She picked up a small sip of juice, and drowsiness began to wash over her. Meow. Yuning looked down, and the large, lithe cat gracefully approached, nuzzling her face affectionately against her neck and cheek. She stroked the cat's head. Who's the best little kitty? Mia sat up straight and meowed sweetly. Meow. She'd been traveling a lot lately, and hadn't had time to spend with the cat, so it seemed a bit lonely, and was now rubbing against her affectionately. Of course it's Mia, Yuning smiled. All right. She wiped her hands and patted the bed. It's getting late, Mia needs to sleep too. Mia happily meowed. The lithe leopard leaped onto her bed, gently patting its tail and resting its head on her lap, gesturing for her to come and cuddle. No one can resist a cat's affection. Yuning stroked the cat's head again and drifted off to sleep contentedly. Night deepened. Yuning felt she hadn't been asleep long when something nudged her. It seemed to be Mia. She reached out and touched it. The large cat licked her hand and meowed restlessly. She pressed the cat's head down. What's wrong? Her consciousness gradually returned, and the commotion outside began to build. A series of footsteps followed one after another, and flickering lights flashed before her eyes. Someone shouted, "Fire!" Yuning got up and went outside, immediately seeing flames shooting into the sky. She judged, it's not ordinary fire, it's magic. Several Mage Tower students, who had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, were sweating profusely, trying to pour water on themselves. Finding it ineffective, they tried using water balloons, but with little effect. Panting heavily, they cursed, damn it. The fire was not far from the archives, and the miniature Mage Tower, if left unchecked, their precious home would be the first to burn down. The assembled mage apprentices quickly chanted incantations, and an even larger and more awe-inspiring magical water sphere appeared before them. They swiftly hurled it at the fire, pausing for a second or two before the flames fiercely retaliated. The students scattered in screams, some stumbling and falling hard on their backsides. One student who fell on his backside cried out, "Help! Help me!" The fierce flames loomed before him, seemingly about to engulf him. The intense heat singed his hair, and his face burned. He instinctively covered his face, seemingly trying to bury his head in the sand to shield himself from the impending pain. All right, catch up with your classmates. The heat of the flames quickly subsided, replaced by dampness and cold. The student mustered his courage and opened his eyes. A black cloak floated before him. The witch looked down, scared out of your wits. The student shook his head vigorously. Yuning said, then leave quickly. She faced the raging flames directly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. A warm sense of security washed over her, and the student, frightened by the flames, immediately pouted, nodded, and ran away, yelling. Yuning, she's certainly brave when she's brave, but she's also quite cowardly when she's cowardly. No wonder she's from the Mage Tower. She spread her 5 fingers, fully channeling her magic power. In an instant, the dark river of death appeared in midair. The river of the end, where dampness and coolness coexisted, was forever silent. It quickly spread, devouring the raging flames. Yuning looked up. Still not fast enough. A huge magic circle formed above the flames, its intricate patterns overlapping, slowly rotating with the surge of magic power. The next second, piercing ice shards formed in the air, rushing towards the flames along with the dark water. From its initial fervor to its utter despondency, it took only half a minute. Yuning withdrew her magic, and the now transparent water sprites flanked her, staring menacingly at the last, dying flame, as if ready to slap it across the face at any moment. She lowered her eyes. Go back and tell your master that his best option is extinguish it completely. The witch raised her foot, crushing the crimson flame. Ding! A system notification popped up. The wise witch has successfully discovered the trail of the vanguard spread. Your caravan is under attack, and all members are engulfed in flames. Please rescue them as soon as possible to prevent their permanent destruction. Caravan rescue, 0%. Reward points. 1,000 strange flames scorched every inch of the earth, completely engulfing the caravan carrying goods. Several workers tried to risk rushing out for help, but were quickly burned back. The soaked blankets aren't working. These fires can burn on water. The shopkeeper exclaimed in horror. The newly arrived mage chanted a water ball spell, but even with all his magic, he could only suppress it slightly. In fact, due to his resistance, the flame seemed to rise rapidly as if provoked. This won't do. His limbs went weak, and even his magic was completely suppressed. He hadn't expected his new job to be so dangerous. God of magic, please protect him. If he survived, he would definitely try his luck at the Mage Tower, and continue his studies to become a high-ranking mage. This is terrifying. The mage assessed the situation pessimistically. I hide in the ice for now. The rest is up to fate. Turning his head, he heard a merchant named Bale muttering something, the word sounding like Satan and descend. The sorcerer paused, puzzled. Isn't this an evil spirit? He asked. The old man, however, knew better. He explained, it's just the boss's verbal tick. Don't shout it along with him. The sorcerer, oh. A strange habit. The old man turned to the sorcerer mysteriously. But it really is powerful. The sorcerer, ? Okay, he didn't understand, but earnestly suggested, let's hurry and hide, or it'd be too late. The old man, no need. As he spoke, he suddenly knelt down with a thud, shouting along with the boss, my lord, come quickly. The sorcerer, Wasn't he told not to shout it along with him? A surge of flames rushed over, instantly severing the passage between the people and the ice-blocked carriage, completely trapping them in place. A burning sensation crept onto their skin, the danger of death drew ever closer. The mage's knees buckled, and he immediately knelt down as well. Bless me, bless me. The words had barely left his lips when the shopkeeper, who had been praying fervently, shouted loudly. The mage looked up, and the next second, a surging, pitch-black river descended from the sky, accompanied by a massive magic circle. The magical aura was so dense he could barely breathe. High level, forbidden level. No, it seemed even higher. Even the first sage couldn't compare. He looked up at the sky dizzy. A witch with a wide hood hovered in midair. She raised her hand, and ice shards and the river instantly descended, fiercely blocking the flame's path. The terrifying fire instantly subsided, and the next second, space was completely severed, leaving the flames nowhere to escape. The mage was somewhat stunned. A howling wind swept before his eyes, and purple lightning struck down from the clouds, hitting something fleeing within the flames. Space closed in, revealing a mysterious aura belonging to a different dimension. The mage's eyes widened. 1, 2, 3, 4. The abilities were so numerous they were dazzling. The chaos before him made it impossible to count them all. The mage's lips trembled. God. His ancestors above. He had seen a living god of magic. Chapter 73. Elemental particles, vibrating with magical energy, enveloped the entire sea of fire, tearing open space and creating terrifying craters in the Earth's surface. Within these cradles, the severed limbs of an ancient god thrashed about, their twitching teeth still clinging to fresh, bloody flesh, swaying with the flickering flames, a truly horrifying sight. It uttered obscure whispers unintelligible to anyone attempting to spread its spiritual pollution, but unfortunately, thanks to the mental anchor, the effect was negligible. A mage accompanying the caravan was drawn to this flailing creature. After staring at it for a while, his face contorted, and he felt a wave of nausea. How disgusting! The grotesque, flailing teeth froze. As appendages of an unspeakable, supreme being, wherever they descend, they receive love and faith. Even when faced with foolish creatures attempting to resist, under the influence of their power, they quickly shed their childish thinking and fall into fanatical submission. Twisting, chaos, madness, these beautiful qualities will descend upon the world under the Lord's guidance. Why haven't these tiny, dust-like beings been touched by love? It twisted its body a few more times, continuing to spread its pollution. Looking up again, besides the even tighter spatial constraints, the circle of humans still stared at it like it was a monkey. After a long while, the mage let out a disgusted ugh, an eyesore. Teeth, eh? Yuning, didn't your colleagues tell you the truth when they were discussing work? Teeth's movement slowed. Yuning raised her hand. Our service here is fast, our attitude is excellent, we never have any bad reviews. Every colleague of yours who comes here is so excited they can't speak. It had already been sent away before it could even speak. First come, first served, but there's always something for everyone. She clapped her hands, and a silver-haired creature slowly emerged, standing quietly beside the witch. Yuning continued, a newly opened funeral service, the staff are incredibly dedicated, and customers rave about it. The next instant, a pink ocean swept in with a gust of wind, its terrifying power nearly crushing the mass of flesh. Its teeth froze. This feeling. When those silver-gray eyes appeared, it immediately smelled countless familiar scents of its kind, even sensing fragments of the past. They screamed, tearing and struggling to break free, but ultimately could only tremble as they were dragged back, suffering agonizing torment. There was even the scent of that great being among them. That great one, was he also eaten? This conjecture was too terrifying, fundamentally denying the authority of the supreme being. An immense fear invaded its reason. Upon closer inspection, the creature before it suddenly seemed even more repulsive. Teeth, who's the real boss here? I knew those damn brethren's eagerness to push and shove about the mission was no joke. This bunch of bullies are taking advantage of me, a weak little tooth flower. After they succeeded, I abandoned all pretense of respecting my boss. Run! It darted into the void, barely catching its breath before the witch found it and severed the space. Exhausted, it kept surfacing only to be met with the pink tentacles lying in wait. The pink tentacles blew it a kiss, then turned away. The black-robed witch and that white-haired scoundrel were blocking its way. Teeth, eh? A man can be killed. Or humiliated. Run! After several rounds of whack-a-mole, the fleeing Teeth was intercepted in a spatial trap created by the witch. It was successfully caught by the tentacles, who, after playing cat and mouse for a while, used their tentacles to crush it completely. Ding dong. The system notified you. Congratulations, you have killed the brutal Teeth of the Pioneers X1. The flames gradually subsided, and Yuning began to clean up the mess. She used magic to fill back the ground ripped up by the hurricane, sprinkled a layer of grass seeds on top, and watered it with growth potions. Greenery quickly returned. Loving the forest environment is everyone's responsibility. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have successfully rescued the caravan. The caravan transporting goods has successfully received the protection of Crimson Cliff. Your prestige among merchants has increased, making it easier to gain trust in trade. In addition, this incident will deter thieves and robbers, increasing the security of your cargo transportation routes. Reward points, 1,000. Current points, 3,100. The rescued workers rushed over to express their gratitude. Boss Baylor carefully took out his treasured magical material, seemingly some kind of alchemical material that could leave imprints and preserve items for a long time. His eyes lit up as he approached. Sir, can I ask you for a favor? Yuning nodded. Go ahead. He handed her the board and bowed. I want your signature as a talisman, please. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding workers turned around sharply, all staring intently at her. Yuning, is this some kind of new, embarrassing prank? Although she didn't know what it was for, she still signed everyone's names. The signatures were in different places. Besides Boss Baylor's alchemical material board, there were papers, cloth, and a magical wooden stick. She looked up at the intermediate mage she had just glanced at. He was also looking at her expectantly, enthusiastically handing her his small wooden magic wand. Thank you, sir. Yuning, you believe in this too? She thought spellcasters were all more rational. A signature as a talisman seemed a bit exaggerated. The intermediate mage said reverently, your power will be imprinted in my heart. Just seeing your masterpiece fills me with boundless hope, and besides. He blinked. When I was born, my grandmother said I was a natural at magic, that I would meet the god of magic, marry the princess of the kingdom, and reach the pinnacle of life. I think I reached the first major milestone in my life. With your signature, I can brag, cough. I have even more motivation to continue my studies in the mage tower. The god of magic? Yuning chuckled. Thank you for your kind words. She continued signing, her flowing handwriting appearing in every designated spot, until finally, Yuning looked at the smooth ice block handed to her and fell silent for the first time in a long while. An autograph on the ice? She looked up at the small man hiding in his large cloak, her gaze lingering on the white fur peeking out from his arm. The strange man seemed to sense something was amiss, quickly pulling his arm back and nervously pleading, please, grant me your autograph. A gust of wind blew, lifting the loose, ill-fitting cloak to reveal a fluffy white head and eyes blinking rapidly with nervousness. A white, golden monkey. A sudden commotion erupted in the caravan. The mage, still delighted with the autograph, stopped grinning, raised his wand, and aimed it at the uninvited creature, scrutinizing it closely. Everyone be careful, it's a yeti. Ding dong. You encountered a bewildered snow sprite. Unlike the forest sprites of popular perception, known for their beauty and strength, and unlike the ethereal, petite elemental sprites, this snow sprite, living in the snowfields, is clumsy and honest, accustomed to protecting itself with its thick physique and fat, thus leaving behind the legend of the ferocious and terrifying yeti. But in essence, they are gentle, caring, and no different from other creatures. At the mage's insightful remark, the caravan members immediately became alert, looking at the short figure who had somehow joined the group. They formed a circle, protecting the caravan's goods. Legend has it that yetis would raid human settlements, looting everything and leaving behind a scene of devastation. These incredibly strong creatures could easily destroy anything, gates, fences, houses, even if they appeared to be only half the height of a human. Go away! Someone tried to shoo it away. Don't even think about stealing our things. Amidst the threatening shouts, the snow elf trembled, its hand tightening, and the heavy block of ice it was holding cracked open, shattering into pieces that mixed with the soil. It stared blankly at the broken ice, somewhat bewildered. The surrounding human voices grew louder. In a panic, it scrambled to find a direction, abandoning its hood, and rushed outwards. It had done something wrong. It was told by its brother that it absolutely couldn't appear before humans, or something terrible would happen. Would it be caught and taken away, locked away in a dark dungeon without sunlight or food? Just like Uncle Archie, fear began to creep into its heart. The snow sprite lowered its head, tears of fear streaming down its face, wetting its snow-white fur. It had even broken the ice it brought from home. Its brother had said disaster was coming, and every piece of ice was precious and couldn't be taken lightly. With such a naughty child, its brother would surely be furious. The snow sprite stumbled along, feeling the wind rushing closer behind it, a profound fear gripping its heart. But it desperately wanted a protective amulet. With a protective amulet, everyone wouldn't have to hide so cautiously, and everyone could live peacefully. A dazzling image of magic gathering flashed through its mind. A booming magic circle spinning in the sky, the witch at its center looking down, utterly vanquishing the evil and saving the entire caravan. The adult smile was so gentle and beautiful, like snowflakes falling softly on a snowfield, quiet and lovely. Wait! Snowflake suddenly spoke, a silver figure blocking his path, easily suppressing the snow sprite's immense strength. Behind him, a witch wearing a black hat stepped forward, her calm black eyes looking over. Don't be afraid. A piece of crystal-clear rock candy was offered, she said. No one here can hurt you. Yuning gazed at the fluffy snow sprite, then looked down at the huge craters it had carved into the ground as it sped past. Even after the Demon King forcefully blocked it, sparks were still flying from some places due to the rapid friction. She gained a preliminary understanding of the terrifying snow monster legends with its incredible strength. Yuning, with that kind of power, only a true warrior wouldn't be afraid. She glanced at the Demon King, whose expression remained unchanged. Noticing her gaze, he even blinked easily twice and smiled shyly at her. The child doesn't like to talk, but the child is incredibly strong. Yuning, this is purely a matter of professional expertise. Chapter 74. Ding dong. You are under a high temperature warning. The ever-rising temperature has shattered the fragile balance of the snowfield. Glaciers are collapsing, snow-capped mountains are crumbling, and this ancient, silent land is facing its final judgment. The sudden temperature change is unbearable for the creatures within. Perhaps, it's time to take a desperate gamble. High temperature warning lifted, 0%. Reward points, 5,000. After carefully inspecting the caravan's wagons and goods to ensure nothing was overlooked, Yuning bid farewell to the energetic boss Bale and watched them leave. The long procession slowly disappeared into the distance. The snow elf standing there looked dazed, seemingly unreal that the storm had passed so peacefully. It looked up. Master, I did something bad. Won't I be arrested and locked in a dark room? Yuning handed it another piece of rock candy. Accidentally crushing an ice cube isn't a bad thing. She ruffled its fluffy white fur, and an autograph isn't necessary either. The snow sprite looked timid, holding several pieces of rock candy in its hand. It stared at them for a while, then carefully put them in its pocket to keep them safe. It looked up with a shy smile. Thank you, master. Seemingly worried that it hadn't expressed its liking clearly enough, it tried to describe it. I like it as much as I like fluffy snow piles. That's quite a rare kind of liking. Yuning waved the snacks in her hand, or perhaps you like an ice cream cone. After the bribery, friendly conversation, the fluffy snow sprite had completely let down its guard and enthusiastically wanted to invite her home. But after only half a sentence, when it asked what it wanted, its spirits drooped, and large tears fell. I have no home anymore. It stammered, sobbing, the ice has all melted, and my home, it's gone. Brother, you're so stupid, I'm lost. Yuning paused. You mean you got separated from your family here? Had the situation on the snowfield deteriorated to the point that the natives had fled their homes? She looked around. Although the ash forest had trees and water, the temperature was still quite high. Even with the melting snow, the situation on the snowfield seemed much better. The snow sprite nodded, sobbing, Brother, you're so stupid, you just disappeared while walking. Snowball. A deafening roar came from ahead. Accompanied by a rumbling cloud of dust, a huge figure emerged from the forest, even knocking over several trees along the way, with loud cracking sounds echoing. It approached rapidly, its face contorted in a ferocious grimace. The Demon King's expression hardened, and he instantly stood in front of the witch. The swirling dust rapidly approached. You encountered the Frost Giants, one of the evolved branches of the Snow Elves. These terrifying behemoths, upon reaching their peak, even possess abilities comparable to forbidden-level mages. Skark, Yuning called out the Demon King's name, then shook her head. No need. The Demon King nodded, his fiercely aggressive crimson magic slowly receding, and he stood obediently to the side. Yuning looked ahead. She sensed that the anger and urgency weren't directed at them, but rather. She looked down. The snow elf, who had just been dejected, took a few steps forward, its eyes revealing clear joy. It exclaimed excitedly, Brother. A heartwarming scene was about to unfold before her eyes. The frost giant opened its broad, reliable arms, swept its lost family member up in its arms, raised its arm, and slapped the naughty child's bottom. I told you not to run around. I told you not to run around. Are you still running around? Speak. Yuning, So she got lost. Her angry brother was still giving her a lecture. You ran all the way from the snowfields to here, crossing 2 countries. You're lucky you weren't kidnapped. Do you know how much effort I put into finding you here? The snow elf pouted. It was clearly you who got lost, brother. The frosty giant spirit laughed. I got lost, and I was just sitting at home knitting. Did the sweater come to life and carry me away? Yuning, do fantastical creatures knit? Her brother looked burly and strong, but was actually a gentle, all-around motherly type. The stubborn little brat received a loving lecture from her guardian, looked up somewhat guiltily, and asked skillfully, if I did something bad, will I be locked in a dark room? Yuning. So he's a demon child reincarnated, a pioneer of mischief. The frost giant snorted, depends on my mood. Although it had been in a fit of rage, and its movements exaggerated, it hadn't harmed the fragile snow elf at all. Gently setting the snow elf down, the elf stretched its limbs, and soon began hopping and chattering about its experiences along the way. And this lord? He's the most powerful and gentle human I ever met. He saved me, and even gave me sweet candy. The mountain-like frost giant shifted, its fierce gaze sweeping across the ground, lightly glancing at the silver-haired demon king before focusing intently on the black-robed witch wearing a pointed hat. A dangerous fellow. In the unique perception of snow elves, the silver-haired figure, though seemingly quiet, was like a dormant volcano, its interior brewing fiery, churning magma, waiting to erupt and engulf everything in its path. This witch possessed a dense aura of magic hidden within her body. When she looked up, her gaze was enigmatic and elusive, like an unknown entity lurking deep within ice, untouchable and destined to be swallowed whole. While ordinary humans might tremble at the innate power of the snow spirits, for these two, brute force might be less effective than even a decent attack puppet. They were not to be trifled with. It pulled the unsuspecting snow sprite back, shielding it from its family, and the two strange creatures before it, regaining its usual composure. Thank you both for your help. Snowball is young and sometimes acts rashly. If any damage or harm is caused, just tell me, and I will do my best to make amends. Yuning shook her head. No, not at all. She carefully maintains a balance with humans. Aside from occasional minor misunderstandings, they all been perfectly resolved. The frost giant breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your kindness. However, we should leave. Although these two seemed harmless, the unfamiliar environment and the vast difference in strength between them created an obstacle. Without the ability to contend with them, one shouldn't place complete trust in him. It tugged at the bewildered snow sprite. This place isn't suitable for us to live in. The excessively hot climate will make it difficult for snow sprites to breathe. Please forgive us for not being able to stay any longer. Thank you both for taking care of it. The frost giant extended its hand, offering a crystal clear block of ice. This is the heart of the snowfield. If you wish to enter the snowfield, holding this might make things a little easier. However, given the current situation, it advised, the snowfields are unstable lately. If you really want to come in, you two should observe for a while. The frost giant, carrying the snow elf, moved forward, the rumbling sound echoing again. Just as it bent down, preparing to quickly return home, the witch's voice suddenly came from behind. Perhaps I have a way to solve the melting problem. The frost giant stopped in its tracks. Yuning roughly calculated the ice factory's production capacity, and casually dropped several giant ice blocks from her spatial ring as display pieces. If the Crimson Cliffs factories were operating at full capacity, ice blocks like these might even fill the entire snowfield. The snow elf skipped ahead, leading the way, with the frost giant following behind. Looking at the lively child, it smiled like an ant, but seemingly feeling it lacked authority, it cleared its throat, turned to the two new guests, and said calmly, "My lord, we arrived." After several spatial teleportations to avoid the crowds, crossing the kingdom's border, and traversing a towering mountain range, they finally reached their destination. The Hercules snowfield. A cold wind, carrying fine snowflakes, brushed against their cheeks, bringing a chilling sensation. Yuning, wrapped in a warm red scarf, held the heart of the snowfield, which glowed faintly, keeping her body temperature within a comfortable range. The vast snowfield stretched to the horizon, and the familiar scenery allowed the snowfield spirit, weary from its journey, to breathe a long sigh of relief. The frost giant gazed at the snowfield, its suppressed worry slowly escaping its lips. Although we can maintain a balance for now, melting has begun at the edges, and recently, even the central glacier has been cracking. I often worry that one day, the entire snow elf race might cease to exist. No! Yuning fixed her gaze on the red light beneath the distant glacier, the familiar stench inescapable, impossible to hide. It won't be you who cease to exist. Those rats crawling in the shadows are the ones who should be scooped up and thrown back into the trash. Rats? The witch didn't answer the question, but instead looked up and said, "When the glacier collapses later, remember to run far away. Be careful not to accidentally hurt you. Don't worry, after dealing with the parasites, I help you reinstall yourselves." The frost giant, huh? Glacier collapse, reinstall. He could understand each word, but why did they sound so unfamiliar together? Was this still human language? The next instant, the sky suddenly filled with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the witch's magic power surged, almost covering the entire snowfield. A deafening roar followed as a thick bolt of lightning crashed down, forming a blinding white light that struck the glacier squarely. Crack! The glacier, which should have remained stable, instantly crumbled. Terrifying cracks spread, and the sound of ice shattering echoed throughout, mingling with the continuous bolts of lightning, creating a horrifying scene of world-ending destruction. The frost giant, this must be a dream. The witch in the dream patted its arm, showing no remorse for causing destruction, but instead kindly warned, "Run." An avalanche. The frost giant, The howling wind and sound of the avalanche echoed in its ears, terrifying enough to make an ordinary person tremble. But the snow spirits, who had lived here for a long time, had their own way of coping. It instantly picked up a snow sprite, quickly assessed the situation, and then sprinted off in another direction, shaking off the avalanche. Turning his head, the witch, the instigator, continued down the avalanche's path, the Demon King following closely beside her, clearly trusting her implicitly. The witch even took a moment to wave, signaling them to hurry. The Frost Giant gritted his teeth. What madman! Even madder was the fact that he actually believed these two could solve their predicament, even though they had destroyed his home the moment they met. The snow sprite in his arm suddenly tugged at him, pointing ahead. Brother Red. It looked up. Beneath the shattered glacier, long-suppressed red magma erupted, its stench instantly spreading across the entire snowfield. The Frost Giant fell silent. This is... Yuning clung to the ground, speeding down the steep snow path, the snow-capped mountain behind her collapsing with a deafening roar, the towering white waves instantly swallowing her path. The Demon King walked beside her, a gust of wind whipping around him, his long silver hair flying wildly. When he looked at her, his eyes held no worry, only complete trust. Fine snowflakes, swirling in the air, brushed against her cheeks without the expected biting chill, like countless fleeting downy feathers, gently stroking her skin and leaving a thin, damp feeling. Yuning looked up. You have encountered a fragment of an ancient god sealed here, not a tentacle or a tooth, but the very essence of that being named the Ineffable. He has awakened. Chapter 75. A sudden, stinging heat mingled with the cold wind, like flames burning in her lungs. The roaring avalanche behind her seemed to be drawing ever closer, its intensity mingling with the crimson hue before her eyes, evoking an extreme fear that could shake her very soul. It was contamination. Yuning glanced at her rapidly flashing sanity screen. The large swaths of crimson notifications overlapped with the scorching, pale red of the lava, almost indistinguishable. Even a stable mental anchor couldn't completely escape the effects of facing a true ancient god's avatar. She shook her head, pulling herself out of the hazy, chaotic illusion. It was quiet around her. The relentless avalanche behind her had already stopped. Some of it had been cushioned by the terrain, remaining halfway up the slope, while the rest had plunged into the fissures in the lava. She looked down, her face reflecting the fiery heat. Plop! A large snowball fell into the churning lava, instantly vaporizing. The rising white mist was blocked halfway, gradually disappearing, as if swallowed up bit by some invisible force. There was no fierce attack. The scalding lava flowed quietly before their eyes, while an intensely viscous gaze gradually rose. In an unfathomable dimension, and extremely vivid, I suddenly snapped back to reality, its greedy gaze licking everything, trembling rapidly with excitement when it landed on the familiar silver figure. This guy. Disgrace? It shared memories with its original self, easily recalling past recollections. Those tears, struggles, and defeats were deeply embedded in those memories, becoming sharp thorns that were difficult to smooth over. He secretly observed this bizarre being. It had assimilated a portion of himself but hadn't died, and now even appeared indistinguishable from his kind. In this context, had it returned to normal? His eyes flickered with pleasure for a moment. But how could such madness leave no trace? His gaze glided smoothly, the detached part of the indescribable, great being looking down from above, weighing where to begin. Until he observed the human beside him, a vast amount of information flooded his consciousness, the subtle connections within greatly satisfying him. His terrifying eyes narrowed, revealing a strange, ambiguous smile. He actually carried his weakness with him. Weak yet crucial enough, more accurately, the perfect bait. She's it. The being huddled in the crevice arched his body high, expanding his size, to appear even more imposing and powerful. Let fear begin to seep through flesh and take root. He, the great ruler, will surely avenge this humiliation today. Even if he jumps off this cliff, smashes into mud, and is trampled into blood, he will never retreat a single step. The lava before her was remarkably still. Aside from a brief, turbulent outburst when it first appeared, it quickly calmed down and hasn't produced a single spark since. If it weren't for the occasional sense of being watched and the increasingly intense red glow filling the screen, Yuning would have thought the other party had already escaped. She glanced to the side. The Demon King noticed her gaze and turned around expectantly, saying, Yuning, would you like something to eat? I prepared some in advance and brought it over. He looked ahead, but if you don't like pre-made food, freshly cooked is fine too. Yuning, I always feel that the ingredients for freshly cooked food are rather unusual. Remembering something, the Demon King confidently assured her, attempting to overturn the stereotype. Don't worry, it's absolutely delicious, fresh, and perfectly normal ingredients. Yuning, that sounds even less reliable. Thank you, I'm not hungry yet. Seeing the Demon King's slightly disappointed expression, she added, I eat when we get home. The Demon King, who had been somewhat listless, immediately perked up, nodding several times. Looking at the underground lava, Her eyes suddenly held a hint of eagerness. Yuning looked away. Green, reassuring. Thanks to the Demon King's powerful regenerative abilities, her sanity level was no longer just at the green threshold. It had risen sharply from 61%, settling around 70%, and showed a continued upward trend as time went on. Even in such close contact with the ancient god's avatar, her sanity level hadn't regressed. The Demon King's resistance to these things was gradually increasing. She glanced at the screen full of red, yet motionless lava, so quiet it was as if nothing had happened. The child is quiet, he must be up to no good. What do you do when rats are hiding in their holes during extermination? Usually, you smoke or pour water into the hole's entrance on the ground, then wait at the exit. Yuning looked down at the crimson lava. In this situation, she lowered her eyes. Fill it up. The black-robed witch, standing still, stretched out her hand, magic swirling, instantly tearing open a huge rift in the sky. Looking through the rift to the other side, a huge, deep metal pipe could be clearly seen. A pipe? The ancient god's avatar, which had been lurking and quietly approaching, intending to possess someone and disrupt the situation, paused, staring at the sudden spatial gap, a question mark appearing on its forehead. Was the spatial rift to find reinforcements? But this tattered metal sheet looked utterly vulnerable, not even as tough as the shell of some alchemical golems. Whatever it was, as long as the initiator was dealt with, everything would be fine. He regained his senses and continued approaching the witch, his body extending, tentacles symbolizing madness hanging from her head, ready to slowly erode this fragile human. He narrowed his eyes with amusement. Thud. A huge block of ice crashed into the lava. He seemed to sense it, pausing subtly. Before he could react, a tidal wave of ice surged from the pipes, plunging straight into the lava. You are using the scroll of the creator to depict your thoughts. The objects within the scroll become your weapons. Abandoning the physical weapon method, Yuning set the characteristics of this weapon as levitation, dust, infection, and purification. The target wasn't the seemingly lifeless lava, but rather the ice blocks falling from the sky. The ice block, imbued with the power of purification, slammed into the calm magma, instantly transforming into its destined nemesis, churning the magma into chaos. Hidden in the void, it felt as if it had been struck hard on the forehead, immediately writhing and thrashing about. Moments later, more blows came crashing down, forcing it to cower. No! I have to act quickly. Once I possess her mind, all difficulties will be easily resolved. The invisible tentacles continued to extend, stabbing downwards fiercely. Just a second before completely severing the human's brain, the raised tentacles were yanked to a halt by immense force, a voice, like that of a demon reborn, echoing behind it. The Demon King's tone was dangerous. What do you want to do? The witch before him seemed to sense something, turned around, and smirked at him. Found you. The unseen being caught in the crossfire. No, this is so embarrassing. The ancient god's avatar, determined to avenge itself, instantly sprang into action. Aside from the silver-haired imp, who was barely half a kindred spirit, who could touch him, this fragile spellcaster before him was like an infant exposed to a curse without any protection, utterly within reach. He directly severed the few tentacles that the Demon King was clinging to, swiftly moved in front of the witch, his scarlet eyes fixed on her, and pounced, only to be slapped back. Angry pink tentacles circled the witch, critically pointing at the beings in the void, uttering strange, incomprehensible syllables, roughly meaning something like, "Ugly thing, stay away, you be waiting in line for 10,000 years, and it still won't be your turn," or similar toxic pronouncements. The unseen being, who understood everything, what the hell? Too much omniscience isn't always a good thing. He clearly heard the cacophony of those disgusting pink creatures, every harsh syllable seeping into his overly agile consciousness, and an unnamed rage erupted within him. The next second, icicles carrying a purifying aura shot out diagonally, instantly piercing through some of the writhing, tearing entities. Yuning stared at the flashing red interface before her, her magic surging. Sharp, pointed ice shards quickly formed. She carefully discerned their shapes, and guided by the wind, plunged them fiercely into the reddest spot. In an instant, the red dimmed. With the Demon King's intervention, the hunt had transformed into a war of attrition, a test of patience and meticulousness. No! Yuning suddenly frowned. Too slow. Although she couldn't see it, she could vaguely sense the increasingly frenzied tremors, as if the other party had completely gone mad. The Demon King's arm veins bulged, and although it showed no expression, a thin layer of sweat appeared on its face. And its previously stable sanity value suddenly dropped by 2 points, to 68%, and seemed to be still falling. Current sanity value, 67%. It is fighting back. If the Demon King doesn't devour, and only uses the existing ice shards to purify, at this rate, before it's even halfway through, its sanity value might drop back into the red zone. Then, the situation would probably be very different. She had to think of a way. While condensing ice shards to attack, she also delved into the system to search for a solution. After going through it once, her gaze stopped on the unknown scales. This time the cooldown period had passed, but the rather demanding requirements required more substantial exchange conditions. She glanced at her remaining points. She couldn't meet them at this stage. Just as she was about to check her spatial ring again, a coin suddenly clattered into the weights on the right. "You have placed weights." Yunying's eyes flickered. It was an item she had acquired long ago, an heirloom of the Salem witches, related to both the notebook and the witches. Unlike usual, this time the scales showed an equal exchange, and the coin returned to her hand, but it seemed slightly dimmer than before. "You have received revelation." Yuning lowered her head. The 12-page notebook, quietly placed in her spatial ring, suddenly became scorching hot. The metal pages flipped rapidly, passing the Dark Dawn chapter, crossing the White Banquet chapter, and arriving at a brand new golden area. Twilight chapter. The molten gold of the setting sun, stripped of its concrete outlines, becomes a bookmark witnessing the passage of time. Twilight never signifies annihilation, but rather the settling of past fervor into the richest, most fragrant memories. You are rapidly flipping through the pages of the 12-page notebook, stopping at the gilded pages. Twilight Chapter 09. As a precious treasure wielding the power of time, having a unique conversation with your future self doesn't seem impossible. A quiet figure appears before you. She stands in the twilight, draped in a cloak woven like the night itself, her hood pulled low, revealing her long, slightly curled black hair, which gleams warmly in the snowlight. The surrounding wind and snow lash against the mountains. Lava scorches everything, yet she remains unfazed, gazing steadily ahead, her gaze piercing through everything, as if she could see into all of time and space, past and future. She smiled, her eyes crinkling. "It's nice to see you, my past self." Taking in the tense situation before her, she paused. "Looks like you're going through something extraordinary." Snowflakes swayed in the wind, about to land on her, but were brushed aside by an invisible force. She didn't immediately help, passing the Demon King, ignoring the massive, distorted presence, and slowly walked to Yunying's side. She whispered in her ear, "Do you want to learn things that aren't appropriate for your age?" Yunying? Chapter 76. The magic circuit for hunting is like this. She murmured, magic flowing smoothly through the energy channels, the power of various elements and space intertwining to form a jet-black arrow in midair. Number 09 waved her hand, and tiny, exquisite magic circles overlapped infinitely before her eyes, until they were too fast for the naked eye to follow. A final layer of temporal energy swiftly enveloped the arrow, and in an instant, it pierced through all obstacles in space, shooting straight ahead. A small patch of red before her eyes dimmed instantly. Yuning looked up. A part of her body had been annihilated. The indescribable sovereign twisted and writhed in space, until the decaying part receded, its body writhing and crushing the arrow. The red that had just disappeared gradually returned, though it seemed slightly lighter than before. Scarlet eyes stared at all the creatures before it. Annihilation, a new word. At least for him, this was true. This rare experience unsurprisingly enraged this supreme being. In a world only the Demon King could clearly see, countless ghostly shadows lashed out wildly, creating overlapping, dizzying images. The Demon King tightened his grip, forcefully pulling the thing away, in the opposite direction, away from the witch. Yuning looked up. The red before her eyes blazed fiercely, flowing crimson blood dancing, interspersed with intense physical clashes and indistinct babbling. She couldn't understand or see it, but she could still roughly guess what the other party was saying. Yuning, it's probably not something pleasant. She turned to look at number 09. Number 09 stood there watching her, his expression encouraging, but he didn't seem inclined to help. Meeting her gaze, number 09 smiled at her and encouraged her, "You can do it." Each chapter has its own unique way of participation, and the time slice of the Twilight chapter is clearly quite different from the others. Is she the type who doesn't participate personally but provides remote guidance? Yuning tried raising her hand. Could she do what she just did? Congratulations, you have triggered the talent Magic Mastery. You possess unparalleled magical talent on the continent, making your path to learning magic twice as efficient. You have activated Magic Affinity. Quickly understand elemental manipulation. Subtle magical flows flashed before her eyes, like slowed down footage, until they became something she could truly grasp. The light magic, guided by the currents, formed countless tiny magic circles, creating swirling vortexes of magical energy. Finally, time. You are using Sigh of time and space. She rarely uses time magic proactively, firstly because it consumes a huge amount of energy, exceeding her magical reserves, and secondly because the use of time is a forbidden area in magic. If she couldn't grasp the overall situation, the best approach was to avoid frequent use. But now, let's try. A gentle flow of time, imbued with stable rules and information, quietly entered. Even just a fraction of it, and Yuning felt her abundant magical reserves suddenly drop. Large-scale replication was impossible. The ancient god's avatar before her seemed to sense something. Its aura surged, the red of its sanity indicator trembling. Ignoring the pink tentacle's entanglement, it dragged the demon king closer. It bent down. A foul, damp aura descended rapidly, as if it could devour this bluffing human in the next second. Yuning remained unfazed. Plop. A vibrant red crystal fell to the ground, then the first, the second. The spatial ring tilted, and a large number of magic crystals, under the witch's control, accumulated in the narrow space, disappearing within seconds into fine powder to make room for the next crystal. At the same time, the black-robed witch's magic power rapidly increased, and then rapidly decreased, maintaining a delicate balance. Yuning raised her hand, and countless jet-black arrows hovered in the air, aimed directly at the gaping crimson maw. While her magic reserves weren't abundant, her resources were certainly substantial. A red light reflected in her eyes, now obscured by the misty crimson magic power, making it difficult to discern which side of the red was more intense. Shoo! The jet-black arrow shot forth, colliding with the invisible and intangible entity in the air. The power of time coalesced, reversing and collapsing, tearing at a body that didn't belong to this world. Like a seed that sprouts, grows, withers, and disappears in an instant, the vast expanse of time bound it with an inescapable constraint. Moments later, the once surging crimson had dimmed. The powerful avatar born from an unparalleled being slumped, sensing something amiss, and attempting to temporarily retreat into the void dimension. Before it could take a single step, an undeniable force surged from behind. More and more disgusting pink flesh coiled around it, refraining from its instinctive devouring under its master's forceful command, yet still drooling over the fresh feast. The demon king grabbed it, distracted by a reminder. You can't eat it, she thinks it's dirty. The ancient god avatar, What's with this picky tone at the vegetable stall? Fragments of past memories resurfaced, sending a shiver down her spine. She seemed to foresee her impending doom. If she couldn't be certain of devouring these two, she had to leave as soon as possible. He wants to leave. The demon king's words had barely left his lips when Yuning reacted instantly. Without even confirming, she sliced through the turbulent part of her current dimension, piercing through all the arrows in the air, and simultaneously sealing up all the gaps in that space, making it impenetrable. Closing the door, and setting off the firecrackers. Silence fell. She estimated the time, then opened the space she had just sealed. There was no more movement inside, only the gradually calming lava and her sanity level dropping to normal. Until the last arrow completed its mission and disappeared from sight. Yuning suddenly relaxed, letting out a deep breath. Her arms and legs felt weak, and her head was spinning. She simply sat down against the cliff wall. Although her magical proficiency was a safety net, forcibly mobilizing magic power, and absorbing and utilizing magic crystals on a large scale was still a considerable drain on her. However, the result was not bad. She looked ahead, the demon king's hands were covered in blood, the wounds from his split body winding upwards from the point of exertion. While not gushing blood, it was dripping steadily, indicating a serious condition. Yuning asked Skark, "How are you?" The demon king seemed to only then notice, looking down at his hands. Such wounds wouldn't normally warrant attention, but at this moment, instead of hiding his arms behind his back, he inexplicably exposed them, approaching the exhausted witch and crouching down. A voice seemed to be constantly shouting in his mind. He repeated, somewhat dazed, power? Only with power could he obtain everything he desired. Only with power could he overcome all meaningless waiting and hold those he cared about firmly in his grasp. This feeling was strangely familiar. He reached out to touch the witch before him, but only lightly touched the corner of her eyebrow, leaving a vivid red mark. The demon king lowered his head. I'm fine. Even too fine. Abundant magic flowed rapidly through his body, the wounds on his arms healed at an incomprehensible pace, and even the power he had previously assimilated was increasing rapidly, accompanied by a secret excitement. This was not the constitution of a normal being. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had already shed this identity. His pupils fixed. A strange voice within him kept urging him to hold on to the person before him tightly, so that he would no longer endure the agonizing weight that felt like a standstill of life. Day after day, year after year, he witnessed every moonrise and sunset, only to wait again in the new time. Crimson gradually filled his consciousness, the whispers in his ears slowly receding, becoming mere noise in his mind. Only the person before him remained. She looked at him, her eyes unguarded. Now, with just a reach, even this fleeting breeze would linger for him. An inexplicable force propelled his arm upward, his fingertip shifting, about to touch the witch's neck, when his other hand abruptly pulled it back, the sound of bones vibrating echoing. A crimson blazed in the Demon King's silver-gray eyes. He reacted, quickly retreating, shouting, "Get away!" A voice leaked from between his teeth, and countless pink tentacles reached out, binding him tightly and forcing him to his knees. The Demon King's chest heaved, his eyes closed, as if enduring something about to pierce his flesh, a hint of pain unconsciously showing between his brows. "Give me some time," he said softly, his arms convulsing. "Don't worry, it just needs some time." Just like the contamination hundreds of years ago, he would prove with time that he would crush and tear apart these messy parasitic things, one by one. Yuning didn't move. Frequent close contact with the ancient god's avatar seemed to have stirred up some latent issues from the Demon King's past. She watched as the wounds that had just healed were quickly torn open again by their owner, only to heal again due to his overly powerful physique, repeating the same process. It was as if something non-existent was growing wildly within them. Was this how he had endured it last time? His sanity had just dropped to 65% and was now rapidly declining, hovering just short of the passing mark of 60%. It flickered twice before finally succumbing and crashing into the range starting with the number 5. You are using Revelation of Life's praise to celebrate vitality and rejoice in mercy. This skill provides powerful group healing. After use, the caster has a chance to enter an immersed state, which cannot be awakened. Please maintain a safe and stable surrounding. Bright light rippled between the snow and the fiery red. Yuning stopped the Demon King's self-destructive restraint. He looked up somewhat blankly, a smile appearing in his eyes. She crouched down, looking directly into those silver-gray eyes. "All right. Just like a little bitter gourd. Don't worry," she raised her hand, gently stroking her smooth, silvery white hair. "You said you treat me better." She smiled. "I didn't refuse." The side effects of group healing were somewhat difficult to control, and she used it sparingly unless absolutely necessary. But now, it was clearly an unusual and necessary situation. Her rapidly declining sanity finally stopped. The Demon King lowered her eyes, her pink tentacles sweeping up her arm, pulling out the writhing fragment of the ancient god that had been hiding within, and crushing it into dust. The torn wound healed quickly. Having just escaped the chaos, she felt a soft touch spreading above her head, one after another, like the warm sun gently caressing her body, soft and comfortable, bringing a sense of peace. She wanted to be touched like this forever. The Demon King knelt on the ground, showing no intention of getting up. The person above him seemed equally unwilling to let him rise, only continuing to ruffle his hair, even stroking it with both hands. His silver-white hair went from smooth to frizzy, eventually becoming quite messy. The Demon King looked up in confusion. "Yuning." Before he could finish, the pressure shifted to his chin, a soft touch gently scratching it a few times. A familiar voice sounded in his ear, with a slightly different tone. "Who's the cutest little kitten?" The Demon King. He looked up abruptly. The witch's previously clear eyes had become somewhat hazy. Seeing his dazed expression, she ruffled his hair a couple more times, correcting him. No, that shouldn't be the expression. You should answer me loudly." The pink tentacles jerked their heads up. "Meow." The witch raised her hand, louder. "Who's the cutest little kitten?" The pink tentacles screamed. "Meow." The Demon King. Although he didn't know where the tentacles learned their foreign languages every day, it seemed their learning was quite good, at least for now. The witch in front of him was very satisfied. This state of the witch was rare, and while it was good, it was just a little overwhelming. After the commotion, the atmosphere gradually calmed down. The Demon King secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to stand up when he felt an undisguised gaze on him. Looking up, he met the witch's dark eyes. "Are you Evil Fleece?" She looked at the bright white fur, and said to herself, "You shouldn't be. Then why don't you answer my questions seriously like them?" The Demon King turned his head, and met the eyes of a group of wriggling pink tentacles, which proudly raised their bodies, showing off their favor. Demon King. He was about to speak. When the witch changed the subject. "What's your home phone number? If you call home, they be worried." Demon King. "Phone?" The witch's eyes shifted, she paused, and shook her head, concluding, "This little cat is incredibly lazy. You have entered an immersive state. Your senses are shrouded in a hazy veil. Even your consciousness is somewhat unclear. Because your magic is depleted, the effect this time is even more exaggerated than last time." Yuning remembers that there are many enthusiastic little cats around her. If she takes 2 steps, they will hop and skip after her, constantly meowing. She'd been robbed by a kitten blocking her way. She casually teased the enthusiastic kitten, then precisely spotted the most aloof white cat in the pack. It was quiet and seemed out of place, a single cat staring longingly at her with beautiful silver-gray eyes. The white cat's isolation was understandable. She reached out to pet the white cat. It seemed uncomfortable, trying to dodge, but after a few times, it didn't try to paw at her, and even let her be petted when held down. A good cat. She scratched the cat's chin and asked with interest, "Who's the cutest kitten?" The white cat turned its head away reservedly. Just when she thought she wouldn't hear it again, she heard a soft, hesitant meow. Yuning stroked the cat's head with satisfaction. Suddenly she leaned closer, observing carefully. "Wait, why has the white cat's head turned red?" "Ding dong. Congratulations. You have successfully eliminated the source of pollution lurking here, temporarily halting the pollution's invasion and restoring tranquility to the once turbulent snowfield. Congratulations. Your reputation with the Hercules snowfield has reached revered. The creatures living here will innately hold the Crimson Cliff in awe and reverence. Reward points gained, 5,000. Current points, 8,100. What's that noise?" She composed herself. It seems the quest is complete. She didn't know what the quest was. But that's beside the point. There's something more important now. She turned around and said seriously, "Little cat, do you want to come home with me?" Yuning pinched the cat's leg and pulled it towards her. The cat followed her for 2 steps. She tried to pick the cat up, but after a couple of tries, she was out of breath. The cat, however, stood motionless, staring at her with its watery eyes. Yuning shook her hand, thinking she'd have to stock up on cat food several warehouses from now on. It looked small and light, yet surprisingly heavy. It was actually a solid semi-trailer. If it didn't come with her, moving it back would be quite a struggle. She had just caught her breath and was about to continue moving the cat when she saw it take 2 steps closer to her. Then, she felt her perspective shift, and she was suddenly lifted up in a horizontal embrace. A cool breath washed over her, and silvery white hair gently brushed against her eyes, sending a soft, tingling sensation through her. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and Yuning belatedly realized she had been lifted up. Lifted up by a cat? Without questioning common sense, her thoughts, in a state of immersion, were frighteningly simple. She lazily thought, "As expected of the cat I chose, it can even carry people." The silvery white cat finally spoke, its voice as soft as a feather brushing past. It lowered its eyes. "Rest well. Don't worry, I'm here." The boiling lava was filled by the cascading ice, and with the help of ice magic and some alchemical techniques, the towering glacier in the center of the snowfield was restored. Yuning rubbed her temples. Just recovering from her deep sleep, she opened her eyes to a softly bright snow house, having already dealt with the cleanup of the snowfield by the Demon King and the other snowfield spirits. "I slept quite soundly." She glanced at the system time. Almost 2 days had passed without her noticing. The injuries from excessive magic consumption seemed to have healed under the group healing. Aside from some grogginess from just waking up, she felt quite good. However, she seemed to have dreamt of a group of strange cats. Creak. She looked in the direction of the sound. The Demon King entered carrying a steaming bowl of porridge, exclaiming with delight, "Yuning, you're awake? Would you like something to eat?" She looked over. This time, he seemed to have put in a lot of effort. It didn't look strange, and had no unusual color or smell, and it even smelled quite nice. "Thank you." She took the porridge, hesitating slightly. "By the way, I remember rescuing a white cat, you know?" The Demon King, The Demon King's face flushed red instantly. Before he could speak, a chorus of meows came from outside the door. Yuning put down the bowl, opened the door, and countless pink tentacles turned to face her, shouting in unison, "Meow." Yuning, It seemed she knew where the white cat was. Chapter 77. Ding dong. The Hercules snowfield has been steeped in ancient legends of terrifying yeti, synonymous with extreme cold and death. But now, the snowfield's inhabitants, having undergone significant changes, have welcomed a determined leader, hoping to secure greater recognition for their race on the continent. Helping to change the snowfield's image, 0%. Reward points, 1900. Yuning paused her work due to the new mission, brushing the snow off her hands before standing still and looking around. The ancient god's avatar had vanished, and the once raging magma had become a manageable substance, gradually cooling in the onslaught of wind and snow. The blasted glacier, aided by magic, had been restored to its original state, becoming the most dazzling feature of the entire snowfield. "My lord, we're back." An excited voice reached her ears. Looking in the direction of the voice, she saw a large and a small creature rushing over. Behind the frost giant were similarly dressed companions, watching from afar, seemingly somewhat timid. Yuning raised her hand, tearing open space. Ice blocks from the warehouse poured down, quickly piling up into a small mountain before her, forming a second small glacier next to the main glacier. Time passed, the ice blocks accumulating more and more, but it showed no sign of stopping. An endless stream of ice surged forth, filling in the melted parts of the snowfield once more. A rumbling sound filled the air, seemingly engaged in a silent struggle, a silent truss building a towering structure alongside the glacier. The elder who had led the tribe here finally spoke. "Thank you for your assistance to the snowfield. We hope we haven't caused you any trouble." It frankly explained their current situation. Besides the warming problem you already solved, the Hercules snowfield faces many other smaller troubles. It's vast, but the usable area is limited, species are scarce, resources are scarce, not to mention the misunderstandings and discrimination we face from the outside world. If you'd like to take it over, perhaps there's something to it. It's neither appealing nor worth abandoning. Throughout the continent's long history, it's not that no creature has coveted this land, but a land where the investment and reward are disproportionate won't attract attention. Not everyone is willing to take on a thankless task. You mentioned selling the spirits of the snowfields. The last person with such a thought is buried deep within the glaciers, forever returning to the embrace of Mother Snowfield. In short, it's impossible to transform this barren land into a prosperous one through normal means alone. Although they hope for change, they also know that the chances are extremely slim. However, encountering someone willing to lend a helping hand to the snowfields is already incredibly fortunate. Considering the events described by the frost giant and the witch's proactive proposal for negotiation, even with their lack of confidence, they are unwilling to miss this opportunity. The fluffy snow-covered sage sighed. "If it is as you wish, my people, and I will do our utmost to help." The black-robed witch with the pointed hat turned around, unaffected by the old man's tone. Her wise eyes, when they looked upon any living being, seemed to soothe all anxiety. The old man touched his heart. Just now, his previously agitated heart inexplicably calmed down, as if some magical spell had promptly erased all his troubles. "Don't worry," the witch smiled. "I already planned it out." The snow-covered spirit looked down, and a meticulously detailed construction blueprint slowly unfolded before its eyes. The snowfield project proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The sky was bathed in a deep indigo, and falling snowflakes settled among the massive ice sculptures and ice coral reefs. A straight slide descended, connecting the glacier to the ground. In the distance, an endless ski resort stretched to the horizon. As dusk fell, specially selected hardy vegetation emitted dappled light, creating a dreamlike scene. With the help of the snowfield creature's formidable strength and the ice factory, the installation, transportation, and carving work were completed smoothly, and a kingdom forged from ice and snow appeared before their eyes. Yuning took a step back, surveying the entire scene. "It's even better than I imagined." The equipment was in place. Now all that was needed was a promotional ambassador. To reverse the appalling reputation, the first step was to shed the label of the snowfield as a remote and isolated place, creating opportunities for contact with the outside world and changing perceptions through further communication. A thoughtful look crossed Yunying's eyes. What is something that exists throughout the entire continent and has a strong presence? Wow. Wow, so tall. Hello, this is where you can get a number. Wow, so realistic. Hello. The towering frost giant finally couldn't take it anymore and pulled down the adventurer trying to climb on its head, its face stern. "This guest, please do not climb on staff." As it spoke, a group of students on a field trip, led by a high-level spellcaster, walked over. The teacher, who looked serious, adjusted his glasses and began to explain. "This is the frost giant mentioned on page 1230 of the Continental Fantasy Creature Atlas. It's a branch of the snow elf's growth, and its habitat is mainly in extremely cold regions. Due to the natural dangers and its high magic resistance and strength, few other creatures dare to venture here." He finished introducing the course content like a dutiful tour guide, then looked at the impatient students. "Now, you can explore on your own. This kind of place, normally considered high risk, wasn't something you could just casually visit. However, thanks to the witch's connections, The Hercules snowfield had been successfully incorporated into the outdoor practical course, allowing them to come into contact with these legendary, terrifying snowfield creatures with gaping maws. Unlike the adventurers who roam the world recklessly, these new Mage Tower students, just joining the ranks of spellcasters, were still somewhat naive. They blinked at the terrifying Yeti before them, and remembering the witch's words about absolute safety, they huddled together, exchanged a few words, and then selected a student representative to negotiate. "Excuse me, may I sit on your shoulders and swing?" Frost Giant, It refused, no. The newly blossoming flowers of the Mage Tower were immediately wilted, and even the other seemingly interesting snow and ice facilities lost their appeal. The student finally struggled, "Really not?" "Please." Frost Giant, A moment later, cheers echoed across the snowfield. The Frost Giant, carrying a string of humans, tossed them up, caught them, and gently set them down. Then, looking at the others queuing on the ground, it said sternly, "Next." The large snow spirit was surprisingly good-natured. Although its appearance was somewhat fierce, its popularity was inevitable, and it quickly became a star attraction on the snowfield, seemingly enjoying itself. Thanks to the promotion by the adventurers and the Mage Tower's quirky group, tourism on the snowfield quickly began to flourish, and these snow spirits slowly shed their original fierce and frightening image. Yuning hadn't stayed in the snowfield the whole time. She just returned to the Crimson Cliffs Town Hall, and hadn't even had a chance to rest when she encountered the third sage in a great hurry. "Congratulations, you completed turning the impression. Reward points, 1900. Current points, 10,000. The snowfield mission was completed without her even realizing it. Closing the system page, Yuning carefully read the letter in her hand, feeling something was off. She looked up at the third sage, whose eyes reflected the same expression. She put down the letter. The first sage has gone on a journey. Although she hadn't met this renowned first sage, it was strange that such a seemingly composed and crucial figure would leave without saying goodbye. However, the mention of the Mage Tower made it less puzzling. The third sage clutched his head in annoyance. Could it be that the guy finally couldn't stand the constant barrage of trivial matters invading his mind and decided to seek the true meaning of life and get some peace and quiet? "But he can't just disappear so cleanly," he wailed. "The second sage couldn't handle the teaching pressure and actually wanted to call me back to class. It's terrifying. It's practically killing me. My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys are all withering away." He finally remembered to drag the slacking off guy back to work overtime. Yuning sighed helplessly. "Is it really that bad?" "Of course it is," the third sage declared confidently. 5 minutes per student, 500 minutes for 100 students, plus all the papers I accumulated. I'm going to die for my manuscripts." He muttered to himself. "Working is impossible. I never work in my life." "Hey." The third sage suddenly remembered something, turned around, and looked at her intently. "My dear witch, would you be interested in taking a trip to the Mage Tower?" His face was serious. "I absolutely have no intention of having you cover for me." Yuning, She'd be better off believing she was Qin Shi Huang than this guy. Just as she was about to refuse, a string of messages flashed before her eyes. When she looked up again, her expression had already hardened. "Yuning, okay," she said, "I go with you." The system page was refreshing with tasks. Teaching experience. The third sage of the Mage Tower cordially invites you to experience teaching life. As a newly arrived intern teacher, it seems some preparation is needed. Completion of magical internship teaching, 0%. Reward points, 1,000. The task had actually refreshed to the Mage Tower. She hadn't had much to do lately, so going wouldn't be a problem. Yuning blinked. But could a self-taught spellcaster like her mix with the orthodox teaching methods? She pondered. If it really didn't work out, she could just give everyone a staff of the Ashheart tree. Anyway, as long as her magic improved, it wouldn't be a problem, right? "Yuning, I can't teach, but I have money." After reciting the outline of the teaching task, the system didn't stop, continuing to utter the next task. Yunying's eyes flickered slightly. "Ding! You have discovered the missing sage." As the great creator of the Mage Tower, this first sage has countless legendary stories. His magic, intellect, and abilities have reached the pinnacle of human potential. But now, this being, long regarded as a spiritual symbol, seems to have encountered some problems. Truth discovered, 0%. Reward points, 4,000. This first sage isn't traveling. He's disappeared. Chapter 78. The students were buzzing with discussion. A new teacher arrived at the Mage Tower today, and he's someone we know. They say the sages practically begged and pleaded with him to come. How could that be? The sages. The third sage. Oh, a student responded, calming down. Then it's all right. Due to certain rumors circulating throughout the Mage Tower, the discussion quickly subsided, leaving only occasional whispers of is it that person? Or what will he teach? A caravan mage, curious, approached the other students, trying to hear more about the new teacher. He glimpsed a familiar face among the phrases like that person from Crimson Cliff, on good terms with the sages, and an unfathomable spellcaster. It sounded somewhat familiar. A voice came from the doorway. As the new magic instructor stepped into the classroom, the students who had been discussing amongst themselves fell silent. The caravan mage also looked ahead. A large storage box? The enormous, metallic box clattered to the ground, emanating a rich aura of magic that instantly made the mage, who dealt with magic every day, realize what it was. Rare, high-quality staffs. And quite a few, or rather, a considerable number. In all his years of wandering and adventure, he had never seen so many rare staffs gathered together. Looking up again, his heart pounded, his breathing quickened, and he almost cried out in surprise. It was the arrival of the god of magic. Seeing the student's eyes light up, Yuning knew her motivational teaching method was working. She tapped the box and explained, "These staffs will be distributed to you in the following lessons. Students who complete their assignments on time will receive a staff as a reward. Today's first lesson is about learning how to effectively use magic wands to maximize your abilities." The newly appointed witch smiled. Class begins. Following the lesson plan provided by the second sage, she taught the theoretical knowledge in a straightforward manner. The students, eager and enthusiastic, took their newly acquired magic wands to the testing grounds to practice. Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. The method was effective. It seemed the teaching task would be completed smoothly. The second half of the day's lessons wasn't over yet. Yuning organized the magic scrolls and record sheets and soon arrived at the magic testing grounds. This was an area designated by the Mage Tower for students to practice various spells. It was spacious and well equipped. Her task was to keep an eye on the students and prevent any accidents. Yuning stopped. Contrary to her expectations of a scene filled with flying spells, the students were in small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Occasionally, a few shouts would emanate from the largest groups. Back then, with a gentle wave of his hand, the heavens and earth split in two, imprisoning the terrifying monster within. All types of elemental magic gathered, turning the entire world into an ocean of magic. The mage, recounting the story, mysteriously produced a magic wand, pointing to the signature on it. "This is the precious blessing bestowed upon me by the goddess of magic, the witch who befriended the sage, our apprentice teacher." Ah, the path of magic instantly shines brightly. He slapped the student's hand away, clutching the signature treasured. Hey, you can only look, not touch." Yuning, This was her destiny. She was slow in packing, and this embellished story had already spread among the students. With a thump, she looked into the distance and saw a student kneeling on the spot. Before the devout student lay a magic wand, snacks, and an unfinished manuscript. He stretched out his arms to the sky and sincerely prayed, "May the god of magic grant me the position of the first sage." Yuning, As expected of a mage tower. "Everyone," the new intern teacher said with a slight smile, looking at the group of mischievous students, "perhaps you could come and talk to me directly." After punishing the ringleaders by making them clean, the course finally proceeded as planned. After several days of working diligently, the system notified her that the teaching assignment had been successfully completed. Congratulations on completing your magical teaching internship. As a new intern teacher, you successfully adapted to the strange rhythm of the Mage Tower and gained the students' approval. However, sometimes their excessive enthusiasm can be a bit of a nuisance. Reward points, 1,000. Finally escaping the fiery enthusiasm of the students, Yuning hadn't even had a chance to catch her breath when she encountered the third sage, who was stealthily hiding. He whispered, "Do you think praying to the god of magic for freedom really works?" Yuning, Whether it works or not, she didn't know, but she personally felt that the students would be very willing to discuss problems with the third sage. Before she could tie up this slacking off guy and throw him to the students, a questioning voice came from not far away. "What are you doing here?" Turning her head, she saw the second sage carrying a stack of manuscripts, walking and correcting them, using magic to communicate the necessary changes to the students, and even managing to chat with them occasionally. Yuning, truly a model worker. The tireless, year-round model worker, the sage, quickly finished revising the last manuscript. Instead of being tired, he seemed even more energetic. He glanced at the lazy third sage and expertly held out his hand. "Give it to me." The third sage instantly perked up, outsourcing his work with ease, like a fish in water, a smile spreading across his face. The second sage also seemed happy, quickly revising the manuscript before asking, anything else? Upon receiving a negative answer, he even looked a little disappointed. Yuning, this makeshift team getting along so well is definitely a testament to mutual dedication. Skipping the digression, Yuning glanced at the tasks on the system page and focused on the second sage, who had been staying in the mage tower for some time. I have a question I'd like to ask. The second sage closed his manuscript, seemingly expecting this. About the first sage? Seeing that the witch's expression didn't change, he naturally breathed a sigh of relief. You are indeed very perceptive. The pressure of keeping a secret alone is still quite high, but since it's already been guessed, it doesn't matter if a few more people know. The third sage pondered. That guy didn't go traveling. The second sage, to be precise, he didn't even leave the mage tower. He took out a glittering piece of gold from his mage robe. The gold landed in his palm, seemingly no different from ordinary ore, until the second sage spoke. Wake up. Yuning focused her gaze. The thumb-sized gold nugget in front of her quickly softened, then turned into a liquid-like substance, and a weak voice came from it. Eldy, good afternoon. The second sage gave a soft hum. The metallic liquid turned to the third sage, greeting him warmly. Flammel, you're back? The third sage frowned. Your spread has spiraled out of control. The metallic liquid gave a bitter smile. Perhaps it'd be better tomorrow, perhaps. It'd never be better. I didn't want to cause panic, so I blocked the news. I thought it would be over in a few more days. The first sage sighed softly. I didn't expect it to drag on until now, even becoming news that couldn't be hidden anymore. I apologized for my actions. And Miss Yuning, a gentle voice slowly sounded. Although the timing is a bit off, it's still a pleasure to see you. If I caused you any trouble, I apologize on behalf of the mage tower. Not at all. Yuning glanced at the system screen. I'm very interested in what happened here. Your Find the Truth quest progress has been updated. You have encountered the metallic first sage. As a powerful spellcaster who inherited the abilities of spread and assimilation, she can dismantle the structure of any substance on the continent to form herself. Now, this seemingly effortless talent appears to be cursed, becoming uncontrollable. At the same time, you seem to detect a familiar scent within it. Searching for the source of the curse, 0%. She withdrew her gaze. If you don't mind, I hope to participate further. Even as molten metal, the first sage seemed to pause for a moment, then revealed a knowing smile. It would be my honor. Guided by the first sage, Yuning and the other two sages arrived at the scene of the incident, the first sage's material storage room. Different materials were neatly separated by transparent cabinets and arranged in the spacious, open space, divided into vegetation, ore, and biological zones, with even smaller subzones below. Yuning paused briefly in the high-risk biological zone, before heading straight to the area storing gold nuggets. This is it. Maintaining this posture for conversation seemed extremely exhausting. The first sage had slowly slumped down, his voice growing weaker. Number 79, that's the substance I'm spreading. If there's a problem, the liquid metal slowly turned, meeting Yuning's gaze. It's probably only him. The third sage quickly located the corresponding drawer, pulled it open, and stood motionless for a while. Suddenly, he removed the entire drawer, revealing its empty interior. He frowned. Gone. A moment later, a teeth-grinding gnawing sound rang out, each bite mixed with a dull grinding noise. Sometimes, when the sharp teeth met the metal, the vibrating buzzing pierced the eardrums. Until the sound finally subsided, an invisible gaze searched for its next prey, ultimately targeting the first sage, who was forced limp in its palm. In an instant, its massive teeth opened wide, engulfing everyone, and it bit down hard. Ding dong. You have encountered a corner of the ancient god sealed here. A supreme being who calls itself the Lord of Mercy, who is obsessed with devouring everything, a being whose appetite and bloodlust coexist. In its view, not giving its prey time to suffer, but finishing them off cleanly, is also a form of mercy. Magic propelled a gale, quickly scattering the group. Before the dust settled, a dazzling metallic aura pierced the blur. It abruptly turned its head, the sound of pages turning suddenly rang in its ears, so gentle, yet inexplicably stirring up certain shared, terrifying memories, making this usually swift and decisive entity hesitate. You are using 12-page notebook. This time slice is Twilight Chapter 10. Chapter 79. A fierce wind raged, and the metal pages, inscribed with intricate runes, tumbled rapidly in midair before snapping shut with a thud and falling back down. The frozen clone watched the newly appeared figure with apprehension. Its previously restless aura slowly subsided, leaving only the occasional grinding of teeth, as if it wanted to crush the person before it into dust. The shared memories were too realistic, as if it too had been trapped in a spatial trap, then ground into sand by the power of time, enduring humiliations that shouldn't have existed within it. However, it was different from that easily dealt with coward. The great and merciful Lord would grant them the quickest death. Before finding a fatal weakness, it had ample patience. Now, let's see what tricks this human will pull. The smell is a bit strong. The newly appeared number 10 stood in the eye of the storm, dressed in even more solemn and elaborate witch's attire. Her dark eyes flickered slightly, glancing indifferently at the ancient god's fading senses, then looked around. Upon seeing Yun-Ying, her eyes lit up, and she rushed over, lifting her skirt. Then, with a whoosh, she shrank behind Yun-Ying, patted her shoulder, and whispered, "Hurry up." Yun-Ying? ? Something seems off. With a face even more composed and self-possessed than her current one, saying such things. Ugh! She didn't think she was usually this shameless. It's a problem with the laptop, but compared to the incredibly embarrassing Dawn Arc, these Twilight Arc time slices should be alright. Probably. Yun-Ying thought in a somewhat confused state. Should I go? Before she could finish speaking, an irresistible force came from behind, and Yun-Ying was shoved into the center of the entire materials room, becoming the center of everyone's attention, including his. He looked down at the farce, his gaze shifting between the two similarities, unsure which to focus on. Number 10 clapped her hands, her voice tinged with amusement. Tutorial begins. First, we need metal strong enough to penetrate everything. She opened her palm, and magic surged as she guided it, drawing the molten metal stored in the second sage's hand to Yun-Ying's side, to the center of the materials room as well. The first sage was clearly somewhat bewildered, but his years of accumulated composure allowed him to remain calm in the face of this unexpected situation. Although he was currently headless, he still nodded politely to the witch, saying, "Miss Yun-Ying, I arrived too." Yun-Ying, Her composure was remarkably stable. No wonder she was the top figure capable of controlling the Mage Tower. However, if she weren't, she probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Number 10 glanced at the bewildered faces of the crowd, pondered for a moment, and then happily announced, "My mission is complete. Goodbye, everyone." A few seconds after he finished speaking, the time slice that had just been there vanished instantly, leaving the area empty. Yun-Ying, that was a bit too blatantly slacking off. Ancient God Avatar, What exactly was he wary of just now? In an instant, a foul-smelling wind poured down, and Yun-Ying quickly dodged, using the wind to guide the flowing metal and prevent the first sage from dying before achieving his goal. The other two sages acted decisively, unleashing a barrage of spells that bombarded the room, illuminating it like daylight, and briefly delaying the clone's advance. Yun-Ying steadied herself, her magical aura rapidly rising around her. The previous time slice from number 09 had taught her how to hunt, but in her perception, the creature before her was far larger and more cunning than the last one. A chilling aura, penetrating to the bone, quickly spread throughout the room. Faint, illusory images of flesh and blood even appeared on the walls, as if they weren't inside the materials room of the Mage Tower, but rather inside the stomach of some colossal creature. A rather sanity-draining association. Or perhaps it wasn't an association at all. The pulsating sensation of that crimson flesh was incredibly clear. If she were to descend into madness, it would likely become a reality. Fortunately, her gradually strengthening will and stable mental anchor provided support. She shook her head, and quickly broke free from this ambiguous illusion. With the Demon King absent, the natural advantage against the ancient gods' avatars was gone, and number 10 had suddenly vanished. Even with all the sages present, they didn't seem to have the upper hand. Yun-Ying glanced at the battlefield. Especially considering the opponent's evasion and stealth were at their peak. Unlike the one that had charged recklessly last time, this one remained hidden in the shadows from beginning to end, only occasionally peeking out. It didn't seem particularly aggressive, but the rapidly deepening red on its sanity screen indicated that this guy was no pushover. A war of attrition wouldn't be good for them. Yun-Ying curled her fingers. Number 10 had just said, metal strong enough to penetrate anything. Metal? She turned to look at the first sage floating in the air. The method number 10 used to manipulate magic flashed through her mind, a peculiar rhythm leaping within the fixed elements, stirring up a unique melody belonging to those elements. The metal chosen and assimilated by the sage couldn't possibly be ordinary gold. She asked, "The metal you chose?" The first sage frankly admitted, "It's a gold nugget with inscriptions passed down through generations, but it seems he already dealt with it from the very beginning. Otherwise, with his abilities, he wouldn't be so helplessly trapped in a rock." "A brand?" Yuning glanced at the gold nugget that wasn't tainted by the ancient god's aura. If possible, number 10 had already presented the solution. She looked at the first sage. I lend it to you. Her natural affinity for magic allowed her to quickly simulate number 10's manipulation of metal. The liquid metal, already incapacitated, gradually rose into the air under the pull of magic, reaching a certain critical point. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have obtained forged gold. Any sharp or razor-sharp metal will bow its head in your hands, becoming your subservient servant. It is the ability to manipulate metal. The flowing metal, driven by magic, condensed into a single point and instantly shot towards the most intense red. In an instant, the overwhelming red light rippled, and the flesh and blood in the vision twisted in agony. Indeed, this gold has a special effect against this thing. Rather than saying the first sage was trapped in the gold nugget, it would be more accurate to say that during the attack by the ancient gods, this special gold saved him, but it couldn't completely negate the effects, resulting in his current state. Yuning looked up. But it's alright, as long as the source of the problem is solved, everything will be fine. Damn it, it got away again! The third sage tore open space. A damp, sticky smell rushed out, but the target clone was already gone. Even a rat wouldn't dig a hole like this. He angrily followed the trail, even jumping into dimensional space to search, his magic output increasing rapidly until a hand appeared on his shoulder, and the second sage's voice came from beside him. Relax, don't let it affect you. The third sage's hand paused, and he broke out in a cold sweat. I've been corrupted. The second sage defended against the tentacles that attack from time to time. Not yet, but if it continues, who knows? They had long heard of the terrifying nature of this thing. Even mages of their level felt powerless against the pervasive corruption. Just as he had seen those throbbing flesh and blood more than once, he had only managed to suppress them with his powerful mental strength. The second sage reminded him, conserve your mana as much as possible. If they continue to waste it, they would be the first to run out of mana. I know. The third sage took a deep breath, suppressing his urgent desire to gain the upper hand and defeat the enemy, and brought out the calm state he had been in during meditation. I haven't had enough of my retirement life yet. I won't just fall here like this. As he spoke, another wave of lurking attacks followed, the sharp sensation of spikes piercing his calves, causing intense pain. He looked down sharply, only to find his legs blurred, with only a vague outline of tentacles trying to burrow into his body. Cold sweat poured down the third sage's forehead. Before it burrows in, just as he was about to grit his teeth and swiftly cut the thing off along with its contaminated flesh, just in case, a sharp whooshing sound rang in his ears. A teardrop-shaped metal object instantly flew from afar, striking the tentacle precisely. The once active tentacle immediately wilted. He narrowed his eyes. This is. Then a second one struck, grazing past him. The metal teardrop opened its mouth, uttering a familiar voice. Flammel, please move aside. The third sage, While rationally he could accept it, emotionally, he couldn't laugh. This was a serious occasion. A water droplet roared in, instantly shattering the fragments surrounding the second sage. The metallic droplet landed with a plop, making a polite sound. Eldie, are you alright? The second sage, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Although the scene was quite bizarre, the first sage, now transformed into liquid metal, undoubtedly became the star of the show, controlled by the witch to launch an attack on the massive fragment of the ancient god. He lowered his head, his massive body coiled motionless in the crevice, warily watching the witch's movements. He saw her raise her hand and gently wave it. Bang! After the final gunshot, the red illusion receded like a tide, returning the material's room to its original state. The spatial rift closed again, locking away the final, painful scream. Yuning waited a while. Congratulations. You have slain a quarter of the ancient god sealed here. You have resolved the source of the curse. When the opponent also practices the twisted principle of mercy, it may be a kind of luck for him. Reward points, 4,000. Current points, 15,000. She breathed a sigh of relief. Behind her came the sound of sages shoving each other. Turning around, she saw that the first sage, who had just been metallic, had transformed back. He looked young, but mages were skilled at preserving their youth, making it impossible to judge his age by appearance alone. He must be at least 300 or 400 years old. This highest authority of the mage tower wore a solemn mage robe, his expression unchangingly composed. Apart from his slightly pale complexion, he looked no different from the dignified and composed figure she had imagined. Yuning glanced at the old-fashioned first sage, probably. Given her stereotypical impression of the mage tower, she had absolutely no confidence in this claim. They were right after all. Yuning, The first sage murmured to himself. Praying to the god of magic really does bring good luck. His eyes suddenly lit up. Miss Yuning, could you sign your name? Yuning, She didn't even need to guess that one sentence. Chapter 80. Having successfully completed her teaching duties, Yuning broke through the students' enthusiastic encirclement and escaped the mage tower. Sorry, these little ones are too fascinated by those fantastical rumors, causing some unnecessary trouble, the first sage said. But don't worry, the assessments will be appropriately increased recently, and they won't disturb Crimson Cliff. Yuning blinked. That's what the headmaster said, it has nothing to do with her. The refined sage showed no remorse for deceiving his student, seemingly quite adept at it. By the way, he said, regarding those remaining fragments of ancient gods, the other two sages and I have determined the direction of our research, and perhaps we can yield some surprising results. And this? The ever-thoughtful first sage produced a gleaming golden metal block and naturally handed it over. This should be useful to you. Yuning accepted the gold block, thank you. This gold-like substance possessed extremely stable properties, even capable of resisting the invasion of ancient gods. This alone made it surpass many magical items, becoming the most effective tool against contamination. No need to be so polite. The first sage glanced at the silver figure waiting not far away and reminded her, although I'm a little reluctant to part, it seems someone has been waiting for quite some time. He smiled slightly. Ms. Yuning, farewell. Yuning, farewell. Having gained quite a bit from the mage tower, her stored points had reached 15,000. Yuning was still thinking about how to plan her time when she took a few steps outside when she heard a commotion. A chill ran down her spine. Looking back, a large number of students swarmed in, their chaotic footsteps mingling with shouts of "What will I do without you?" begging for a signature, "Get the third sage out," and other incoherent cries. Yuning, here we go again. She seemed to understand the third sage's breakdown. Her previously leisurely pace quickened, propelled forward by wind magic. In the Demon King's narrowed pupils, the witch, who had just been strolling leisurely, suddenly descended from the sky, grabbing his wrist and saying sternly, "Go!" The Demon King was pulled forward a few steps, seemingly still confused. What's going on? The clamor grew closer. He glanced at the frenzied students. I understand. His beautiful brows furrowed slightly, then quickly relaxed. The Demon King grasped the witch's hand in return, his tone firm and confident. Hold on tight. He gathered his strength. 3, 2. Yuning, why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? As it turned out, the witch's sixth sense was very accurate. After being carried by the Demon King for an unknown distance, the speed finally slowed down. Her hair was whipped back by the wind, and Yuning leaned against a tree to catch her breath, feeling even more thrilled than riding a pirate ship. She glanced at the Demon King beside her. Good news, it's a sports car. Bad news, a high-speed convertible. The Demon King cautiously glanced at her, seemingly wanting to help her catch her breath. He reached out halfway, then he hesitantly withdrew his hand, bowing his head and saying, "Sorry." Yuning shook her head. It's all right. Much faster than a magic broom, just a bit bumpy. She stood up and looked around. Lush bushes and towering trees tinted the sky with a verdant hue, the grass and azure blending together, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Before they knew it, they had reached the edge of the ash forest. Seeing the Demon King's pleading expression, Yuning rubbed her temples and suggested, "Let's walk back. It'd be a good opportunity for a stroll." Running any longer would leave them exhausted. Yuning started walking first, the Demon King following obediently behind, the two figures entering the lush forest one after the other. Although they knew the ash forest had changed drastically, seeing it with their own eyes was still breathtaking. The verdant forest before them was vastly different from the barren, gloomy landscape they had arrived in. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns on the humus, the air filled with the scent of fungi, as if countless lives were budding and about to bloom. Yuning caught a leaf blown by the wind. But it was also quite different from the golden forest called Sunrise of the past few centuries. The wind swept through the tree trunks, carrying a hazy green hue to every corner of the forest. It was a completely new look, unique to this era. A few more leaves blew by, and Yuning caught them. But this time, the green was gone. The once normal leaves were now riddled with scorched, yellowish-brown holes, the veins tinged with an eerie black. A gentle touch, and they crumbled like spilled quicksand. Would this happen if they fell naturally, or were infested with insects? Yuning brushed the debris from her palm, keenly sensing something amiss. She scanned her surroundings, trying to find the problem. Chirp. A soft, yielding sensation came from beneath her feet. Yuning looked down, She had stepped into a puddle of mud, splashing mud onto the hem of her skirt, ruining its original cleanliness. Was this place like this just now? Her thoughts had barely shifted when Yuning saw the mud beneath her feet open its gaping maw, so wide that she could even see its throat. Wait, throat? The next second, a wailing cry echoed through the sky. Ouch! My elbow! My cap! My herniated disc! Yuning. Where did all those body parts come from in a puddle of mud? She quickly scanned it up and down. Not dangerous at all, even rather weak compared to other creatures in the ash forest. Looks like it came from somewhere else. Ding dong! You have encountered a panicked swamp monster. A swamp creature dwelling underground, frightened by an unknown entity, fled here in terror. Despite its terrifying appearance on the mainland, its personality seemed rather weak. You? It abruptly stood up, saw the Demon King's darkening gaze not far away, and its voice softened. You must apologize to me. If you don't apologize. It trembled twice. Then don't apologize. It weakly showed anger, its attack power even less than the Demon King's while he was cooking. The weak swamp monster sank further, bubbling up a string of bubbles. Seeing the two motionless figures, it mustered its courage again. You should leave here quickly, otherwise, the master here won't let you off. Yuning paused suddenly. The master here? Yes. Hearing the question, it struggled to maintain its composure, trying not to sound weak, a great being capable of resisting everything, even sweeping away those spreading black underground stains. The swamp monster curled into a ball, seemingly to bolster its courage to speak to the person before it. I'm under that person's protection, so get out of here. I understand. The human before it pondered something, but instead of leaving immediately as expected, it crouched down, its dark eyes reflecting the swamp monster's image. Suddenly, a gentle breeze enveloped it, suspending the scattered mud in midair, bringing it to eye level with the witch. With the swamp monster's heart pounding in its throat, the human spoke slowly, her voice calm and gentle, yet undeniably authoritative. Take me to the place of the underground filth. The witch, her expression shrouded in shadow, earnestly replied, in exchange, you will receive the eternal protection of Crimson Cliff. My lady, this way, please. With the swamp monster leading the way, Yuning easily cleaved through space and arrived at a cavity deep beneath Crimson Cliff. A stench of decay, entirely different from the forest's humus layer, assaulted the senses. Under the illumination of the fluorescent stones, one could barely make out the surroundings. The hallucinations, amplified by the loss of sanity in the Mage Tower, had become a tangible reality here. The soil, composed of flesh and blood, was covered with pulsating veins. Walking through it for a while, one could even hear a sound akin to a heartbeat. Thousands of meters underground, the corruption of the ancient gods had somehow spread here, taking root firmly beneath the Crimson Cliff. Ding! You have encountered a polluted swamp. The exhausted swamp is on the verge of destruction, and at the same time, rampant pollution is rapidly becoming the master of this land. Purification, 0%. Reward points, 3,000. Yuning stopped, looking at the enormous, mangled heart before her. It throbbed rhythmically, seemingly possessing a vibrant life force, but the place where it resided had become scorched, black earth. Now it was underground, and it would soon spread to the entire town. It had been plotting this for hundreds of years. The beating grew louder, as if an unseen figure was confronting the outsider. Suddenly, the sound stopped, and twisting blood vessels surged forth, carrying undisguised malice, instantly binding the two tightly. The swamp monster let out a scream, mustered its courage, and crawled forward, extending two thin arms to try and pry it open. The moment it touched the surface, a blood vessel lashed out at it. Clang! Instead of the expected excruciating pain, a metallic hum resounded around her. She cautiously opened her eyes. The attacking blood vessel had been severed in two, and a swift, thin blade hovered in the wind around the witch. Behind her, the silver-haired creature stood silently, clutching a severed blood vessel in its hand. The twisted flesh struggled incessantly, but was held tightly like a chick, quickly succumbing to its grip. Step back. The witch's dark eyes reflected a metallic glint. We need to deal with the thief hiding in someone else's house. The swamp monster didn't know how to describe the scene before it. Then metal blades flew through the air without a trace. Then various colored magic exploded in the confined space. A swarm of pink tentacles slithered through the crevices, forcefully pulling the fleeing heart back, continuing the previous steps. This underground swamp hadn't been this lively in centuries. Splash! A fragment landed at its feet. The swamp monster rubbed its hands together, the hatred of being driven from its home driving it to fiercely raise its body, ready to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Before the fight even began, it felt itself being lifted up. Turning around, it saw a pink tentacle that had been lurking nearby, slacking off. Too dangerous for you, the witch approached, obliterating the last fragment. Do something more important within your power. Like, lead your companions to rebuild their home. The battle ended, the terrifying aura dissipated, and the other swamp monsters lurking nearby surfaced, some looking over timidly. The swamp monster hesitated. Me? Could this cowardly creature truly lead? Just like you brought us here, the witch chuckled. The word courage isn't just for the strong. Courage. The swamp monster straightened its back, its eyes burning as it looked at the witch. I understand, my lady. Congratulations, you have completed the purification of the contamination. As the Ash Witch, the ruler of Crimson Cliff, your wisdom surpasses that of most living beings. From the perspective of most beings, you have ascended to the highest hall of magic. And now, having skillfully and swiftly resolved yet another contamination incident, you seem to sense the approach of certain beings. Reward points, 3,000. Current points, 18,000. Congratulations, you have received the crowning of the forest. The newly reborn forest is completely free from contamination, vibrant and full of life, shedding its name of ash, and playing a melody unique to this era. Reward points, 2,000. Current points, 20,000. Leaving the underground, Yuning looked into the distance. The clouds pressed down, carrying a sense of impending storm. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a few rays of sunset glow pierced through the gaps, bathing the forest in a golden hue. The Demon King suddenly spoke, reassuringly saying in a measured tone, "We will win." Definitely. Yuning, amused by his earnestness, broke free from her somber mood and laughed, definitely. Chapter 81. An ancient god, or perhaps it shouldn't be called a god. He is almost the antithesis of the gods of the high magic world, indefinable, indescribable, intangible, only vaguely referred to as an unknowable and inaudible supreme being, the master of fear and madness. Madness is a gift he bestows upon his followers. The consequences of this small gift are beyond his consideration. In the liminal space between awakening and slumber, a tiny tremor gradually pries him awake from chaos. The sensation emanating from a distant land is indescribably strange, like being slashed by a knife, or burned by fire. His teeth and eyes ache alternately, occasionally mixed with a headache. Even slumber becomes restless, the burning sensation fades, only to be replaced by the agonizing pain of being cut and slashed, interspersed with the disorienting agony of time being reversed. No living being dares to defy him in this way. In the void, the indescribable sovereign abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through countless spaces, arriving at a world that seemed strangely familiar. A vibrant life force emanated from it without restraint, becoming the brightest anchor point among countless worlds. Logically, such a dazzling world should have long been conquered by his minions. Why hadn't it returned to madness? He cast his gaze down with curiosity. A silver-white figure, as if sensing something, abruptly turned around, its eyes radiating an undeniable coldness. The ancient god, Some unpleasant memories suddenly surged from his slumber, causing him to hastily avert his gaze. Wait, what was he afraid of? What he had bitten off were merely minor details. For such mortal beings, even if they survived his influence, they would certainly be severely weakened. He pondered for a moment, then concealed his gaze even more subtly, continuing to observe this world clinging to life. What about those sent-out advance party? The memories of near-death experiences resurfaced, causing him to fall into an unusual silence. Escape and pursuit, rebirth and destruction, finally met with endless magical brilliance and a cascading, sharp metallic sheen. And a pair of eyes as black as ink. Pain pierced his empty mind like needles, followed by a surge of rage that instantly engulfed his entire consciousness. So there were accomplices. The churning sovereign fixed his gaze. Then destroy them all. He would not repeat the same mistake. Lately, everything had been calm. After the heatwave warning was lifted, summer arrived as expected. Long lines formed in front of the ice cream vending machines along the town streets. Several students from the Mage Tower, tormented by the sudden increase in the difficulty of their papers, grabbed 5 ice creams in each hand, emptying their minds to enjoy a brief moment of pleasure. A swarm of ice slimes gathered around the ice spire, leisurely mingling with the ice archers. However, some water slimes, having wandered in by chance, froze into various shapes during their movements. The Lich, shovel in hand, shoveled them out one by one to thaw them. The thick-skinned fire dragons were completely at ease in this weather, casually lying on the grass, enjoying the occasional feeding from passing merchants, behaving like mascots. Yuning was sitting in the town hall, having just signed the final trade agreement, finalizing the name of Crimson Cliff. Her business for the day was now finished. Just as she stood up, a magical carrier pigeon descended from the sky, cooing a warning before disappearing, leaving behind only a heavy, pitch-black box, haphazardly imprinted with various sealing runes. It looked far from ordinary. Something sent from the mage tower. Yuning removed the letter attached to the box. It's a letter from the first sage. She opened it and glanced through it. The gist was that the contents of the box were substances extracted from an ancient god's avatar, possessing slightly weaker spreading, contamination, and bloodless properties. However, its consciousness had been cleared, and it could be used as a weapon to counteract some of the delirium and maintain mental stability. Yuning continued reading. Although the possibility was relatively small, directly injecting it into the ancient god's main body might be a suitable strategy for maintaining balance. She glanced at the box. This thing lacked self-awareness. Once it was inside, it would be a dogfight, making things much easier. Putting the box away, Yuning checked her inventory. The Crimson Cliff's reserve of magic crystals, various alchemical items made in the furnace alchemy workshops, and her confirmed reserve of points. Since the last time she cleared the ancient god's avatar from underground, she had a premonition that the day was not far off, and the witch's premonitions were always very accurate. Looking out from the second-floor terrace of the city hall, the sky was cloudless, and the sun shone brightly. Passers-by avoided looking directly at the sun to prevent eye strain. The Demon King, already seated on the terrace, slightly raised his head, his silver-gray eyes fixed on the sun without flinching, as if peering through the clear sky into another unknown space. "Skark," Yuning called out, stepping over and asking, "What did you see?" "He was observing me," the Demon King said. Although he disappeared quickly, it wasn't as simple as just leaving. "Yuning," the silver figure said slowly, "he has come." As soon as he finished speaking, as if to confirm the Demon King's words, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, not with dense clouds, but like the shadow cast by some creature. The sanity interface instantly turned red, as if soaked in blood, constantly reporting the rising pollution in the surrounding environment. However, under the area-wide protection of the mental anchor, the townspeople's sanity remained within a relatively stable range. "He came to find me." The Demon King stood up. "There is a forbidden zone for all living things in the western part of Crimson Cliff, a vast area, perfect for a battlefield." He carefully scanned every inch of the town, his eyes filled with cherishing and longing. This place must never be destroyed a second time. "Yuning," the Demon King suddenly spoke, if Crimson Cliff could survive well without me, wouldn't it?" Her silver-gray eyes reflected the witch's image, her gaze sincere as if filled with starlight. "Because you would be here. As long as you are here, the sunflowers here will never wither." Although it was a rare moment of sentimentality, Yuning stepped forward, interrupting the Demon King's long-brewing emotions. "Wait a moment." She walked over, grabbed the Demon King's wrist, and snatched the black box containing the ancient god's extracted substances. Holding it in her hand, she lowered her eyes and said, "Let me guess your plan. After the last battle, you were both severely injured, or rather, you were more seriously injured, while he was merely repelled. With both sides on guard, you weren't confident you could repel him again. So you planned to." She shook the box in her hand. "If the situation changes, eat it, and then be eaten by him." The desperate attack that severely damaged the ancient god, coupled with these substances powerful enough to disrupt his rhythm, was enough to force him to withdraw from this world once more. "But Skok." A breeze ruffled the witch's hair, a faint smile playing on her lips. "This isn't 300 years ago." She raised her hand, tiptoed, and touched her silvery hair, meeting the Demon King's somewhat stunned eyes, continuing her unfinished sentence, "And you're not alone." "I'm here." She solemnly reiterated, "This time, I'm here. Now is not the time for one person to play the hero." The witch patted the Demon King's shoulder. "Not having a team will lead to great losses." Yuning looked up, gazing at the enormous crimson shadow that had already taken shape in the sky. Ding dong. The crimson shadow that had followed. The indescribable thing, awakened once more, recalled the humiliations of the past. New and old grudges overlapped, and it had firmly locked onto this world. First, it would begin its reckoning with the old people and old places. Defeating the pursuing crimson shadow, 0%. Reward points, 10,000. Looking into the distance, the sky was ravaged by blood. Further on, the spread of color seemed to flow and swirl, transforming into dizzying and terrifying patterns. The Lich settled the town's residents, forcibly ordering them not to look up at the sky and to stay indoors until further notice. Having received Yunying's notification a week ago, the town had made preparations in advance, But no one expected this day to arrive so soon. Lonwyn looked at the familiar sky, vaguely recalling 300 years ago, when the sky was also a blood-red expanse. When he awoke again, Crimson Cliff was no more. Some life returned, but many more vanished, perhaps buried under some rock, or simply swallowed whole. No one knew. The cold lich looked down at his hands. He might have died long ago in that catastrophe, leaving only a cold shell. His palm slowly clenched. But this shell could open its eyes again, could witness the resurgence of Crimson Cliff once more, meaning its existence had meaning. Here, the tragedy would not repeat itself. Thinking of the task the witch had given him, the lich steadied himself, focusing his attention on directing the residents to their positions and protect themselves. You are using the vanished Sardras. Your town has activated a dimensional fold. The activation time will be determined by mana supply. During this period, only beings recognized by the town can enter the folded space. As the dimensional shift restarted, the entire Crimson Cliff gradually disappeared from the main world. The intense red of the sky faded, and the oppressive feeling in the air lessened slightly. Before it could even catch its breath, the ancient god's minions, traversing dimensions, slammed into the barrier again and again, until blood streamed down their faces, and their bodies were devoured by the next minion, only to continue their assault. Thud. It finally succeeded, its body falling out of the spatial rift, excitedly spreading outwards, until a cluster of blades imbued with the aura of ultimate light sliced it in half at the waist. Its body was charred black, then crushed under the foot of the pure white figure. Angel of Gods, Ramel, a massive wing unfurled, confronting the creeping blood-red shadows. The angel brandished his sword, his eyes gleaming with a burning light. I've been waiting for you. The crimson dragon burked, glancing at the disgusting creatures crawling on the ground before it, and sneered, Lava Dragon, Asar, let's finish this quickly and go to sleep. By the way, why do we have to give our names? A dark serpent shadow arrived as promised. The serpent man glanced at his fellow fighters, and to blend in and avoid appearing isolated, he added, Abyss. Lon. What do you call me? The lich stood high above, looking down at the numerous ancient god tentacles descending from the sky. With a wave of his hand, water rapidly froze into ice, then, under the manipulation of magic, was reshaped into the army of the undead scourge. He waved, attack. Chapter 82. The crimson sky reflected the devastated ruins. Everything around was filled with a fear capable of driving any living being mad. Even the vast forest seemed to be affected, becoming part of the terror. It was quiet. After folding the town up, the location of Crimson Cliff reverted to the ruins of their initial encounter. Towers collapsed, offering a glimpse into the moment a once great civilization crumbled. The weapon with the purification attribute, created through the scroll of the Creator, remained in the town. Even though switching dimensions couldn't evade the infiltration of the ancient gods, without the main threat of the original body, the town's other residents could generally control the situation. What was more worrying now was probably the scene before her. Yuning looked up. The blinding blood-red light mixed with the flashing red notification light of the sanity interface made the entire world seem unfamiliar. The colors flashed too frequently, so she simply closed the notification interface and opened the wishing pool instead. She poured all 20,000 points she had accumulated into the wishing pool, and taking advantage of a brief pause as it spun, she opened a spatial rift and stepped inside. Twisted flesh and blood rained down from the sky, slowly devouring the world. Yuning used her spatial abilities to flash through every location, the sharp metal in her hands taking on various shapes under the influence of her powers. A flash of light, and a severed limb that had been tangling behind her snapped off instantly. She helped up the young treeman, who was panicked by the sudden change in the forest, and sent a gust of wind carrying him towards a hidden town in a dimensional space. There will be someone to protect you there, she assured her. Don't worry, it will be over soon. You are drawing. The colors that had merged together in the wishing pool suddenly exploded, quickly forming a swirling sea of stars. A purple star was the first to appear before her. Congratulations, you have gained enhanced senses, a special ability. You will possess superhuman perception of impending crisis. The range of perception might be milk to be poured in a minute, or a fleeting glimpse of light in the distant future. When you invest enough attention, fate will generously bestow gifts upon you. Almost instantly, a sense of imminent crisis arose. She quickly shifted her spatial position, suspending herself high in the air. Moments later, the sound of cracking earth echoed. Looking down, tentacles had already emerged from the spot where she had just stood. Those twisted, crimson limbs angrily pounded the soil and rocks, as if deeply dissatisfied with their miscalculation. Humans inherently possess a sense of crisis, But enhanced senses clearly amplifies this talent many times over, even rivaling precognitive abilities in some respects. Just like now. She looked up at the enormous silhouette that enveloped the entire sky, a strange premonition suddenly rising in her heart. A dense sense of crisis surged through her, as if the ending had already been predetermined. This time, he had been preparing for a long time. No living being could survive the power of the ancient god. Everyone would die. Without exception. Who? Yuning immediately regained her senses. The mental anchor point in her mind emitted a steady, faint light, sweeping away the incoherent ramblings. The fog above her powerful perception was cleared away. Although the meaning remained the same, the situation didn't seem so hopeless. After several purple stars streaked across the sky, the first golden light appeared. Congratulations, you have obtained the soul chains, an instrument of torture from an ancient god-slaying race, possessing a unique understanding of binding any object, including, but not limited to, the physical body, spiritual entities, luminous matter, and various fantastical legendary races. Boom! A deafening roar followed. A violent gust of wind swept backward, sending sand and stones flying across the entire crimson cliff. The world, already shrouded in red, suddenly darkened, and visibility instantly shrank to within 2 meters. However, while vision was obstructed, perception remained. The silver figure stood out starkly against the empty land, his silver-gray pupils stained with crimson blood, making him seem to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. He raised his hand, wiping away the drop of blood. His hands fell to his sides, a drop of blood landing at his feet, gradually merging with the crimson blood already congealed on the ground. Beneath his vision, the scenes that ordinary creatures could barely see were exceptionally clear. Even the constantly rotating, clear yellow eyes high in the sky were crystal clear. Every rotation, every shift, was meticulously detailed, as if right before his eyes, displaying its power without restraint. Lying around him were strewn fragments of tentacles and limbs. The pink tentacles roaming nearby had already revealed their ferocious nature, swimming, coiling, and strangling the repulsive-smelling alien beings to death. Not only theirs, but his own as well. The Demon King curled his fingers, suppressing the surging killing intent within him. The silver figure narrowed its eyes. It didn't seem to resist. After fighting for so long, it couldn't have been just to come and see him. It sounded disgusting. A gust of wind swept in, and a sweet aroma suddenly filled his nostrils, like a person starved for months encountering a high-calorie feast. An overwhelming hunger swept through his body, almost devouring him from the stomach. The tentacles, which had been active just moments before, became strange. They extended their tentacles to touch the scattered spoils of war, tentatively trying to devour these prepared foods. So that's how it is. They want to lure him into assimilation. The Demon King turned to the side, coldly saying, Yuning hates junk food the most. Who dares to take a bite? Humph, tentacle, chirp. Who wants to eat it? It's definitely not me. It's all these guys' fault. The tentacles, which had been hesitant just moments before, immediately raised their bodies, slightly increasing the distance to show their stance, then continued to whip these disgusting creatures with renewed vigor. The Demon King returned his gaze. His palm silently touched the black box containing a special substance. If assimilation is the only path left, then let him make the decision. Purple and gold mingled, bouncing dazzlingly in the wishing pool. Yuning used her spatial abilities to swiftly traverse the air, following her senses to track the Demon King's whereabouts. Only when a second golden star popped into the gacha pool did her rapidly ascending figure pause slightly. Congratulations, you have obtained the Sword of Dawn, sweeping away all regrets and bestowing the first, most brilliant rays of dawn upon the earth. A holy sword from the god of contracts and courage, possessing absolute power unmatched by any living being. Sometimes even fellow gods must avoid its edge. Yuning frowned slightly. Not enough. Although the sword was powerful, the sense of danger emanating from it wasn't completely dispelled by the enhanced senses. The outcome had slightly reversed, but the overall direction remained the same. Everything still led to death. Moreover, the divine kingdom had been destroyed, and even the original owner of the Dawn sword hadn't survived. Using it again would be extremely risky. Thoughts raced through her mind. If the golden star wouldn't work, then the other items in the wishing pool were even less likely. Now, perhaps only. Yuning closed her eyes. A golden scale slowly appeared before her, its bronze surface gleaming with an unchanging constancy, seemingly untouched by time itself. Leaving only the enhanced senses and the soul chain, Yuning used the remaining purple items and the Dawn sword as weights, placing them into the scale. Besides these, there was a large quantity of supplies stored in her spatial ring, some less important small items, and some magical alchemical items, She threw them all in, one by one. Seemingly never before had it received such a heavy weight at once. The scales paused briefly, ancient characters appearing on their surface. Though incomprehensible, they seemed to have entered the realm of consciousness, becoming a freely communicating will. What do you want? Yuning. Something that can save this place. She observed the tilt of the scales, continuing to add items. The scales fell silent. Under her manipulation, the side with the weights gradually rose, but eventually fixed itself at a negligible height above the other side, remaining unchanged no matter what was placed on it, always lower than the other side. The placed items could not achieve balance, and could not be exchanged. Yuning paused. Even you can't do anything? Tianping didn't answer directly, instead changing the subject. Are you afraid? Yuning, yes. No one would say they aren't afraid of something that gives them goosebumps just by looking at it. Tianping waited. But fear is fear. If the result of fear is the complete shattering of this town, this world, she said, then this fear will be insignificant to me. Fear is a human instinct, but not a reason to succumb to it. Yuning glanced at the battlefield, gripping the soul chains tightly. There's no time left. They're about to collapse. There's always a way out. If she couldn't get a solution from Tianping, then figuring out how to use the black box given by the sage would be her last chance. At least, whichever way, she had to survive. The biting wind sounded its horn again, the spatial rift rapidly opened, and she had barely taken a step when she heard a voice. You have placed weights. Right side weight, a hymn to courage. The ethereal courage landed on the full weights, and the once immovable scales began to turn again, traversing that seemingly insurmountable height, and successfully achieving balance. At the same time, the previously intact bronze scales emitted a few soft, cracking sounds, as if unable to bear the weight. Fine cracks burst from the axis, gradually spreading across the arms and pans, the outer layer peeling away. Even so, it maintained its usual solemnity. It said, "Courage is humanity's most precious treasure." Yuning whispered, "Thank you." The ancient long sword landed lightly in her hand, yet felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Congratulations. You have obtained the Sword of Akaos, a sword meant to slay the uncertain, possessing the instinct to see through all things. Note, a weapon nourished by belief, it only takes root and grows within certain beliefs. A howling wind poured down, separating the entangled silver figures from a strange, indistinct object. Yuning threw out the soul chain, which the nimble wind instantly set flying. The chain extended infinitely, traversing the clouds and piercing countless voids, directly enveloping the colossal creature crouching in the sky. The gloomy clouds parted, and the witch's figure appeared in the sky. She said, "Catch." Yuning. The demon king's eyes lit up. His previously gloomy expression vanished instantly, replaced by a bright smile. He instantly grabbed the other end of the chain, and countless pink tentacles swept up, firmly fixing the ancient god in the sky, even dragging it downward slightly. Ancient god? The other side suddenly stumbled. The thing binding him felt uncomfortable, and a slightly unpleasant premonition arose within him. His gaze shifted, and his enormous eyes finally spotted the human, who seemed as insignificant as dust to him. While the human appeared to possess some special resistance, with him personally involved, assimilating a human would be a piece of cake. He thought disdainfully. And the sword the human was carrying. Ordinary, it looked like it could be broken with a single twist. He casually extended his arm, followed by a massive incantation and corruption. The next second, this ordinary sword instantly slashed at his arm, severing everything connected more swiftly than a demon king. A sharp, piercing pain instantly shot back, and his clear yellow eyes trembled from the pain he hadn't felt in so long. It hurt so much. A powerful storm gradually rose, and the witch in the pointed hat stood at its center, her dark eyes darting through the red mist, seemingly trying to find her true body beneath the veil of disguise. That sword. The being that wielded fear writhed, each tentacles guiding consciousness, howling with searing pain. This was a feeling unseen for millennia. That sword would kill him. It would shatter his body, obliterate his consciousness, and bury him in countless voids, never to regenerate. How could a human possess such a thing? But whatever the reason, there was no need to delve into it further. The only thing to do now was, for an ancient god who had lived for countless ages, this word was not difficult to utter when faced with a true threat. On the contrary, this method had saved him countless times since his birth. Escape. The massive body leaped into the crevice without hesitation, gradually shrinking back into itself, attempting to escape back to its lair. Just as it stepped out, the chains binding it emitted a piercing sound, and a tremendous force dragged it down. Yuning coldly watched the twisted, crimson mass struggle and flee upwards. Her magic power was rapidly depleted, then quickly replenished thanks to the magic crystal reserves. Even as a sharp pain shot through her body, she didn't stop. She only had one chance. The wind magic, carrying the suspended sword, gradually increased its speed until it was fast enough to cleave the body, as large as the sky, in two. Not enough. Still not enough. She frowned slightly. Even so, her premonition remained uncertain. Something else seemed to be influencing the outcome. And this. The Demon King's voice suddenly rang out beside her. Yuning was somewhat surprised. How did you get here? The Demon King was here, so who was pulling those chains? Glancing down, she saw pink tentacles gripping the chains tightly, struggling fiercely, and putting all their strength into their fight. Just in case. The Demon King picked up the black box in his hand, his silver-gray eyes showing no hesitation. This must be sent in. Don't worry. He smiled. We will all survive. Chapter 83. Yuning, What do you mean, can I even survive? She couldn't help but say, has no one told you that setting this kind of flag is a bit scary? The kind where setting one leads to a string of deaths. Seeing the Demon King's clear eyes, Yuning sighed, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. It's alright, just take action next time. She looked at the enormous phantom firmly bound by soul chains in the sky, and said in a deep voice, like now. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the pursuing Crimson Shadow. Under the leadership of the greatest witch in the history of Crimson Cliff, the indescribable thing that was torn apart has lost its vitality, and the remaining shadows will also fall into chaos in endless self-devouring. The gloom that lingered over the continent is fading. This unprecedented victory for intelligent beings will be imprinted on the monument of the times, and your name will shine brightly in the flow of time. Gain 10,000 points. Current points, 10,000. In the shadows, the Demon King gripped the black box tightly, forcefully inserting his arm into the writhing flesh, ignoring the excruciating pain of being corroded, and instantly crushed the box in the congealed blood. The fragmented matter spread indiscriminately, friend or foe, a small portion burrowing into the Demon King's arm, while the majority instantly merged with the vast, crimson soil. The fragments were backfiring. At the same time, a swift sword shadow, like a shooting star, flashed past, lightly slicing through the massive crimson shadow. The next instant, the crimson sky seemed to crack open, and the entire illusory firmament shattered completely. The witch's dark eyes met the colossal presence from afar, and then an even brighter light erupted between heaven and earth. After a moment of silence, a deafening explosion erupted. The crimson phantom from the unknown realm shattered and twisted, unleashing a powerful surge of emotion vertically across the sky. Yuning reached out. A vast dimensional space unfolded, forming a hollow zone that shielded the excessively piercing screams and delirious murmurs. Until the last crimson cloud vanished before her eyes, the sky returned to its original color, and the system's unhurried announcement rang in her ears, word by word. Everything had settled. Yuning, her body utterly exhausted, plummeted straight down from the sky, her eyelids half closed. There was no one around. Oh no! She looked at the silver figure also falling from the heavens. He was motionless, seemingly in a deep coma. There was another unfortunate companion. The Demon King was severely injured. Close contact with the ancient god had nearly rotted away one of his arms, exposing a corner of bone. Compared to her, whose magic was exhausted, he clearly looked far more wretched. A direct fall from this height would be devastating, even for the Demon King's body, let alone for a fragile mage like her with depleted magic power. The town that had been transported to another dimension hadn't officially moved out yet, and even if it had, it probably wouldn't be able to keep up with the speed of the fall. Perhaps the tentacles on the ground could still hear the command to catch them, if they were still conscious. Watching the Demon King's sanity drop back to the red zone, her eyelids twitched. The wind whistled in her ears. Yuning opened her mouth, wanting to speak but lacking the strength, and instead choked on a mouthful of wind. Skark, cough! Her words were slapped away. Never mind him, he's undergoing a transformation. He can't hear you right now. You are using the 12 Days Notebook. Twilight Chapter Time Slice 11 to 12. Two figures moved leisurely through the rapidly falling air, yet maintained a constant angle, as if space were merely flat ground for them to roam freely. Perhaps even time itself was the same. Yuning saw the quiet number 12 extend her hand, and the scattered injuries on her body were instantly reversed by time. Magic power gradually replenished, and she stretched her limbs, finally finding the strength to maintain her balance. Surrounded by the vortex created by the elements, she landed smoothly with the Demon King. Your abilities, Yuning said cautiously, don't seem maxed out. If reaching max level meant reaching the pinnacle, Then her ability to rewind less than 10 seconds of time seemed far too immature compared to these two. It's been a long time since I seen such a youthful face. It's kind of cute that you look so serious. Number 12 wasn't much of a talker, but she nodded upon hearing this. Number 11 smiled, narrowing her eyes. Of course. If the maximum level the system can raise is the true pinnacle, then those countless worlds would have been in chaos long ago. Especially time. She said, the mysteries of time are hidden in the intangible river of time. One must travel there personally to truly understand. You have plenty of time. Don't worry about the future. Number 11 patted Yunying's shoulder. You achieved a milestone today. It's truly remarkable. Congratulations, Lady Ash Witch, she smiled. The sunflower from Crimson Cliff will illuminate the entire star field. The 12-page notebook floating beside her shimmered with a dazzling light, as if golden flowers were taking root and growing within it. Yuning said, thank you. She paused, thought for a moment, and then said, I have a question for you. Although all the evidence points to the ancient god being dead, Yuning looked at the empty sky. My intuition still lingers, as if something still exists. Number 11 smiled with satisfaction. Your intuition is correct, even remarkably accurate. Yuning frowned. Really not dead? He wasn't dead even after being shattered like that. He's dead now, but only in this timeline, Number 11 said. He is the embodiment of all fear. As long as life exists, he will never perish. Even if this projection doesn't revive, other beings similar to him, or with different temporal dimensions, but who are him in essence, will come to find him. Yuning, a parallel universe just like you? Hey, how can you talk like that? Number 11 said. You can understand it as a parallel universe, but don't compare us to him. Number 11 pulled Number 12 closer. Have you ever seen such a kind and beautiful ancient god? Yuning, The reason why the personality of each time slice is like opening a blind box has been found. This continent has been marked by him, Number 11 said. It will forever remain like a treasure left untouched, open to anyone to choose from. Without protection, without cover, it's like a piece of fat meat. The longer it's exposed, the greater the chance of danger. Therefore, she blinked, we must protect it like a precious treasure, keeping it safe and carrying it with us at all times. I don't have much time. I'm busy with overtime. Number 11 glanced at the time. I have to go, see you next time. But Number 12 seems to have something to say to you. The talkative Number 11 waved and disappeared, leaving only the slightly introverted Number 12 and Yuning staring at each other. Yuning tried to break the ice. Excuse me. Number 12 quickly approached, pointed a finger at Yunying's forehead, and then left with the words, remember to fill the gaps. The 12-page notebook's light faded, and it fell to the ground with a thud. The figure in front of her vanished. Yuning touched her forehead, pretty strong. But filling the gaps meant. She suddenly froze. The time attribute power within her body surged rapidly after that point, climbing to an unfamiliar realm. Congratulations, you have obtained the supreme level limited time trial version of the Sigh of Time and Space. The rest went very smoothly. Regarding the idea of carrying a world with you, Yuning had already heard similar claims before the 11th mentioned it, so she reacted immediately when the topic came up. The Vanished Sagres. A town straight out of a fairy tale, you could call it the place where birch forests grow. As the most mysterious town, everything here has a unique way of life. This is a set of spatial skills. 3-dimensional folding, 2-dimensional expansion, dimensional unfolding. With sufficient magic power, you can even fold and carry an entire world. Folding the town into another dimension is just one ability. If fully mastered, carrying a world is no longer just a fantasy. Having chosen the right method, after resting and recovering her energy in the town for a few days, Yuning used up all her remaining 10,000 points to feed to Tianping, successfully raising the Vanished Sagres to its highest level. Compared to taking on an extraordinary target like an ancient god, this was merely an upgrade of abilities, a much easier task. The scales seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The ancient scales fell silent again, quietly using the magic bestowed upon them by their master to repair themselves. Yuning tried folding the town hall a few times, and quickly mastered the technique. However, the large black cat seemed addicted to this novel game, trying to jump into the folded town hall, only to be grabbed by the scruff of its neck and dragged away. Yuning rubbed her shoulders. My muscles are actually growing while practicing magic. Imagining herself becoming a mighty and imposing magic warrior, the witch hissed and quickly erased the image from her mind. That image of rolling around on the ground is enough with just one demon king. Your town, Crimson Cliff. An unprecedented city-state, beautiful and majestic, its charm irresistible, its territory unassailable. Town level, 93, 1/100, your identity, Ash Witch. The current ruler of Crimson Cliff, a great being etched in history. Current achievements, Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Collection, Abyssal Black Bee, Shadow Leopard, Dragon, Elf, Angel, Elementalist, Water, Elementalist, Ice, Undead, Mermaid, God, Time Snowfield Goblin. Yuning glanced at the town level. After this period of experience, she was getting closer and closer to the level 100 mentioned by the system. She looked at the sky. At this time, everyone should be awake. To save time, Yuning directly used her magic to open a spatial rift, traversing thousands of miles, to arrive at the familiar Mage Tower. Under the third sage's dark circles and horrified expression, she gently knocked on the door through the magic circle. Are you awake? The third sage, He angrily threw off the covers. It's only 3 o'clock. It's 3 in the morning, after 5 days of non-stop cleanup and remediation. Damn it. Does everyone have that much magical power to sustain them like that magical freak? Seriously, is this girl some kind of illegitimate daughter of the god of magic? Although they were reluctant to work overtime, priorities mattered. The 3 sages met, their faces weary, but their spirits were still high, and they could manage. Although the ancient gods first descended upon Crimson Cliff, and primarily attacked Crimson Cliff, the effects of the Crimson Sky extended far beyond the town. Other regions of the continent showed symptoms to varying degrees. Although the situation was resolved promptly, and the duration was short, the impact remained, requiring time and patience to gradually repair and clean up the mess. Recently, not only the Mage Tower, but other kingdoms and organizations have also been working tirelessly to eliminate potential threats. Yuning, you all worked hard. But please perk up and listen to me finish. The witch, who had traveled from afar, blurted out a shocking secret. He's not dead yet. The 3 sages, The 3 sages, ? And the location of this continent has already been anchored by him. Seeing the latter 2 sages' eyes widen in surprise, and even the usually composed first sage's expression soften, Yuning quickly added the next sentence. So I decided, she said in a deep voice, to fold this world and take it with me. Chapter 84. Folding the World. At first glance, it's terrifying, upon closer inspection. Even more terrifying. Is this world some kind of magic notebook picked up from a street stall, something you could just casually carry around? But looking into the witch's eyes, one can't help but believe she's not lying. The world will become a portable fairy tale book, and the witch will take it with her, to completely escape the shadow of the crimson sky. The eerie crimson finally faded from the sky, and spellcasters or heavily armored soldiers hurriedly passed by on the streets of the kingdom. Only after those withered, strange tentacles were completely eradicated, and the 3 layers of soil below were sealed by the mage's magic circle, did the initially tense atmosphere begin to ease. Life goes on, day by day. Besides, aside from a few unlucky individuals who fainted from fright, most people, having witnessed only a half day of red skies, encountered nothing else unusual. Daily chores gradually returned to normal amidst the shouts. Ordinary people went about their lives as usual, but well-informed organizations, and the Rhine royal family, closely connected to Crimson Cliff, were not so relaxed. Percy, as Crown Prince, having reorganized the Knight's forces, and taken over the power gradually being handed over by the previous generation, solemnly commanded, investigate thoroughly. Report any anomalies, no matter how minor. Only after the last group of knights left did she wearily sit down, rubbing her aching temples. Recalling the scene she had witnessed that day, she forcibly suppressed the fatigue from days of sleeplessness. This kind of pollution had been recorded before, but the last time it was far smaller than this time. Even though it subsided quickly, it inevitably caused widespread panic. And then, there's Crimson Cliff. Things have been incredibly busy lately. The people sent out haven't returned. The thought of Red repeatedly descending upon this place, even if she didn't care, stirred unease about trade and about that woman. The commotion is significant, but the consequences are far less severe than last time, she sighed, convincing herself, perhaps it was that woman who solved the problem. Mysterious spellcasters always have some unpredictable trump cards. Even facing such a terrifying disaster, they could escape unscathed, right? Besides, there's a legend about a god of magic circulating among the Crimson Cliff caravans, she pondered, increasingly convinced there was no smoke without fire. Maybe it's true. Thinking is one thing, doing is another. Unable to get away for the moment, and relying too much on luck by stumbling into some illusory travel inn, Percy simply picked up pen and paper, wrote 2 more greeting letters, summoned a carrier pigeon, and flew to Crimson Cliff. The pigeon, just about to take flight, fluttered its wings and flew back in a flustered manner. The sky suddenly darkened, and a star trail gradually hung high in the heavens, slowly rotating in the direction of time. Various jubilant elements surged along with it, as if slowly turning according to a predetermined destiny. From above the star trail, golden sunflower totems grew wildly across the sky, shimmering golden points of light rising and casting dazzling radiance upon the earth, upon all sentient beings. A compassionate, divine voice then rang out, "I am the god of magic." The third sage clapped his hands. "Yes, like that, make the tone more even, emphasize this sentence more." He rambled on for a while, quickly receiving a cold glance from the second sage, a look that said, "If you can do it, then do it yourself." The first sage said good-naturedly, all right, let's all complete the mission together." Yuning, supporting the magical phenomenon that filled the entire sky, watched as this group readily accepted the task, working in perfect unison to inform all living beings across the continent about the relocation. Using the first sage's ability to spread his thoughts, a detailed explanation of the cause and effect unfolded in the minds of each being, precisely describing the situation, though the signature was rather awkward. Yuning couldn't help but ask, "Why does it have to be the god of magic?" The third sage replied matter-of-factly, "It sounds much more convincing. Anyway, the temple is gone, and no one can expose the true god or the false god. Since that's the case, it's better to make them believe that this continent isn't a land forsaken by the gods, and still has the protection of the god of magic." Yuning thought, these pure magicians are all atheists. If the gods of heaven were to revive, and encounter this group of troublemakers leading their followers in a frantic retreat in another direction, leaving them all alone, they'd probably be resigned to their fate for at least 2 or 3 days. Moreover, a light, airy voice drifted over, carrying its usual nonchalance yet tinged with a rare seriousness. How should a god be defined, and who set the rules for this definition? Is it the power one possesses, or the extent of one's faith? If one's magic rivals that of a god, or even surpasses that of a god, then Lord Yuning. He smiled. Why can't she be called a god? The third sage stretched lazily. Perhaps the world should have one more god of magic, symbolizing the existence of knowledge, wisdom, and the power of magic. Isn't that so? Or perhaps it shouldn't be called a god. He looked over, then resumed his usual lazy demeanor. I think great sage would be nice too. Great sage, let's put that aside for now. The first sage spoke up. Feedback has returned from my mind. Praise be to you, for your greatness and benevolence. The mysterious witch from Crimson Cliff was actually a god of magic. Some in their minds excitedly exclaimed, the rumors were true after all. A few didn't respond, but most thoughts converged into one. I will abide by your magical contract. To escape the calamity that threatens the world, to seek a pure land, I await your folding of the world, to become a shooting star in the vast star field. Although most beings cannot see it, for the sake of this trust, Yuning solemnly nodded in response. Thank you for your trust. I will abide by the magical contract with you, to protect this world until the final danger is completely eliminated. The magical star trails in the sky vanished in an instant, as if nothing had changed, yet something seemed to have subtly altered. The passers-by touched their bodies, finding nothing unusual. After a brief exchange of conversation, they continued with their lives as usual. Unable to find any corroborating evidence, the folded world gradually faded into something akin to legend. However, one day, the witch at Crimson Cliff seemed to have acquired a thick, colorful fairy tale book. Yuning sat on the town hall terrace, drinking tea. The weather was lovely today. Golden sunlight streamed through the plants by the window, making them lush and green. Looking into the distance, fields of golden sunflowers swayed in the breeze, and people moved about in the fields. A seasoned apothecary was followed by a string of new students. She closed the fairy tale book in her hand and placed it into her portable fixed space. Since the last war of the ancient gods, the Demon King hadn't woken up. His external injuries seemed to have almost healed, and the flickering red light had gradually stabilized. He should recover slowly over time. Yuning glanced at the Demon King, who was lying asleep. The situation was under control. It's good that he's asleep. I don't have to deal with so many people. She heard whispers carried by the wind again, and looked out the window. Sure enough, a group of beings eager to see the god of magic had secretly gathered, along with a few adventurers who seemed to enjoy the drama, fanning the flames. However, it's said that the Mage Tower's enrollment has been particularly hot lately, with the number of students wanting to learn magic increasing exponentially. The third sage, who made this suggestion, must be quite pleased. Yuning, best to be busy as a bee, mask of pain. Let's lay low for a while. You are using the Sigh of Time, and win Supreme Limited Time Trial version. The filling the gaps that number 12 mentioned back then. She hasn't finished yet. A familiar pulling sensation prompted her to take 2 steps forward. The next second, the familiar scenery once again entered her vision. A stunned look appeared in the silver-gray eyes before her, seemingly surprised by her disappearance and reunion. White mistletoe was once again scattered on her, and with the colorful cannons of the museum's opening ceremony resounding through the sky, instantly, the sky was filled with glittering elemental fireworks. Yuning quickly recalled that memory, raising an eyebrow slightly. Be nicer to you? No matter which timeline you're on. The Demon King, relieved by the other's departure, felt a lump in his throat, his face flushing red instantly. He took 2 deep breaths, still looking down. Yes. He looked up. That's right. I don't know why Yuning came back. The Demon King reiterated, I don't want to erase the influence with magic, not at all. The kiss that had landed on his brow last time now landed on a bolder spot. He leaned down, his silver hair cascading down in a gentle curve, his warm breath brushing against his soft skin. A damp sensation came from his lips, and as they parted, a kind of magic seemed to entice him to sink deeper. If you hate it. A mist clouded his silver-gray eyes, obscuring a beastly nature beneath the haze. He had long since learned to be docile, and now he could feign politeness, saying, It's Mistletoe's fault, just this once. Please don't refuse. He tried to delve deeper. Perhaps the mistletoe's magic was too domineering, or perhaps the witch was too shocked to react. He stroked her soft black hair, his pale fingers sinking into the layers, then gradually pressing down on himself, the process subtle yet swift. His rudimentary spatial magic quickly unfolded, completely enveloping his figure. His face flushed, he touched those eyes, seeing his own reflection in them, lost in their allure. I'm sorry. The mistletoe, isolated by the space, seemed to have also severed the courage he had finally mustered. A belated fear surged within him. He worried about the other's resistance, or perhaps a resolute decision to never turn back. He only managed to utter 2 words before swallowing them back. His eyes widened slightly, as he felt the increasing pressure on his lips. The witch's hat was casually tossed into the spatial dimension. Her dark eyes, fixed on the creature before her, seemed undisgusted. Her breath drew closer, and the witch spoke in his ear, Open your mouth. No one could resist her. The Demon King thought. The temperature rose, the previous moisture returned, seemingly even more intense, the intoxicating fragrance permeating the air, almost drowning one. She was taking the initiative. This realization nearly confused his entire being. Feeling the softness emanating from her, the Demon King used all his reason to suppress himself, refraining from pulling her tightly into his arms, like molten lava. That would only be repulsive. Until the witch gently pushed him away, her fingertips wiping the saliva from his lips, her dark eyes devoid of any lie. While your childhood diary has many errors, and your teenage angst is indeed a thing of the past, there is one thing you are absolutely right about. Her warm hand rested on her silvery hair, her eyes sparkling, abandoning her usual maturity, revealing a childlike side rooted in her personality. Yuning exclaimed, White hair is the best. She gently lifted the Demon King's chin with her index finger. He looked somewhat bewildered and asked blankly, Who's the best? Yuning chuckled, That's not important. It means you're very handsome. The Demon King blushed slightly, Thank you. He looked up, Yuning too. Her silver-gray eyes shimmered with moisture. She quickly leaned in and kissed him, then pretended to be nonchalant and dodged, completely losing her earlier boldness. She turned her head away, very beautiful. Yuning touched the lingering softness on her face. As soon as she lowered her hand, he involuntarily took hers. She lifted him up and shook her hand, amused. How do I feel about you now? Very good. The Demon King dispelled the spatial barrier, landing directly on another part of Crimson Cliff. If only it could stay like this forever. But I know, though I can't wait any longer, he smiled. It doesn't seem like it will be long. Yuning, skark eye. Don't tell me what the future holds. His silver hair fluttered in the breeze as he lowered his head. Unknown encounters are the surprises. Everything is guided by fate, whether in the past, present, or future. You only need to know that I will wait for you here. His voice floated lightly into the wind, yet seemed to carry an unparalleled weight. Forever. Yuning sighed helplessly and smiled. Thank you. The seed of prophecy was planted in time. When the golden sunflowers bloom again, she looked into his crystal-like silver-gray eyes. We will meet again. In the remaining time, Yuning took the opportunity to clean up all the mistletoe, leaving the frowning lemon to clean it, and also provided him with several alchemical puppets for supervision, to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Finally, there was the 12th floor of the archives. Continuing up the stairs, the 12th floor exhibition hall was still empty, though it already had display cases of various sizes. Some items had been confirmed, but others remained unused. Following her memory, she continued forward. Yuning stopped in the deepest, most empty display case. Since it was a destined loop, she needed to arrange everything properly to fill the gaps. She reached out. A heavy, metallic book floated in midair, following her guidance into the display case. A flash of inscription below, and layers of protective magic were layered within the case. The 12-day notebook has returned to where it belongs. Congratulations, you have achieved Fated Cycle 4 and are returning. Entering a new timeline. Yuning looked at the Demon King. I have to go. Seeing the Demon King's disappointed expression, she comforted him. Although I might not see you many times in this time, the future is uncertain. Maybe I'll be back as soon as I leave, only perhaps. A little more mature. She smiled and said goodbye, goodbye, Skark. When she opened her eyes again, the scene was familiar. Salem Ruins? Yuning took out the coin symbolizing luck and, relying on her memory, placed it back on the high platform. It is said that the legends of the 12 witches of Salem and the 12 round tables originated from here. Now, it seems the source is not elsewhere, but within herself. Yuning, She looked around. The house was bare. All right, let's get to work. She carried a large amount of supplies, roughly arranged to resemble the scene she had witnessed. Along the way, she dealt with several kobolds and even took in a few elemental lifeforms oppressed by them. Of course, there were also the Demon King and Little Curly Hair, who were living comfortably at Crimson Cliff, but insisted on staying with her after discovering her, saying a change of scenery would make them happier. Especially the Demon King, who, feeling inferior in the competition for favor, had shrunk his appearance with magic, making him look even younger than Little Curly Hair. And then, there was Little Lonwan, who disliked the Demon King every day but couldn't defeat him, so she could only express her dislike for flowers, plants, insects, and ants, using these occasions to indirectly criticize him. Yuning, She pulled out a magic notebook she copied long ago, and taking advantage of the extra time, carefully studied it, added annotations, and then gave these children, who at least looked quite young, a solid month-long magic tutorial. The course was intensive and comprehensive, completely silencing the chatter in the space. She even taught herself potion making, managing to keep these energetic elemental beings from causing trouble. After thoroughly reviewing the notebook's 3 chapters, she no longer needed it as a medium for summoning. After agreeing on a plan, she could simply bring people over for a day. However, she usually only randomly summoned 2, 3 for a game of cards, never managing to gather all 12 for a round table meeting. But even 3 together could cause chaos. 12 together would practically wreak havoc in the heavens. While Yuning generally considered herself a good person, sometimes the destructive power she created was indeed, well, astonishing. The final royal flush was played, ending the game. Yuning bid farewell, sending the other fragments back, then waved to the Demon King. See you next time. Congratulations, you have achieved Fated Cycle 5, and are entering a new timeline. The world of magical illumination gradually faded away, the clamor subsided, replaced by a gentle breeze, light falling on her, and the calls of whales in her ears. Yuning opened her eyes. A gigantic cloud whale swam freely, its billowing mist enveloping the collapsed palace, smoothing the edges even more. This is heaven. Unlike the previous 2 times, which were within the Crimson Cliff, this time she had directly entered the realm of the gods. Moreover, it seems a very long time has passed. The size of time and space can not only return to the past, but also travel to the future. The deathly silence of the collapsed divine kingdom gradually dissipated, gradually nurturing vibrant life like cloud whales. The collapse of the ancient gods was tantamount to accelerating the restoration of life in the soil of the divine kingdom. This point in time seemed perfectly timed. She retrieved the crystal-clear gemstone, which then fell into the soft, thick clouds. It shimmered, seemingly joyful to return to its homeland. The core of heaven, a core that condenses special power. When the world's rainfall is abundant enough, it will regrow. The core left behind by heaven rapidly took root and grew. The entire ruins recovered at a visible speed. On the magnificent hall and high platform, 6 divine thrones reappeared, each with a point of light, symbolizing a god assuming divine duties and being born. The war of time brought bounty, but also death to artisans. After that, the 7th, unprecedented divine throne gradually took shape, a sunflower totem spreading and coiling, ultimately revealing its corresponding divine role, magic. God of magic and elements. Or perhaps time and foresight, space and stars, or, as the mortals call her, the Great Sage. As a newly born god, she possessed a power no less formidable than the will to survive, even capable of shaking the world. After planting the seeds of heaven in the future, Yuning watched everything here rapidly recover, until the entire divine kingdom regained its holiness and purity, and the budding life surged with a strong heartbeat. At a not-too-distant moment, it will reunite with the world. Ding dong. The system released unprecedentedly cheerful music. Congratulations, you have completed the final piece. Fate brings living beings together and apart, but thankfully, the ending is not tragic. Special reward, town level +6. Current level, 99. Yuning looked up. As the greatest witch in the history of Crimson Cliff, you have successfully ascended to the highest hall of magic, repelled the shadow of terror, and your compassion has saved countless lives. Your story will spread to every corner of the continent. But now, it is time for the long-traveled witch to end this journey, and return to her long-awaited homeland. Only one more level is needed to reach town level 100, achieving the construction goal, and completing the level completion conditions. But it seems that this final level doesn't require her to do anything. A string of unfamiliar spatial coordinates appeared on the system interface. Besides that, the entire page was decorated with celebratory flowers, red and purple in a continuous string, looking very festive. It fawned. You can return at any time. The system provided no further information. The thought of how should I return flashed through Yunying's mind, but she immediately realized what was happening. She looked at her palm, the magic of space and time resonated within her body, becoming an inseparable part of her. Unconsciously, she had already mastered the power to return home. The magic surged, and following the coordinates given by the system, a rift instantly opened in space. Yuning stepped into it, and vanished from her spot. The system interface jumped. Congratulations, you have achieved the Space Jumper achievement. Special reward, town level +1. Current town level, 100. Welcome home, Your Excellency the Witch. Chapter 85. Beep beep. Several honks sounded behind her on the bustling street. A group of young men and women quickly made way, muttering about how the city center was so crowded it was unbearable, how the city planning was unreasonable, and how there was nothing they could do about the old city, all while excitedly squeezing into the anime convention hall. Yuning took a deep breath. The scene was so familiar that she froze in place. She was still holding her nearly empty bubble tea. She glanced at the culprit, then tossed it into the trash can, out of sight, out of mind, before finally observing her surroundings. The bubble tea wasn't even cold yet. She had only just left. What are you doing here? A familiar hand slapped her back. Yuning instinctively flinched, a gentle breeze carrying her quickly away, swiftly dodging the sudden attack from behind. Her best friend, who appeared from behind, let out a soft huh? Without giving it much thought, your skills are getting better, huh? I just went to the bathroom, her best friend said, glancing her up and down. You even changed your clothes. She leaned closer, praising, the wig is really nice too. Yuning looked down. She hadn't changed. She was still wearing that witch outfit, which seemed relatively normal at the entrance to the soon-to-be-open comic convention. Luckily, she didn't come riding a broomstick or carrying a staff. Riding a broomstick across a traffic light was a bit too avant-garde. In a serious case, she'd probably have to use a mass oblivion spell. Yuning, look at me. Her best friend, in her dramatic mode, exclaimed, Oh dear Mr. Edward, don't look at me like that, or I'd be tempted to turn your lover into a groundhog and kick your butt with an apple pie. Yuning, How could she explain that the clothes were real, and the hair was really long? While this guy was in the bathroom, she mastered all magic types, but experience told her that if something couldn't be explained, she usually wouldn't. She leave everything to miracles. Who are miracles, you ask? She traded a fortune-telling yellow dog and a sausage at her neighbor's house. 1 bark meant yes, 2 barks meant no. The answer was all down to luck, and she wasn't responsible for any dissatisfaction. If provoked, it might even bite. Her best friend, arm in arm with Yuning, walked forward, touching his own gothic dress, then Yunying's witch-like silk dress and pointed hat, exclaiming wow. All the way, the quality is amazing. Where did you buy these? Yuning, direct from the factory, no deception. She casually replied, I bought it from the Mage Tower. If you like, I have some extras, I can get you a few sets too. I knew you loved me the most. Her best friend whimpered twice, then picked up his phone and searched online. Which upstart shop is this? Get out of the way! A loud shout suddenly rang out. A motorcycle sped across the corner, the driver reeking of alcohol, heading straight for her best friend. An ordinary person wouldn't have time to react in such a short time. Her best friend's scream had barely begun when a gust of wind swept through, his body spinning instantly. When his vision returned to normal, he realized he was being held horizontally, spun around, and narrowly avoided the wild motorcycle. Not far away, the out-of-control motorcycle crashed into a roadside tree. The driver was unconscious, and someone was already making a phone call. Her best friend paused for a moment, then hugged Yunying's neck tightly, eyes shining. So cool. Absolutely amazing. I knew you were the best to me. Today, the loyal little rich girl patted her chest. You can spend my money however you want. If I even frown, I, Guan, will never be able to time travel again. Yunying couldn't help but say, okay. Hey, don't laugh at me. She pouted. You still have to have dreams. What if you do time travel? Okay. The witch, who had just returned from another world, smiled. Good luck. After a day of revelry, she dragged her muddy best friend home. They lived very close by, and after settling him in, Yunying turned a couple of corners and arrived at her building. She went upstairs to get her key, only to realize she'd forgotten where she put it. But it wasn't a big deal. She was becoming increasingly skilled at spatial magic, able to teleport thousands of miles, let alone a door. She carved a crack, entered the house, and easily found the spare key inside. Having just finished a ton of work and been dragged shopping all day, fatigue began to creep in. Yunying quickly tidied herself up, pulled the covers over herself, and prepared to sleep. However, based on her observations of the time difference, it seemed the time was much slower over there. Thinking about this, she took out the fairy tale book that had been folded out of her spatial dimension. But since it had been in the same space as her the whole time, the flow of time should be consistent, right? Probably. Including the month she spent completing the cycle of fate, the total time she was away was less than 2 months, so nothing should happen. But she was too sleepy today. Yunying yawned. I think about it tomorrow. Just as she was thinking this, her consciousness drifted off to sleep. A long, narrow crack suddenly opened in the ceiling. Immediately afterward, a tall, silver-white figure descended from the sky, landing on Yunying's bed. Yunying's sleepiness vanished instantly. How did you get here? The Demon King seemed to have just woken up, his eyes still hazy and watery. The system, which hadn't yet left, sensed something and was immediately alarmed, its sanity screen popping up in full screen. Current sanity, 5% and unprecedentedly low level. The moment Yunying's magic was activated, tears streamed down her face. The Demon King let out a loud cry and hugged her tightly, head bowed in utter distress, sobbing. Yunying, do you not want me anymore? Don't you want me anymore? I can't find you. I can't find you anywhere. I asked everywhere, everyone, but no one knows where you are. Without the ancient god, the Demon King's aggression seemed less pronounced in his low sanity state. His hot breath brushed against her neck. It seemed somewhat inappropriate for an adult to be treated like this. She patted the Demon King's head, accidentally touching the base of his horn. She felt him shudder, and quickly withdrew her hand, continuing to pat his back. Get up first. Get up? The Demon King buried his head deep in his neck, his voice still choked with sobs, but his actions were unwavering. What if you leave me? I won't. I don't believe you. Her wrist, which had been resting on his back, was suddenly grabbed and pressed back onto the bed. Yunying instantly met a pair of indistinct silver-gray eyes, eyes that held a mixture of desire and something else she couldn't quite define. Without the restraint of reason, animalistic instincts took over. Their lips drew near, and in the next instant, a scorching heat enveloped them. He pressed closer, deeper, never retreating, until the moist heat gradually soaked their bodies. Even their usually fair faces were tinged with a rosy hue. Their clothes were torn to shreds, revealing wide, flowing lines. All the fair skin within sight was now stained crimson, as if molten lava was churning within them. His tall frame, leaning down, could completely obscure the human form. Yunying scanned him from head to toe. Extreme pleasure, she liked it, and it wasn't a loss. After he woke up, Skark would probably come crying and apologizing. Thinking about it, it seems, it's quite interesting. His sanity had plummeted to a dangerous level. Every breath felt like playing music on taut strings, and he didn't know when all the strings would snap and shatter into a heap. He lowered his head, searching for a remedy to ease his unease. A soft touch brushed against his lips, followed by heavier breathing, until a similar response came from the other, warm breath on his cheek. Only then did he pause, satisfied. He paused only briefly, then, without the desired response, he resumed his frantic breathing, devouring everything he could find. His slightly wavy black hair spread out, and his eyes, as dark as the night, seemed to hold other emotions. There was no resistance. He buried his face in his neck, embracing him tightly, like a snake on the verge of freezing in winter, drawing warmth for survival. His frenzied spirit calmed with this intimacy, but another strange feeling seemed to rise again. The Demon King opened his eyes, dazed. After seeing everything before him, his mind went blank for a moment. Yuan. The strange feeling didn't disappear with awakening. Instead, it intensified, especially when he saw the human in front of him leaning back, her lips bright red, the corners of her lips raw from being rubbed too hard. She didn't speak, only looked at him with a half-smile. Do you need to take care of yourself? What? You kissed me for so long while you were out of your mind. Aren't you uncomfortable now? The Demon King lowered his head. Within 3 seconds, he was completely red from head to toe. His clothes were torn to shreds, some unspeakable parts protesting. He swallowed hard, unsure whether to move or stay still. His heart pounded like a drum, but the instinct to suppress his animalistic desires brought tears to his eyes first. The Demon King, completely red, bowed his head in apology. Yuan, I'm sorry. Yuan, I knew it. It's getting late. She lay half reclined, her face still flushed. Being stuck in the middle is uncomfortable. If you don't like it, how could I? Dark eyes stared directly at him, without any euphemisms, without resistance, without anything else, only him. Only him. A realization that could almost make one's blood boil. His voice was hoarse, my lord. A fire ignited in his silver-gray eyes, and the blazing sun in that fire reached out to him. The blazing sun, he devoutly served, said, come here. Long silver hair spread across his back, swaying rhythmically, occasionally punctuated by unbearable tremors. Most of the words were choked in his throat before they could be uttered, leaving only the rising heat and occasional gasps. A sleepless night. The curtains were drawn, letting in no light. Yuan, eyes closed, reached for her phone by the bedside. She checked and saw it was almost time for work. Her voice was a little hoarse, but her tone was light. I need to take the day off. Just as she was about to get up, a large hand unconsciously wrapped around her waist and pulled her back into bed. A moment later, the sounds that had just subsided began again. I need to take 2 days off, she thought absently. Chapter 86. Yuan was sitting in her study signing a contract. It wasn't a real-world labor contract. In magical terms, it was called a contract scroll. The responsibilities and obligations of both parties were drafted and documented in the form of a magical contract scroll for accountability and guarantee. She would still go to her real-world jobs if she wasn't too busy, but once things got hectic, she'd have to use a shape-shifting puppet as a temporary substitute. Lately, she'd been so busy she was practically dizzy. Based on the uniqueness of her abilities, Yuan directly started working on interdimensional space travel. The contract scroll was like a binding contract, with clearly defined terms, bound by impartial magic. The client would pay money, abilities, and other valuable items, and she would open a passage for them to go to or return to any place they desired. Besides tourism and leisure-related businesses, there was another type of business she would focus on, powerful beings with whom she could cooperate. Number 11 was right. The projections of the ancient gods across different time periods haven't given up. Using their sensitivity to the markers, they're still trying to extend into the world's interior, having already approached several times. Although they fought them, killed them, and Yuan has gotten used to walking them like a dog, there's no reason to guard against a dog for 1,000 days. If she could destroy them in one go, that would be best. If not, multiple attacks to cripple them would be acceptable. She released some time slices to roam across countless worlds. Number 01 signed a major contract for one last time, connecting with the client and successfully communicating. She helped build spatial rifts and adjust the timeline, and the client was willing to become her henchman, or rather, a healthy and stable friendship. The key is to have many friends and few enemies. Yuan flipped through the signed contract scroll. The other party was a priest of a dark attribute divine kingdom, along with 2 demon gods of dark and light attributes. The priest was actually from the same hometown as her. A hot body gradually pressed against her from behind. Yuan looked up. The Demon King was staring at her with wide, watery eyes. Usually at this time, she tilted her head back and gave him a light kiss. He quickly responded, and the Demon King, now emboldened, intensified his actions until the scroll was rolled up and placed away. He was then swept up in her arms and carried briskly into the bedroom. The Demon King blushed, bursting with shyness, still asking, "Is it all right?" Yuan glanced down. If she said no, he would explode on the spot, crying from that night until next week, occasionally interspersed with some unspeakable, low-IQ scenes. Although it would be quite erotic. She glanced at the silver hair that fell over her shoulders, her fingers gently twirling the fine strands around her little finger, swaying with the curve. White hair, ah, who wouldn't love white hair? The Demon King, head bowed, nuzzled her like a puppy. Sometimes, leaning down, he would deliberately pant heavily, saying things that should make her blush, but she was used to it, even finding it amusing because of his vast theoretical knowledge. Perhaps only in another moment would her gaze truly fixate on him. I admire you, my lord. He half closed his long eyelashes and gently kissed her. I love you. Life was pleasant. Only sometimes dealing with the rabid dogs that came chasing after her was a bit of a hassle, because it's so easy to be disturbed. Having just gotten out of bed, the Demon King was in a low mood, holding her tightly until he saw the dense, disgusting blood clots gathering again on the horizon, at which point his expression instantly turned cold. However, today's exorcism should be easier. Yuan, finally, we can find someone. Ordinary people can't help, and those of the same caliber are hard to find. Even if we finally find them, it's difficult to get them to come along with the right timing, location, and people. The jet-black contract scroll, covered in dense inscriptions, spontaneously combusted without wind. The falling ashes coalesced into threads, tearing open a passage across worlds in the void. Yuan, a dark priest from another world, descended, his long, jet-black hair cascading over his shoulders. His eyes held the endless darkness of night, and as he looked over, the frost-like edge of his gaze, like a cold moon, slowly melted, revealing an intimate smile. Long time no see. Yuan smiled back. Long time no see, Chen Shuang. Following the priest, the god of the night quietly emerged, following closely behind. He wore magnificent ancient noble attire, adorned with jingling silver chains and broken gemstone chains, yet no one could question his majesty. Except for himself. His image of divine majesty was shattered by his own actions. The dark god named Eper was clearly somewhat gloating. He crossed his arms and said, Erskine has other commitments and cannot come. Erskine was the white-haired, golden-eyed god of light, who had also signed the contract. The god revealed his weakness. I got kept after school for not finishing my history homework. Yuan, the idea of a god not finishing homework is still pretty abstract. The priest smoothed things over. He no longer possesses the divine title of light. He's just an elf now. It's better that he doesn't get involved. The god with light tan skin gave a soft hum, not continuing the topic. He glanced up at the crimson sky that filled the heavens, a hint of arrogance and conceit gleaming in his dark eyes, like a storm brewing in the night. He said lightly, weak insects, mere trash. The priestess, She pulled at the slightly arrogant dark god, who quickly leaned in, even his voice softening. Shuang Chen. Don't stare at that weirdo, look at me more. Okay. The priestess was clearly a pro at dealing with such a fickle superior, skillfully smoothing things over and trying to change the subject. You seem to have gotten quite toned lately. Yuan, is it okay to change the subject so abruptly? The god was overjoyed. Right, you caught me secretly working out. Yuan, fine. Pretty straightforward too. You too, she steered the conversation back to the main point. It's time to get down to business. The combined power of magic and divinity, capable of overturning the world, dispelled the false crimson sky. The twisted thorns, growing from the darkness, riddled the ancient god with holes. The crimson appeared with overwhelming force, only to perish swiftly on the spot, or rather, escape. The priest hesitated. Is it dead? Yuan shook her head. No. The priest sighed, a troublesome fellow. Yuan, if this happens a few more times, even a madman should know where he shouldn't bite. Today's quota of eating, sleeping, and fighting the ancient god was quickly met. The remaining time could be temporarily categorized as leisure. Yuan asked, thank you both for your help. The invitation to a casual meal abruptly ceased upon seeing the sticky, smeared dark god. He was practically glued to the priestess. A slender, pale hand slapped him, and the god straightened up, regaining his composure. Sticky is common, but this kind of stickiness is rare. Yuan was astonished, while the demon king beside her seemed lost in thought. Yuan, don't copy everything. The elegant priestess gently inquired, would you like to have a casual meal together? After the small gathering, they agreed to meet again sometime. A spatial rift opened, sending them back. Once the guests were gone, the surroundings quieted down. Yuan turned her head, and saw the demon king, blushing and lost in thought. He stammered for a while, then, mimicking the deity with the power of desire, pulled his collar down slightly, revealing his collarbone, and asked her expectantly, do you like it? Yuan, Turning back, she saw a white-haired figure trying to seduce her. Although she'd gone astray, the intention remained. Space rapidly unfolded beneath their feet, and in the next instant, the two landed one after the other inside the bedroom. Yuning took a half step forward, opened her mouth, and gently bit the exposed part, instantly turning the pale white flesh a vibrant red. The Demon King trembled, his silver-white pupils fixed on her movements, his face flushed with the heat of his blood. He called out somewhat cloyingly, "Yuning." Her hand traced his face up to the dark, menacing horns, then lingered on a sensitive spot, grasping one and making him lower his head. "I like it. But now, it's more appropriate to show more than just this." She parted his open collar, her voice slow and warm. "Don't you think so?" Skark. His son was inviting him. Or perhaps, he had invited his son first. But now, he had no time to concern himself with such trivial matters. He swallowed hard. Following his inner guidance, he pulled her soft waist close, caressing her neck and lowering his head to kiss her. Long silver hair gradually wrapped around her waist, then a hand, or perhaps a leg, appeared. He buried his face in her neck, inhaling her scent, feeling the comfortable caresses on his head. He lifted his head, glanced at her a few times, then buried it again. Never to be apart. His action seemed to trigger an unbearable chain reaction. The witch's slightly surprised, husky voice came from above. "Again?" The Demon King looked up, his silver-gray eyes brimming with tears, as if he were about to burst into tears at her refusal. He nuzzled her head. "Is it okay?" The witch, The Demon King smiled, having received permission again. His continuous actions constantly manipulated her reactions, drawing her complete attention to him. A fact that was enough to excite him. A flame burned in his silver-gray eyes. And he discovered that acting cute was very effective.